full of hatred. What, he can't fantasize? Was he not allowed to imagine the scene of him stepping on the pretty boy? The previous scene was naturally Walter's own imaginary scene. What was really happening was Leng Lingyun talking to Claire in his clean, neat clothes with his usual noble aura. "Divine Prince, why did you appear here?" Claire asked as she looked at Leng Lingyun, who was smiling faintly. She had endless questions to ask. "Don't call me so distantly, do you wish for me to call you Bishop?" Leng Lingyun smiled faintly. "Please call me by my name." Claire was slightly startled, thinking of the fact that Leng Lingyun had always called her Claire. Since he had said this, then continuing to call him the Divine Prince would seem a bit strange. Leng Lingyun, why did you suddenly come here?" Claire had some difficulty calling out his name. "I'm working for someone." Leng Lingyun smiled as he spoke, but didn't say anything past that. Claire looked at Leng Lingyun, confused. "Then what did the person that sent you here wanted you to do? You didn't come here just for that youth." An ineffable and strange feeling suddenly arose in Claire's heart. Working for someone? It shouldn't be the Pope. If it was the Pope, then he wouldn't be chatting so casually. If it wasn't the Pope, then who was it? When Leng Lingyun saw her, he wasn't surprised. Could it be that he knew beforehand that she would be there? "You should first bring the young man home." Leng Lingyun didn't answer, but changed the topic instead. He looked at Ria, saying, "Are you his family member?" "Take him home first, he needs good care." "I only healed his wound, but he has lost a lot of blood already and weakened, so he has to rest for a while." The group of people took Ria and her little brother back home. Ria took care of her little brother inside while Claire sat on a chair in the garden looking at the relaxed Leng Lingyun with a heart full of confusion. What was this cold-faced person planning? "Shut up, you. If the healer wasn't here then you would have died, stop talking about the deity beast." Ria's angry yell came from inside the house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Elder sister, it's true, there really is a deity beast about to be born, believe me. The magic beasts that are guarding there want to kill the newly born little deity beast. Quickly, or else it'll be too late. His weak voice was very, very low, but Claire could hear us completely clearly. Claire stood up and walked straight into the room. She saw the angry face of Ria, who was reprimanding the weak young man lying on the bed. The young man was still attempting to explain. Seeing Claire enter, Ria immediately curbed her anger, softly saying embarrassedly, "Benefactor, why did you enter? It's very messy here. Also, thank you for your friend saving my only little brother." Claire waved her hand, disregarding Ria's words. Instead, she looked at the young man on the bed. "You said there's a deity beast about to be born?" The young man fell silent seeing Claire. Seeing this, Ria became anxious. She started to angrily rebuke the young man. "Our benefactor is asking you a question. If it wasn't for benefactor saving you today, would you brat even be alive? The healer who just saved you is benefactor's friend." Claire stopped Ria from continuing to rebuke. Instead, she asked, "You wanted to find the deity beast and then sell it? Are you lacking in money?" "Nobody stays in this region. I want to earn some money and then settle somewhere else with elder sister," the young man said, looking straight at Claire. Ria's expression became complex. This place was indeed unsuitable for they two siblings to live in. Today, such an incident had happened, but fortunately they had been saved by the young man before them. But what about next time? Who have a timely appearance and save them? Claire pulled out 2 golden banknotes and handed it to the young man. "Where is the deity beast? Take this, go settle in Naya City and run a small business. I will give you a letter of introduction. Go to the city lord's manor and find the surrogate city lord, he will make arrangements." We cannot accept this. Ria hurriedly waved, refusing it. Treat it like your little brother sold me information for the deity beast. Although Naya City is not large, it's very suitable to live in. You should go once your little brother's body recovers. This place is not suitable for you to live. Claire hadn't withdrawn the golden banknotes as she said these words while watching the young man. The young man didn't hesitate at all and took the money from Claire. He watched Claire as he said, "You believe that there's a deity beast? You believe me?" Even my elder sister didn't believe me. Claire nodded, "I believe you." "Speak, where was it?" she asked. "Head north after you enter the Mountain of Lost Souls, it's in the marshlands there. When it's nighttime, it will shine in the middle of the marshlands, that's the little deity beast who's about to be born. There are many magic beasts guarding in the vicinity because they eat the young deity beast right after it's born to absorb its power. If you're going to go, go quickly. It's definitely a deity beast, only deity beasts shine like that, only deity beasts can attract so many magic beasts." The young man said hurriedly in one breath and was a bit short of breath. Claire turned and said to Ria, "Okay. Give me pen and paper, I'll write a letter for you to bring to Naya City." Ria was a bit shocked. Although she felt doubt, she still got a pen and paper. Claire quickly finished writing and then said to Ria, "We'll be going now. Be careful on your way to Naya City." After she finished speaking, Claire turned and left. Ria stared blankly at the letter in her hand and then looked at Claire's about to disappear figure. She asked hastily, a bit reluctant, Can we see each other again?" "Go to Naya City then. Perhaps we might have the chance of seeing each other in the future." Claire waved lightly, then disappeared from the two siblings' view. In the garden, everybody saw Claire come. Claire looked at everybody, smiling faintly. "Let's go to the Mountain of Lost Souls." Everybody nodded and got up at the same time, following Claire. As they left the town, Walter was rolling his eyes, his face dark. Could someone tell him why that pretty boy was following? Claire also wanted to know what was with the situation. Why was Lang Lingyan looking like it was completely normal he was following her? Lang Lingyun, didn't you have some business coming here? Since you aren't here to bring me back to the Temple of Light, then, Claire didn't finish the rest of her words. Walter continued Claire's words for her hatefully, "Since you didn't come here to find Claire, then do your own business, what are you following us for? Isn't the Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps missing a healer? Now I can be considered a member of Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps." Lun Lingyun astonished them with a smile on his face. Walter's mouth was wide open, his eyes bulging, looking like a person who had been hanged. Claire's expression was also exceptional. What was that supposed to mean? The Honorable Divine Prince actually said that he was now a member of their mercenary group? What a joke! Wait a minute. Claire suddenly realized, how did Lung Lingyun know their mercenary group's name? Claire turned and looked at Camille. Camille smiled gently and said harmlessly, "Commander, not having a healer in our group is a huge headache. Think about how problematic it would be if there was a mishap and one of us weren't healed in time." Seeing Camille's harmless and gentle smile, Claire suddenly realized that it was this guy who had recruited Lung Lingyun on his own. But, thinking of this, Claire had a headache. Lung Lingyun and they were completely different people. What was he doing mixing with them? Also, what was Lang Lingyun's objective? Why he would come here was a completely mystery. Seeing Claire at a loss, Lung Lingyun felt it was a little funny. His existence was a headache for her? Thinking of his agreement with Xuanyuan, a complex mood flashed through his eyes. Although he was a bit interested in Claire, it wasn't so much that he would follow her around and try to find out everything about her. He really didn't understand Xuan's request. That child was always sensible, but now she asked for such an unreasonable request. Her eager and concerned gaze made him unable to refuse her. There weren't any big with the Temple of Light lately, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Pope. "Are you going to find Claire?" The Pope's profound smile was still imprinted in Long Lingyun's mind. Long Lingyun nodded, not know how the Pope knew. The Pope gave a strange order to Lang Lingyun. "Go, you don't need to any work for the Temple of Light. Your only task now is to follow Claire, to understand her." "Why? Why can he become part of the mercenary group without getting the commander's permission?" Walter shouted unhappily. "I am the secondary commander," Camille said to Walter while looking at him and smiling gently. But the dangerous sliver in his eyes shut Walter up. Walter already knew that the gentle and harmless-looking guy in front of him was actually an assassin, and not only that, he was an exceptionally proficient assassin. He didn't want to die in the middle of the night one day. Walter shut his mouth by himself, silently withdrawing to the side. The only person with complaints stopped. Of course, everybody else didn't have anything to say. Claire didn't speak either, even though she was still against it. And so, the group left. The person with an uncomfortable expression was Walter, while the person who felt uncomfortable in their heart was Claire. Magic beasts. After a long time, everybody finally found something odd. The more they went forward, the more magic beasts there were. The ones not far in front of him were all low-class level magic beasts, crouching in groups, not daring to enter. There were a few high-level magic beasts further ahead. There were more dense amounts of magic beasts the farther ahead you went, and their levels were higher too. Claire's heart sunk. She knew that the young man's words were probably all true. Roar! The wind leopard roared because it saw that the low-level magic beasts in front of it actually blocked it and didn't move. It was a huge insult to it, a 7th-grade magic beast. The low-level magic beasts all started trembling when they heard the wind beasts roar, but they still didn't have any indications of leaving. They only trembled in place and didn't move. Seeing this, astonishment flashed in everybody's eyes. What kind of deity beast was going to be born in the marshland? It was actually appealed to the magic beasts so much that they were guarding here with their life on the line. Look like we got lucky today. Walter wiggled his eyebrows and laughed hee-hee. Claire turned and said to Ben softly, "Ben, make way." There was no point in taking their lives. It was fine if Ben just opened up a path. Ben stepped forward and made a low roar, releasing dragon pressure. Oh whoa! The magic beasts in front of them couldn't bear such pressure and finally got out of the way while howling. Ben walked ahead without a word. There were some magic beasts that stubbornly didn't leave that Ben kicked flying with one kick. The way to the marshland was full of magic beasts. After Ben cleared a long path, everybody finally arrived to the edge of the marshland. Only where they stood were there no any magic beasts around. Everywhere else was packed with magic beasts. High-grade beasts crowded around the marshland, but none of them dared to attack Claire's group. It was only there was someone with power far above theirs in Claire's group. The moistness made them uncomfortable along with a rotting odor in the air. Small bubbles continuously gurgled up and popped. Occasionally, small black bugs would crawl on the dark marshland. Walter crouched down, grabbed a stone randomly, and threw it into the marshland lightly. The stone slowly sunk in, a slew of small bubbles appearing at the top of the filthy, black water. A deity beast would actually be born here? Walter frowned, seeing the disgusting environment, very perplexed as he asked. Lang Lingyun stood at the fringe of the marshland, looking at the black water, and slowly said in a deep, low voice, "Rumors say that the mountain has a mysterious marshland called the Black Marshlands. 3,000 years ago, light and dark believers waged a war in the mountain of lost souls, and the dark believers lost. 2,000 people's bodies were buried at the same time. The light believers cast an extremely malicious curse, suppressing their souls below the ground so that they would never be able to reincarnate. 2,000 ghosts wailed in anguish every day. Later, the land was turned into a marshland to cover the 2,000 ghosts' grief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Everybody froze. Perhaps it was related to the birth of the deity beast? Humph. That's right, it's all because of what your venerable, kind-hearted Temple of Light did. Not only did they have to kill them, they trapped their souls. Walter said darkly. Just hearing it made his blood boil. However, he had never heard about this before. Did the pretty boy make it up? Impossible. As the Temple of Light's divine prince, how could he make up something that slandered the goddess of light? I never said that the Temple of Light is honorable and just. Long Lingyun said coldly. Walter humphed, not denying it. How did you know? Never have there been any records of that. Camille was still smiling gracefully, but internally, he felt remorse that there was actually something that he didn't know. This is a stain on the Temple of Light, of course they wouldn't let this true history be leaked out. It's all part of the temple's collected secret history. Long Lingyun's tone was extremely cold, completely unfeeling. Camille stroked his beautiful chin and asked while looking at the marshland, this marshland is the so-called Black Marshland? Li Mingyu looked doubtfully at the Black Marshland and asked skeptically, it should be, but why would the deity beast choose to descend here? Perhaps the deity beast doesn't know. Walter said a little darkly. We'll know after we stand guard here. Claire looked around and said coldly, there's so much food on hand. The surrounding magic beasts suddenly shivered. As night descended, the group camped about 100 li from the marshland. They couldn't stand the marshland's putrid smell when they were close. There was a large empty space around them because the magic beasts didn't dare to be close. Li Yuewen was a bit at a loss for words seeing Claire's actions. Claire had dug up all the magic cores from the magic beasts that were killed. Jean and Li Mingyu were roasting meat. Claire brought Ben and Walter to clean out all the magic beasts in the surroundings just for their magic cores. Claire had said, there aren't this many good opportunities, they're all money. After making a few rounds, the three came back with plentiful profits. Claire dropped and piled up the magic cores right in front of Li Yuewen. You guys should have an interspatial ring, right? Put it away, later sell it once we're back in a city. They're all 5th or 6th grade magic beast cores, but it should be enough to sell for 200,000 gold coins. Li Yuewen froze. What did that little girl mean? Aren't you training me? Just treat it like it's my learning fee. Claire sat down and said heedlessly. Li Yuewen suddenly realized. A warm feeling spread through her body. She knew that Claire was making money for her. Claire had still remembered the words of Huanan Tian when they were on the boat. Don't assume that this is enough. Li Yuewen was moved, but she acted angry on the surface. I know, just first treat this as a loan. Claire waved her hand indifferent, then turned and looked at the marshland. The sky had gradually darkened and the surroundings were slowly engulfed by darkness. Light. Ah, there's light. Summer suddenly stood up excitedly. She looked at the marshlands and waved her hands frantically. As an outstanding thief, Summer was exceptionally sensitive towards anything out of the ordinary. Intuition told her that the light meant something extraordinary. Of course, Claire had also seen it, the faint glow at the edge of the marshland. Let's go and see. Li Mingyu set down a piece of roasted meat and stood up. I'll wait for you here. I'm not interested. Ben sat down and didn't move, yawned, then lied down. That's fine, keep watch here. Claire nodded and everybody started walking over to the marshland. As they walked to the edge of the marshland, they were shocked by the scene before them. Amidst the darkness of the night, in the middle of the marshland, rainbow-colored light was radiating. Shining in the darkness, it seemed very natural and was like a heart beating. How pretty! Summer stared vacantly at the rainbow lights and muttered. Nobody spoke another word. Instead, they held their breath and watched the mass of rainbow lights attentively. Suddenly, the light became brighter, radiating more violently. The surrounding magic beasts started getting more agitated, a few even started grunting. "It's about to come out," Long Lingyun said in a low voice. The rainbow lights started to become brighter and brighter. Gradually, the massive light seemed to be striving to make a breakthrough as it started to shine increasingly brighter, while the surrounding magic beasts also became more and more excited. The entire marshland started to become lively. As the night became darker, the massive light became brighter. Slowly and gradually, the massive light broke through the sludge of the marshland's surface, displaying its true appearance. Around, pale white egg floated into the air. The rainbow rays instantly surged in the sky, incomparably radiant, almost making one unable to open their eyes. Everybody squinted as they watched the magical scene unfold. The round, white egg just floated lightly in mid-air, slowly revolving, releasing rainbow-colored, magnificent lights. Oddly, at this moment, the painful cries of magic beasts came one by one. In an instant, a thick, bloody smell permeated the air. "Someone has come." Claire's gaze turned cold. It seems it wasn't just them, someone else had gotten wind of the situation and came. The next instant, there was a string of footsteps. With the rainbow lights, everybody saw 5 people appear, 3 male, 2 female. From his clothes, they could tell that the rugged tall man was a warrior. He had a giant axe on his back and was scratching his black chest hair. Another was a thin male magician with a reedy complexion and hawkish nose and eerie beady eyes. Then there was a male archer of slim stature, ice-cold expression. But they couldn't tell what class the 2 similar-looking women were. They were twins. The 2 groups faced each other. "Oh, someone actually came before us. But it doesn't matter, dead people have no way of going against us." The formidable-looking warrior scratched his dark chest hair and said disdainfully. Meanwhile, the skinny archer had already started aiming silently. Without any warning, he released the bowstring. The approaching swoosh sounded alarms for Claire's group. This attack was definitely not simple. Also, most importantly, the slim archer didn't even notch an arrow. What did this mean? It meant that they were the same as Qiao Chuxin, they used a magic bow. And from their posture just then, it was evident that they hadn't even used 30% of their power. Bam! The arrow burst into the night air. Long Lingyun immediately set up a barrier, blocking the attack. The arrow exploded onto the barrier. It was a flame arrow. Immediately after the arrow exploded, a coy female voice reproached, "Ah, damn you, don't hurt that beautiful man. Leave him to us sisters. When can you 2 have better tastes? You guys took a liking to that pretty boy? Only people like me are considered men. Look at my muscles, look at my chest hair." The warrior with the big axe on his back said peevishly. "Pa! You look like a bear. How can you and that beautiful man compare?" Another voice that was so coy you would shiver said angrily. F***CK. I, your father, will now turn that pretty boy into mincemeat. Let's see how you like him then." The formidable warrior roared, grabbing his battle axe, and then directly bounded over to Claire and the rest abruptly without going around the marshland. Instead, he stepped directly into the marshland. He stepped in the marshland with his giant body, but didn't sink down. Instead, he ran over powerfully, lightning fast. Claire's expression changed. She knew that they had met strong enemies today. Tonight, there was going to be a bitter battle. As the formidable warrior howled as he bounded over, Jean's expression went cold. He nimbly pulled out his sword to meet him face on. Then came the clanging of weapons clashing, sonorous in the night. Then came the sound of an explosion. Their magician had released attacking magic. Unexpectedly, he was also fire attributed. Just when Jean and the bear-like warrior clashed, the magician attacked Jean underhandedly. Naturally, Claire also immediately cast magic and intercepted it. As the magic from the skinny magician clashed with Claire's, they exploded in mid-air with countless sparks flying, making the surroundings even brighter. Their archers shot another arrow and there were even more explosions. Lung Lingyun erected a barrier, blocking the archers' magic arrows. The arrows exploded onto the barrier. Xiao Chuxin's gaze instantly turned coldly. She speedily aimed at the other archer. Xiao Chuxin's magic arrows whistled through the air as they attacked. The other archer froze for a moment. Evidently, he didn't think that the other archer would also use magic arrows. Instantly, their magician erected a barrier and blocked Xiao Chuxin's magic arrows. The zapping sound of the magic arrow hitting the barrier could make one's hair stand on end. Oh, the people we're facing this time have got some substance. One of the twins said in surprise, covering her mouth. Stop wasting your breath, hurry up and do something. The skinny magician was completely solemn. He cast magic using his hands with low grunts. He could already cast magic without chanting incantations. What made even Claire shocked was that the robust warrior fighting against Jean was emitting silver do chi. He was a sage warrior. Jean was also having a bitter battle. Summer gulped as she shifted to hide behind Claire. Just as she was about to say something, Camille's cold voice came. Claire, protect me. Aren't you an assassin king? You still need someone to protect you? Summer said disdainfully. Fighting straight on isn't my strong suit after all, Camille said self-righteously, then was about to gracefully move stand behind Claire. Graceful movements, but not graceful actions. You. Summer said coldly. She was about to say something, but was shocked frozen by what happened next. A cold glint flashed, a sharp dagger about to viciously stab Claire in the back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. If it was anyone else stabbing, then Claire would have been able to dodge. But the person stabbing was Li Yuewen. Li Yuewen could take Claire's life without any notice. She had this kind of capability. In an instant, Camille reached out without any hesitation, blocking. The dagger fiercely went through Camille's hand and also stabbed Claire. Yuewen! What are you doing? Li Mingyu cried in surprise, looking incredulously at the vicious Li Yuewen. Li Yuewen stared at her hand, her gaze also filled with disbelief. She actually attacked Claire. The dagger was whipped back. Camille's hand was filled with blood as Claire became unsteady, then slowly slid down. Lang Lingyun grabbed Claire to support her. Meanwhile, blood continuously gushed out of her back, rapidly dyeing Claire's clothes red. What's going on? Walter shouted fiercely. I didn't, Li Yuewen's gaze was full of shock. She stared at her hand, unable to speak properly. Ahaha, truly interesting. Shrill laughter came. Who's next? Li Yuewen's eyes widened, full of astonishment and fear. Her body was moving on its own. It was moving without her meaning to. It's those two women. She's controlling Yuewen's body. Li Mingyu immediately came back to his senses, whipping his head to look at them. Long Lingyun's face turned cold. He frowned deeply. He supported Claire with one hand while continuously casting healing magic with the other. Chuxin, quickly shoot those two women, they can control your body. Hurry! Summer cried out in alarm frightfully, fearing that she herself would be the next target. If she did anything to harm Claire, then she would definitely not forgive herself. Even without Summer saying anything, Xiao Chuxin knew what to do. She was already aiming at the two women. But just as she drew the bowstring to full length, Xiao Chuxin stopped her actions. Chuxin? Chuxin? An ominous premonition arose in Summer's heart as she called out anxiously. Hurry hurry up and go now. Xiao Chuxin's voice was completely frenetic. At this point in time, Li Yuewen's body relaxed. She could move herself now. The restrictions on Li Yuewen's body was not gone, but now Xiao Chuxin's body was being controlled instead. Xiao Chuxin's eyes were full of shock and worry, but her body moved swiftly, completely out of her control, aiming an arrow. Walter let out a yelp, hurriedly setting up a barrier. The sound of an explosion, a bang, sounded within the crowd. Lightning magic exploded past, naturally hard to receive. Ahaha, how entertaining. The two women laughed, eyes full of bloodlust and joy. At this point in time, the other archer had stopped what he was doing. He was standing at the side, looking very indifferent. Evidently, he had much faith in the two women. Meanwhile, the magician was attacking with many small little fireballs of small power that were neutralized by Walter easily. But Walter and the rest were already beaten and exhausted in any case. Li Mingye had already hit away Xiao Chuxin's bow. Without a bow on hand, Xiao Chuxin's fighting power was greatly reduced. Long Lingyun was also starting to look a bit unsightly. He never expected them to be able to control people's bodies. What were they using to control? Spiritual control? No. If it was using spiritual control, then the people controlled would have been delirious. But just now Li Yuewen and Xiao Chuxin were very clear-minded. Then what were they using to control others? How boring. Switch. The twin sisters saw that Xiao Chuxin's bow was on the ground after being hit and were currently preparing to switch to another person to control. After they said these words, Walter's group started becoming restless. The unease rapidly rose. Claire slowly woke up at this time. Claire, are you all right? Long Lingyun asked worriedly, seeing the pale Claire. I'm fine, Claire replied weakly, but she understood that if it weren't for Camille blocking the attack, then her heart would have already been pierced. If it weren't for Lang Lingyun's timely healing, she would have definitely died of blood loss. She had brushed past the god of death this time. Don't make any sudden movements. You're wound. Before Lang Lingyun finished speaking, his expression changed, because he instantly felt something was wrong with his body. The twin sister's target this time was actually him. Handsome, quickly kill the woman next to you, come to us instead. The twin sisters laughed wildly, swinging their hips. Their revealing clothing became even more revealing after these movements. Everybody's expressions changed greatly. They all knew how strong Lang Lingyun was. Li Mingyu wrested Claire from Long Lingyun as fast as possible and hugged her tightly, watching Long Lingyun alertly. Long Lingyun frowned deeply. His body hadn't moved, but his whole body was trembling slightly. It seemed like he was resisting some kind of power. What? He can actually resist us. The twins cried in surprise. Then the two stood up, their hands clasped together as they started to make strange movements. Long Lingyun frowned more deeply. It was very apparent he was fighting with all his might against the power trying to control him. Claire laid weakly in Li Mingyu's embrace, however her eyes were watching alertly. It couldn't continue like this. If it continued like this, then they would definitely lose. What exactly were they using to control people's bodies? It wasn't spiritual. Because the people controlled were very awake. Then what was it? At this time, Walter was dealing with the magician's small fireballs. The concentrated cluster of fireballs lit up the darkness. Jean was still fighting against the warrior, too busy to spare any attention. In a high-level fight, one distraction could take your life. Jean knew very clearly, if he lost, then there would be one more powerful for Claire, so he couldn't lose. Go! Go now! Long Lingyun said resolutely through clenched teeth. What magic is that exactly? Camille asked skeptically. He was a bit unsmiling, frowning slightly, but he had no indications of running away. He knew running was no use. That uneducated black dragon, Why doesn't he come at this crucial time? Summer was so worried she was about to cry. It was so loud over here, so why was that uneducated damn black dragon still not here? Ha ha, handsome, don't struggle anymore, come to us. Everybody heard the twins' creepy laughter. Claire, what do we do now? Summer sobbed, looking at Claire. Li Mingyu and Li Yuewen were solemn, watching Lang Lingyun alertly. Li Yuewen tightened her grip on her dagger. Internally, she had made a decision. It seems that they could only take care of him first. Shadows. They're using our shadows to control us. Claire hurriedly said, enduring the acute pain from her back. Everybody froze. They had frozen too from shock. The twins' minds went blank, and in that instant, Lang Lingyun immediately struggled free. They realized immediately that it wasn't spiritual control, but using shadows to control. No wonder that magician kept on casting small fireballs with little power to attack. It turns out that the low-grade magic wasn't to hurt them, but to cast light and make their shadows more distinct. It was for the two twins to make their moves. Walter couldn't bear it anymore. He instantly cast dark magic, and the dark aura rapidly engulfed the surroundings, spreading out, also covering the light of the round egg. Naturally, their shadows were also engulfed by the darkness. Lang Lingyun turned to Walter, his gaze icy. This person who had been with Claire was actually a dark magician? The surroundings became dark. The tiny sparks from Jean and the other warrior clashing in the distance were naturally not enough light. The twin sisters cried out and cursed at their magician. You idiot, make light for us now. How can we control them without shadows? They have a dark magician. The magician called out fretfully. Who cares if they have a dark magician? Hurry! The two sisters shouted. But then there was the sound of an explosion along with their cries of alarm. Xiao Chuxin was able to discern their positions from their voices and had already shot quite a few arrows in a row. Meanwhile, their magician had sensed something off about the airflow and had set up a barrier. Hide behind the trees. Li Mingyu immediately urged in a low voice. Since Xiao Chuxin was able to shoot, their archer could also know their position. Everybody swiftly hid behind trees. Sure enough, a few fire arrows whistled as they flew and ended up where they had been standing moments before. Walter's delicate face was currently completely nasty. Just thinking about when Claire on the verge of death drove him mad. They actually dared to mount such a despicable attack. Walter hid behind a tree and peeked his head out. Slowly, he started to chant in a low voice. A mass of jet-black fog slowly floated over. Ah, there were shrieks once more. This time, they were filled with fear and accompanied by the sound of thud of bodies falling to the ground. It was from the two sisters, and evidently, they had both fallen. Walter stiffened. The dark aura he released shouldn't have reached them yet, and nobody else had done anything. What were they afraid of? What is this? The two sisters cried out in alarm. Shut up, stop talking. They'll be able to sense our positions, an angry voice quietly berated them. What did you King say? Can we move now? The ear-piercing coy voice was full of anger, but after she said this, she regretted it. She was practically telling the enemy, I can't move, hurry up and attack me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Nobody saw that at this point in time, Dong Fengho had just woken up and was mumbling something. He was always painfully slow. Even when Claire had already been wounded and Lang Lingyun was being controlled, he still didn't fully understand what was going on. Now he finally understood and felt like he should do something. It's a low-level earth elemental fairy. The magician's voice finally sounded frantic. They have a summoner. Only then did Walter understand that the muddle-headed Dong Fengho was using his summoning skills. Their voices exposed them. How could they let this chance go? Xiao Chuxin's arrows were clustered so densely, they were like raindrops as she shot them. They could hear the frequent explosions of arrows hitting the barrier, showing the strenuous efforts of that magician. Lang Lingyun really wanted to do something, anything, but once his light-attributed magic was used, then the surroundings would brighten and give them the chance to control them again. He crouched down and clenched his fists so hard his knuckles whitened. It was the first time he felt a sense of defeat. Ah, what's going on? Why, their voices were fearful and uneasy, and then they quieted down. A sliverous smile appeared on Walter's lips. The darkness was his domain. Only when there was darkness could he be in his element. They were too careless dealing with only what Dong Fengho had summoned while neglecting the mass of dark qi that was approaching them silently in the night. The dark aura was Walter's best magic for screwing people over, carrying dark qi that could paralyze people. Because of the loss, the strong warrior lost focus for a moment. It was only a slightly distraction, but Jean took this opportunity. A small step towards victory. Humph! Walter sneered, then stood up immediately. With a wave of his hand, all the dark qi dispersed and the surroundings gradually turned hazy and then brightened. The deity beast egg floating in the air was still slowly turning, casting rainbow rays and brightening the surroundings. Everybody looked up, astonished, at the four people before them who were twitching on the ground, unable to move. The twin sisters' feet were gripped tightly by four little hands, so tight there were faint red marks on their feet. Sure enough, they were low-level earth fairies. They were summoned by Dong Fengho. Ah, a painful cry suddenly sounded right after. Everybody turned to look and saw that one of the formidable warrior's hands were chopped out by Jean, blood flying everywhere. Also, the giant axe had fallen to the ground. Without giving the warrior any chance to even breath, Jean agilely skewered the warriors, pinning him to the ground. The warrior's eyes widened, blood seeping out of his mouth as he stared unflinchingly at Jean, still alive. Elder brother! Elder brother! The paralyzed people cried out mournfully, their voices sounding somewhat pitiful, because their whole body had been paralyzed, meaning their tongue was on the verge of becoming numb too. Hee, Walter smiled darkly, breaking into a run. The paralysis effect had a time limit, so of course they had to finish them off during that time. Li Mingyu carried the weak Claire and also followed Walter. Feng Dongho, that slow guy, was still crouched on the ground and continuously mumbling to himself while waving, still summoning low-grade earth fairies to pull on the twins' feet. Later on, this slow guy was shouted at by Summer and Xiao Chuxin, but then Camille said, "How smart can someone who summoned giant sea beasts to submerge a city just because he was tied up be?" Only then did Summer and Xiao Chuxin let the pitiful, innocent-looking Dong Fengho off. Everybody rushed over, watching the number of people on the ground. Every person's expression was grieved or hateful. They all stared unflinchingly towards Jean. Jean still hadn't pulled the sword out of the warrior's chest yet. Li Yuewen charged forward at the very front, looking furious. She pulled out a dagger, preparing to viciously stab them in their chest. The twins showed fear in their eyes. It was the first time death had felt so close. Unexpectedly, Walter called out at this moment, "Wait!" Li Yuewen furiously turned around and sneered, "What do you mean? Did you fall for these twins or something? How's that possible?" Walter frowned and said disdainfully, "Killing them just like that is letting them off too easily." Hearing this, Li Yuewen's expression changed, but she continued with her actions. She stabbed viciously into the wrist of one of the women. Blood flowed and the woman screamed. Li Yuewen pulled out the dagger and then stabbed through the other woman's wrist. "What you said was correct, directly stabbing them to death is letting them off too easily," Li Yuewen said through clenched teeth. She stood up and kicked the woman's wrist wound, then cruelly applied pressure. The woman showed a painful expression, cursing in a low voice. No one understood Li Yuewen's current state of mind. Ever since she had wounded Claire without meaning to, she had felt endless regret and was drowning with guilt. During the time she had spent with Claire, she had already deeply taken a liking to what appeared to be a vile brat. "Jean, kill that warrior," Claire said quietly and emotionlessly. "Don't! Please don't." The four paralyzed people on the ground all had remorseful and begging expressions. "I hate people like you the most. Shameless, pa." Summer kicked the magician, who was closest to her, and shouted angrily, "You all act like killing others is fine, completely jolly. Even if someone begs for their life, you definitely won't spare them. But once it's your turn to be killed, you start crying for your mom, begging for forgiveness. Why do we have to forgive you? You kill as you please, so why can't someone else kill you as they please?" The four people lying on the ground were suddenly ashen-faced, eyes full of despair. They knew that tonight, they were finished. Jean was expressionless as he pulled out the sword from the warrior's chest with force. He raised it high and with one swing, the warrior's head was chopped off. The blood flew everywhere and the black surface of the water was dyed red. The scene was completely abnormal. "You bastards!" The thin magician clenched his teeth, his eyes full of animosity. They had never thought that there would actually be a day when they would be defeated and didn't believe that their incomparably strong elder brother's head would be chopped off even more so. But now they were completely bound and unable to move. They had never been in such a dangerous situation. "You're even lower than bastards." Summer stepped on his face and like Yixuan, pressed down hard. She thought to herself, if she had stabbed and wounded Claire, then she wouldn't know what to do. "Kill them all now. The deity beast is about to come out." Claire frowned, her words a little strained. "Yes, kill them now. The paralysis effect doesn't last that long." Walter pulled out his own dagger and crouched down. Instead of piercing their vitals, he aimed at their limbs and abdomen. Immediately, blood splattered, creating a thin bloody mist along with low miserable cries. At first they cursed in rage, but their voices slowly turned weak and then slowly turned into voices begging for forgiveness. But Walter remained unmoved. There was wrath and hatred in the depths of his eyes that nobody saw, especially when he was slashing the twins. Walter was even more vicious as he pierced the two's palms. Their low, painful cries continued on unceasingly. The situation was cruel and bloody, but nobody did anything to stop him, including the Temple of Light's divine prince, Long Lingyun. Long Lingyun watched everything coldly, without any indications of stopping Walter. They deserved to die. As for how they died, he didn't care. Summer already couldn't stand the bloody scene before her. She turned around and crouched down, vomiting. But everyone else watched indifferently, remaining unmoved. "All right, Walter. There's no need to waste time," Claire said softly. Walter humped coldly. Only then did he slit each one of their throats. Right after he finished, Walter stood up and sighed. He turned, preparing to ask about Claire's condition, but was met with Lang Lingyun's clear, cold eyes. "You are a dark magician?" Lang Lingyun's faint and icy voice sounded quietly, carrying an unknown meaning. Walter became petrified. Behind him, a cold wind blew, a chilling nip in the air. Just then, the situation was urgent and he made his move hastily. Now he remembered that Lang Lingyun was also in their group. The pretty boy was a high-ranking person in the Temple of Light. High-ranking person, the chance of danger was actually really high. He had already died because of Lang Lingyun. Walter really didn't want to repeat that fiasco again. Most importantly, he didn't have a spiritual stone that his soul could attach to this time. Walter slowly took a few steps back, watching Lang Lingyun alertly. Lang Lingyun didn't say a word. He just calmly stood there, silent as he watched Walter, the cold, clear light in his eyes making Walter shudder. Everyone else also instantly went quiet. They all watched without saying anything. Light and darkness were forever enemies, as incompatible as water and fire. The atmosphere was on edge. Everybody was nervous and stiff. Finally, a voice broke the standoff. Yes, he is a dark magician, Claire said lightly. Although her voice was soft, it was incomparably resolute. If you want to fight against him, I won't allow you. Everybody saw the pale-faced Claire with different expressions. Walter didn't say anything. He only stared straight at the resolute Claire, a warm feeling rising in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. I didn't say that. Unexpectedly, Long Lingyun smiled faintly. He said in a relaxed manner, I was just asking, that's all. Walter froze. He turned to Long Lingyun, whose attitude seemed genuine, becoming suspicious. He gave up just like that? He didn't want to fight against him? My current identity is a member of the Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps, healer class. Long Lingyun smiled at Claire as he said this. And you are my commander. That's all. After Long Lingyun said this, everybody relaxed. Walter sighed in relief. But Claire didn't say a word. Nobody knew what she was thinking at this moment. Then, you are our healer. Shouldn't you heal me? Your secondary commander? Camille said icily, his tone a little annoyed. So the commander's wound is a wound, but mine isn't? Everybody's gazes shifted over and they saw Camille's hand covered in blood. Only then did they remember that just then, Camille had extended his hand, blocked the fatal strike. And only he could have such reflexes. If Camille was called the number 1 assassin, then Li Yuewan would be called the number 2 assassin. If it wasn't Camille standing behind Claire and someone else, who knew if Claire would still be alive? I forgot. Long Lingyun smiled embarrassedly and hastily walked over, starting to heal Camille. However, Long Lingyun's embarrassed smile made everyone feel like they had seen wrong. Since when did the Divine Prince smile like this? In their minds, he always had a fake smile, always had a formal, suffocatingly elegant bearing. But today he had showed this kind of expression. Was he possessed or something? While Long Lingyun healed Camille at his side, everybody else glanced at each other. Only then did they come back to their senses and all go to ask about Claire's condition. White Emperor also worriedly watched Claire while crouching on Li Ningyu's shoulder. I'm fine now, Claire said faintly. Go and see if they have anything good on their bodies. Jean walked to Li Ningyu and extended his hand. He took Claire away naturally and carried her in his embrace. Everyone else started searching. Strangely, Summer ducked away to the side, pale-faced. The bloody, mangled corpses looked simply too disgusting. Walter crouched down, preparing to search, but he saw that the low-level earth fairies were still gripping the twins' corpses' feet tightly. Dong Fengho, you idiot, hurry up and summon back your earth fairies. Walter furiously turned around, cursed at Dong Fengho, who was still crouching at the edge of the marshland and mumbling to himself, you really are as dumb as a pit. Not doing anything when we need you to and only doing things when we don't need you to. Finally, Dong Fengho summoned the low-level elemental fairy back. Then he stared vacantly into space, like he was wondering what he should do to not be like a pig. After Lang Lingyun quickly finished healing Camille, he continued to healing Claire. Amidst the brilliant white light, Claire's wounds soon healed, no traces of anything left over. Without the heart being pierced and being treated immediately, Claire really had the best of luck. Ah, there's so much, Walter called out happily, then called out again loudly, are these interspatial rings? It can't be, they have interspatial rings? Claire already didn't have any major problems, she only had a slight headache. She struggled free from Jean's embrace and walked over to Walter's side, then said faintly, let me see. Oh. Walter didn't think much of it as he pulled the ring off the magician's finger and handed it to Claire. Claire emotionlessly received it, then pulled out a small dagger. She pricked her finger with it and dropped a drop of blood in the ring. She was still expressionless as she said, it's mine now. Holy shit! It really is an interspatial ring. Seeing Claire's bold and shameless behavior, Walter got so mad, he started jumping up and down. Didn't you just say you were looking? Why did you directly drop your blood and become the owner? Too unfair, too shameless. Who acts like that? Unless the previous owner renounced ownership, nobody else could be the owner of an interspatial ring unless the owner died. Would the little devil renounce ownership? Only in his dreams. Everyone else also enviously stared at the interspatial ring on Claire's finger. Claire completely disregarded them. The space isn't very big, it's only 1 cubic meter. But the stuff inside, Claire ignored Walter's protest and started checking for what was inside instead. Although the space inside was very small, the interspatial ring was still extremely rare and precious. Under everybody's incredulous gazes, Claire pulled out precious items one after another: a 9th grade magic core, 5 8th grade magic cores, 9 7th grade magic cores, along with a few enchanted scrolls, a few bottles of potions, a few uncommon ores and rare herbs. They were all extremely valuable. We're rich, Walter stared wide-eyed as Claire pulled out the items and he-ed. He inspected one of the potions and after sniffing it, started crying out more exaggeratedly, "Gender-changing potion. Holy, I wonder who they were, they actually have something this valuable. Ah, and this. Heavens, this can transform your body into, Walter laughed vulgarly and stopped talking. Transform into what? Claire grabbed the potion and started inspecting it, but couldn't tell what was unordinary about it. Transform you into someone completely different. It can transform you into a super beauty, make your chest big, waist small, but big. The way you look now. Before Walter finished speaking, he was hit flying with a fist and started crying mournfully. Claire withdrew her first and stared skeptically at the bottle in her hand. Internally, she was surprised. Something so magical existed? Right at this moment, a slender, white hand reached over. Claire looked up and was met with Lang Lingyun's violet eyes, so she loosened her grip and Lang Lingyun took it away. It really is a beauty potion, Lang Lingyun said certainly after inspecting it. I've seen it before. Even if it's an ugly woman, after they drink this potion, they'll become a beauty. But it's related to how they look originally. For example, if an ugly woman drinks it, they will become an ordinary beauty, but if someone who was originally a beauty drinks it, they will transform into a stunning beauty. However, it has a time limit. Drinking a small sip can last for 5 or 6 hours. The more you drink, the longer it lasts. Walter glowered at the pretty boy, not understanding how the pretty boy would know such peculiar knowledge. Didn't people from the Temple of Light pretend to be noble and look down on things like this the most? But this guy actually said he had seen it before? This is a transforming potion. If you drink a small sip, you will transform into your original appearance. It also lasts for only 5 to 6 hours and also lasts longer the more you drink. Lang Lingyun continued to inspect the other potions inside. These things are all really valuable, so what are their identities? They actually have interspatial rings and items as precious as these. Claire put away the potions and said without change in expression, "Now they're mine." Everyone felt contempt, however, they were all thinking of Lang Lingyun's words currently. Who exactly were these people? I know who they are now. Li Mingyu said, his voice low. Currently, he was holding a small badge. The small badge was white and had a very simple design, a lightning bolt. But the lightning bolt was black, sharply contrasting against the white background. It's black lightning. Lang Lingyun's expression changed. He frowned, which he rarely did. That explains why those 5 strength was so powerful and they had such precious items. Black lightning? Xiao Chushin asked while blinking, confused. It's a lightning bolt that's black lightning. Li Mingyu's expression started to become a bit unsightly. We have provoked powerful people now. Powerful? Haven't they already died? Xiao Chushin was even more confused. Didn't the corpses on the ground speak for themselves? How powerful could they be? They had already died, after all. They're just low-level people among Black Lightning. Li Mingyu pinched the badge and said icily, after we finish gathering everything, we need to destroy the corpses quickly, not a trace can be left behind. What? They were all shocked. They were still considered low-level? A warrior evenly matched with Jean, a magician who could instacast, an archer who could use magic, and the twin sisters who could control people with shadows, these people were considered low-level? These people who had almost defeated them were actually only low-level people? Do as he says. Camille's expression was actually also solemn right now. A profound sliver flashed in his eyes. They could only tell that Camille also knew the Black Lightning organization. The always gently smiling Camille actually had on such a solemn expression currently. Everybody understood that this time, the situation was definitely not so simple. Dong Fengho, come over here. Camille beckoned towards Dong Fengho, who was still pondering over what to do. Now we can use you. Dong Feng went and immediately realized, scampering over. Everybody was shocked. The young man had proven how stupid beyond words he was once more. The egg is about to crack open, Li Yuewen suddenly called out. Camille stroked his beautiful chin and smiled as he said, then first quickly get rid of the corpses and then see what exactly is inside the egg. Dong Fengho scampered over as Camille beckoned with his finger. After he obediently ran over, Camille gave an order. Summon things from another dimension that can eat corpses. Camille instructed. When everybody heard this, they thought it was a good idea, eating everything cleanly, then summon the strange beasts back to their dimension. Who would be able to figure it out then? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Dong Fengho was frozen. He just stared blankly at Camille, looking completely confused. Camille rubbed his temples, somewhat self-blaming, then said quietly, summon something that can eat meat. Oh. Dong Fengho suddenly understood. Everybody sweat. Dong Fengho's inability to understand and communicate were unmatched. Dong Fengho chanted a few words while waving his hands. With a quiet rumble, all of a sudden, they could only see purple. Without any warning, a bloody-smelling gust of wind blasted at them. Of course, they weren't people who would willingly wait to be attacked, all nimbly dodging. Once everybody saw clearly what was going on, they froze. A giant purple flower was shaking back and forth wildly, two roots split open like feet. It had a wide, bloody mouth, the two rows of teeth that glinted scarily. Currently, it was swallowing the corpses one by one, making crunching sounds as it chewed. Pieces of flesh went flying, and you could see organs through the gaps of its teeth. Then the purple flower sucked in deeply, sucking the organs back into its mouth. After it finished eating, it even licked the blood on the ground. Only after it licked everything cleanly did it stop. When the giant had first appeared, its first thought was to eat the living people. After they dodged, it naturally ate the corpses that couldn't resist. Before they reacted, the purple flower actually ran with loud thuds towards the majestic warrior's corpse and didn't sink into the marshland. After it ran to the corpse, it ate the corpse in one gulp. It also swallowed the head that had fallen to the ground in one gulp. More disgustingly, it didn't leave the blood on the marshland untouched, swallowing both the black, filthy water along with blood cleanly. Camille finally couldn't bear it, his stomach churning somewhat. This was a different kind of than Walter's attitude when he was killing people. Everybody hadn't come back to their senses from the disgusting spectacle. Then there were the sounds of thuds as the purple carnivorous flower started charging towards them. Ugh! Dong Fengho, send it back. Camille stifled the churning in his stomach as he shouted angrily at Dong Fengho. Dong Fengho went then muttered a few words. The carnivorous flower then disappeared before their eyes. Camille's complexion greened. He told Dong Fengho to summon something that could eat meat, but he didn't expect that it would be such a strange species. He actually summoned such a disgusting flower. Which dimension did that species come from? But it wasn't just Camille, everybody's complexion was unsightly. It was the first time they had seen something so disgusting. Next time, don't summon something so disgusting. Summer stuttered, turning pale. But in any case, it ate everything cleanly. Even the blood was swallowed cleanly, Li Yuewan added. Claire stopped their meaningless discussion. Whatever, let's stop talking about it. The egg has started to crack, it's about to come out. She stared at the white egg floating over the marsh. Sure enough, gradually, there were quiet cracking sounds. The round egg now had a few, thin cracks. The rainbow rays slowly started to diminish while blinding white light shot out from the cracks. Chirp chirp, White Emperor was crouching on Claire's head as of this moment, squinting as he watched the strange phenomenon. Suddenly, the round egg started rotating swiftly, the cracking sound never ending. The eggshell was breaking open rapidly. The egg broke open completely with the sound of a crash, blinding white light shooting up into the sky, so blinding, they couldn't hear to open their eyes. Everybody unconsciously reached out to block the exceptionally intense light. After a moment, the light gradually dissipated. Only then did they open their eyes and look towards the direction of where the egg had been. Nothing was there. Only a few eggshell pieces were on the ground. Besides this, there was nothing else. Where was the deity beast? Where was the deity beast that had attracted so many magic beasts? It was completely quiet. Everybody looked around expectantly, all looking for anything out of the ordinary, looking for any traces of the deity beast that had just been born, but they found nothing. Suddenly, the silence was broken. Chirp chirp. White Emperor called out from on top of Claire's head. His voice sounded a little unhappy. Everybody turned to look towards the top of Claire's head and one by one, their mouths dropped open. A black furry creature with tiny little wings was flying silently over Claire's head. It had a round head, a round, furry body, tiny claws, and a pair of small wings flapping on its back. It stared at White Emperor. No aura or sound. No wonder nobody sensed its existence. What is it? Everybody frowned as they watched the small creature flying above Claire's head. As Claire turned her head, the little creature also turned, so she couldn't see how it looked like. What is it? Claire asked again. Don't know. Everybody shook their heads. But he's looking at White Emperor. The moment she heard this, Claire immediately pulled White Emperor off. The small creature also flapped its wings and flew die, glaring at White Emperor. White Emperor also glared at the little creature. Claire finally saw what the little creature looked like, the round body and the wings on its back that were flying without making any noise. But why was it glaring at White Emperor? Chirp chirp. While everybody was still confused, something strange suddenly happened. White Emperor extended its claw and viciously gave the small creature a slap. Peep peep. The small creature also became angry, charging at Claire's bosom, biting White Emperor's head. Chirp chirp. Peep peep. Chirp chirp. Peep peep. The two little things started brawling in Claire's embrace, rolling back and forth. Everybody went, even Claire's mouth went. What kind of situation was this? Just when Claire was confused, the small creature actually opened its mouth and nipped at Claire's hand, and a familiar strong, supreme power poured into Claire's body. Just as it entered for a moment, it was cut off. White Emperor had smacked the head of the other little creature, hitting it flying. Claire then understood that just then, the small creature was trying to force her into a contract just like White Emperor did. The small, round ball was actually the same kind of mysterious creature as White Emperor. Then was it also able to explode in power periodically like White Emperor, also able to transform into a human form? Peep peep. Chirp chirp. The meatball and the round ball were already fighting on the ground, the two little things brawling into a mess. Everybody stared, their mouths wide open as they saw this scene, unable to come back to their senses no matter how they tried. What kind of situation was this? Claire also stared. She then looked at the wound on the back of her hand, and then watched the two extremely tiny things fight. Hurriedly, she crouched down and separated the two little guys. But just as they were separated for a moment, the small round ball pounced on Claire, about to bite her, wanting to initiate a contract again. Of course, it was met with White Emperor's claw, and then they started fighting again. After Claire separated them a few times, it ended up in that situation again. In the end, Claire finally gave up. She stood up and then leaned on a tree, watching the little two guys scuffle helplessly. "Claire, what's going on?" Summer stuttered out. "I don't know either." Claire shrugged helplessly. But one thing's for sure, the two little guys seem to have some kind of enmity. These words made everybody else feel more incredulous. Just when the small round ball had been born, it seemed to recognize White Emperor and even seemed to have some kind of shared, deep hatred. The two started fighting immediately. How could it be explained? Then what do we do now? Camille was also somewhat helpless. On the ground, one small white creature and one small black creature were having a scuffle. "Let's go." Claire shrugged, leading them away. Everybody was confused. Was it okay to just leave behind White Emperor and the so-called deity beast or small creature whose species they didn't really know? Claire walked without glancing back even once while everybody else was confused as they followed her from behind. White Emperor and the round ball stopped what they were doing when they saw everybody leaving. One hopped as it chased after Claire while the other flapped its wings. The two little things quickly raced forward, each taking over one of Claire's shoulders. They glared at each other, both looking like they were itching to get it on, about to fight at any time. "This is a deity beast?" Summer frowned and humphed. Everybody ignored her, but the meaning in their eyes was clearly no. Only Claire knew that the black, little round ball was definitely not simple. After the group returned to the camp and Summer saw the situation, she was so angry, she started kicking things. Even when they had been fighting so intensely, they never saw the uneducated black dragon. It turns out, he had actually plugged his ears and was sleeping. Summer dashed over and started shouting, "You uncivilized dragon!" She grabbed Ben's shoulders and started shaking him awake with courage even she didn't know she had. What is it?" Ben's voice was like thunder as he asked in a loud voice while opening his eyes. Summer pulled out the things Ben had used to plug his ears and snarled at him, "You actually just slept here. Do you know that just then, we almost died?" Claire also got injured seriously and almost died. "What?" Ben gave a start. He turned to Claire in shock, but then calmed down. "Isn't she fine?" "That's because we had a healer, Lingyun, there." Summer was even more angry when she saw Ben's attitude. Claire stopped Summer from continuing her rampage. She sat down and said quietly, "All right, Summer, we already had the agreement that he couldn't do anything lightly. Although just then it was very dangerous, everybody is fine right now." "Oh? Claire, where did that little black ball on your shoulder come from?" "One black, one white, how amusing." Ben asked curiously, suddenly noticing the two little things on Claire's shoulder. "Just picked it up somewhere," Claire said casually. "Peep peep." The black ball waved its little claws, seeming like it was very unsatisfied with the way Claire spoke. Just when the black ball called out, White Emperor chirped threateningly, waving its own claws, like he was giving a warning. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 108. Chapter 108. "Claire, how do you feel now?" Lingyun asked quietly after sitting down. "There's already no major issues, I just have a bit of a headache," Claire replied. It's because you had too much blood loss earlier. If you allow it to heal, there will be no problem. But traveling further into the mountains is not suitable for your body. Your body cannot heal in this kind of environment. Naturally, Lang Lingyun knew how strong his treatment was. Yeah, thank you for saving me again. Claire had a slight smile on her face. Before Lang Lingyun spoke, Camille stepped in, narrowing his eyes in an unsatisfied manner. You seem to be thanking him, but shouldn't you thank me first? Yes, thank you, esteemed secondary commander. In this group only you such quick reflexes, only you have such quick hands. Claire smiled slightly while complimenting Camille. Camille was in a state of bliss, happily smiling through closed eyes. Meanwhile, there was only one person whose face had paled. And that was Li Yuan. Listening to others, her face had turned to a more uncomfortable color. All right, Elder Li Yuan, you still haven't paid the price for hurting me yet, Claire suddenly said in a heavy tone. Li Yuan froze, her expression changing a little. She looked back, trembling, at the serious-faced Claire. Her heart wouldn't calm down. However, Li Mingyu had a calm demeanor. He knew that Claire wouldn't really blame Li Yuan. Li Yuan's head drooped as she softly said in a low voice, Yes, it's all my fault. My mistake harmed you. Yeah, you almost stabbed me to death. If it weren't for Camille and Lang Lingyun, I would have died. Claire's voice was very cold. Li Yuan bit her lip very hard, biting so hard, it nearly bled. So you have to pay the price. Claire's tone suddenly took a turn. She said steadfastly, I lost too much blood, my head is dizzy, you have to take care of me. Right now, I am still weak, so I cannot continue practicing. Let's go back now, and after being fully rested, then I can go to your family's training ground to train. Also, don't pull any pranks in the middle of the night, let me have a nice sleep. My eye bags are getting heavier. And so, Claire's words came in a long and windy stream. Li Yuan looked up, gaping at Claire. This was her payment? What? You think I'm too harsh? Claire frowned at Li Yuan as she asked Li Yuan. No, not at all. Li Yuan shook her head wildly like a string drum. Okay, then tomorrow, let's return to our country. We'll slow down our pace, and I'll take care of you throughout the trip and stop pulling pranks on you in the middle of the night. You said so don't come in the night. I haven't slept properly recently at all. Claire yawned as she confirmed, satisfied. You think I'll go back on my word? Li Yuan raised her brow, let out a humph while asking. No, I am starving. After I eat something, I'm going to go sleep. Claire shook her head in a satisfied manner. After she finished eating a few things, Claire went straight to the tent to sleep, disregarding everyone else. One black round ball and one white meatball also followed her in, but the two little things both didn't sleep. They both crouched in front of Claire, staring at each other with wide eyes, not blinking. One wanted to bite Claire and set a contract while the other would not let them, so naturally, this deadlock arose. Early morning, sunshine glittering, dewdrops still twinkling on tree leaves. All the magic beasts had been long gone. There were no traces of a fierce battle at all. With clear and refreshing autumn weather, a cozy, little carriage slowly left a small town. It was the town's best carriage, which Jean bought at a high price. Xiao Chuxin rode the wind leopard forward at a slow pace. Everybody else walked on foot, following the carriage sluggishly. Claire had already changed back into female clothing and leaned snugly into the back seat while Jean led the carriage forward. Only Claire was enjoying the carriage. 1. Because the carriage could only seat 2 people, and no matter who got on, it didn't seem right. 2. Claire was enjoying it with no qualms, relaxing satisfyingly. It seemed like the young miss of a rich family traveling while a few mercenaries were hired for her protection. The journey was naturally very smooth. No robbers would blindly attack them. There was obviously a 7th grade magic beast in Cold Couchman, actually a sword strapped to his body. Who would attack this kind of lineup? And like so, they traveled for 3 days, arriving at the closest city, Fenghua City. This city was flourishing but also chaotic because it was the closest major city near Wandering Mountain. Many adventurers would come here and sell their gains from adventuring in Wandering Mountain: ores, magic cores, young magic beasts, valuable herbs. So the city was exceptionally bustling. However, the people who came here to sell their goods were all unordinary people. They were all people who had come out of Wandering Mountain alive, so naturally, they were all not simple. If there was a conflict of any sort, there was no way it could be resolved with a little chit-chatting. The busiest place in the city was the public order office. Often, they would be running around until their legs gave out. Therefore, how prosperous and how chaotic the city was directly proportional. Also, this city didn't require an entrance fee. Instead, there was a fee for leaving the city. And like so, Claire's group entered the city easily. The city was bustling with noise, all sorts of shops on the street, magic cores were sold, weapons, clothes, every shop had customers. There were many different people on the street. There were the local residents but also adventurers covered in dust. The city was built with layers of large rocks, including the city wall, houses, and the pavement on the street. Claire laid down inside the carriage, her eyes half closed, satisfied. Soon, their party would arrive at a clean inn in the city. "Miss, we've arrived." Jean stepped off, opened the door for Claire, and extended his hand. Claire naturally supported herself off the carriage with Jean's hand. "Wow, today we can finally wash a hot shower." Summer approached Claire happily and said while clasping Claire's hand, "Michem, last time we ended up not washing, but this time you will," Claire said to Summer, smiling. "Hee, hurry, hurry." Summer pulled Claire's hand, dragging her to the inn's entrance. Everybody else followed closely from behind. Just as they arrived at the entrance, an unknown object flew out the inn's door. The object rolled around on the floor. After rolling around a few times, they arrived at Claire and Summer's feet. Claire and Summer looked down to see that surprisingly, it was a person who had rolled to their feet. F***CK. You group of thugs. You actually treat your leader like this. The person on the ground cursed as he gathered himself up. Looking up, he faced Claire and Summer. After he froze for a second, a smile appeared. He laughed, "Beautiful miss, it's you." "Who are you?" Summer asked as she frowned with annoyance seeing the burly man smile mischievously. Such a scoundrel was actually hitting on Claire. "Are you Mrs. Friend?" "I am Jackson, the leader of the 17th Squad of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps and also Miss Claire's friend." The burly man called Jackson was surprisingly someone Claire and Jean had met long ago at Gale Gorge. He still remembered Claire clearly. "Really?" Summer looked at the frivolous burly man doubtfully. This kind of guy was Claire's friend? Perhaps it was his own wishful thinking. That's right, that's right. "Ha, Miss Claire, how have you been?" Jackson said to Claire while smiling. Claire nodded slightly. "Fine. We're tired now," Claire said faintly. Right after Claire finished speaking, she went directly past the burly man with Summer through the door. Jackson scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Suddenly, he spotted Jean. He immediately approached him, laughing heartily. "Brother Jean, you're here too, ha, what a coincidence. We actually bumped into each other here." "Yes," Jean said stiffly, not wasting any breath. "Ha, where are you going?" Jackson asked. He followed Jean from the side, curiously watching the large group of people behind him. They passed to two, following Claire in the door. "To Lag Arc." Jean didn't want to reveal too much, so he only spoke tersely. "Ah? Really? Wonderful, we're also planning on going to Lag Arc, why don't we go together?" We have plenty of time so we can wait for you and go together. It's best to look after each other. Jackson smiled widely. Why are you going to Lagark? Jean said casually. Whether or not they would go together would depend on Claire. To send a few things to the Feng clan's Chamber of Commerce. Jackson said with his mouth drawn back. The Feng clan's Chamber of Commerce. You know, the wealthy family that everybody is jealous of. The Feng clan? Yixuan's clan? Oh. So it's like that. Jean replied softly. Then when will you all depart? Let's go together. Jackson asked while following Jean in the door. About that, I'll have to ask my commander and secondary commander, Jean replied carefully. Jackson immediately became curious and he asked, Commander? Secondary commander? You guys became a mercenary group? What kind? Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps. Jean, having a favorable impression of Jackson, replied patiently. Hee, congrats, you guys are now a mercenary group. Jackson congratulated them. Thank you. Jean replied softly. Brother Jean, this meeting is such a good opportunity, let's go and drink something. Jackson elbowed Jean with a very relaxed voice. No need, Jean declined politely. Ha, you are too polite. You guys just came, eat and rest first. Jackson smiled. Yes. Jean nodded. The lobby of the hotel had tens of tables with a few people sitting small groups. When Yax and Jean came in together, the table in the corner had people yelling and laughing out loud. They were the mercenaries under Jackson and also the ones who had thrown Jackson out. Miss, Secondary Commander, they invited us to go on the journey with them tomorrow, how will we reply? Jean walked over while questioning Claire and Camille. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Our secondary commander can decide, Claire replied, looking completely exhausted. It was simply too uncomfortable to sleep in the carriage. Strangely, she felt even more tired. She longed for a hot shower. Then tell them we'll go together tomorrow, Camille said quietly. Even after Claire's group went upstairs, Jackson was still staring at Claire's figure from behind. Perverted wolf, come back already. You ruffian, what are you looking at? Your eyes are about to fall out. The ruckus in the corner were Jackson's underlings. F***ck, you group of animals, I still haven't gotten back at you guys yet. Jackson shouted as he ran over and then grabbed one of their necks tightly. Commander, why does that golden-haired green-eyed girl look so familiar? I feel like we've seen her before. She was a bit far, I didn't see clearly, one of the young magicians asked. It was the beautiful miss we met at Gale Gorge. Jack smiled. I never expected to bump into them here. They even became a mercenary group. Which mercenary group? Someone nearby asked casually. Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps. Jackson smiled as he spoke, but then his smile froze. Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps? They were actually the Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps? The newly created, powerful mercenary group? A few people at the table were also frozen, all staring at their commander with wide eyes. Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps? Jackson's mouth twitched, squeezing out these words. It would be considered normal for a commoner in a distant areas to not recognize this name, but it had already spread within the mercenary world. Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps, a strangely named small mercenary group that had never taken on a mission before suddenly exploded within one night in the mercenary world. With the strength of a few people, they drove away sea beasts, averting the crisis of placid waters being flooded. And then right after that, they eradicated the notorious Red Skull pirates with one attack. The problem: the Imperial Army was powerless again. The headache for mercenaries, the Red Skull pirates, was actually eradicated. Although later on it was said that the captain escaped successfully, there was absolutely no way he could revive to such a level ever again. What Jackson never expected was, the Yuan Bao Mercenary Corps was Claire's group. Sir, I think you shouldn't even think about it. Careful that they might pierce you through with holes like a honeycomb. Also, with this bear-like body of yours and your old age, TSK, she's a petite little girl, after all, a nearby group member said, eliciting nods of agreement. Seeing this, Jackson became angry. The lounge became louder than before. At night, Claire held her breath as she drank the blood-enriching medicinal drug Li Yuewan had been pestering her to drink recently, about to go to sleep. Only after Li Yuewan left Claire's room and her room was fully shut off did Claire calmly look down towards her right hand. She was still wearing the glove that Feng Yixuan had given her. Claire slowly stroked the glove, envisioning the resolute expression Feng Yixuan had before leaving. He wanted to become strong, but what about her? She slowly took off the glove and stared at the dark mark. She stiffened. The mark had darkened significantly. Peep peep. The round ball crouching on Claire's left should cried out seeing the mark and then started flying. He landed on the back of Claire's hand. Chirp chirp. White Emperor jumped down, kicking away the black ball. Another battle ensued. Old Ma, suddenly, Golden Lotus's voice appeared. Golden Lotus? Claire was confused. Golden Lotus hadn't appeared in a while, so why was Golden Lotus speaking up today? I just woke up from my long slumber. What exactly is that black ball? It feels really similar to White Emperor with potent hidden power but unable to release it at will. It also feels like this isn't his true appearance. Its intellect could also be classified as immature. Golden Lotus yawned. Sleeping? You had been sleeping this whole time? Claire watched the two little guys tumble around as they battled with interest. I need to cultivate too. I needed to digest the heavenly lightning that I swallowed to convert it into power, Golden Lotus replied self-righteously. Only then did Claire suddenly realize it. No wonder Golden Lotus didn't appear when Li Yuewan was trying to kill her, he was asleep. Claire slipped the glove on and brought out the treasured lotus-style grimoire star. She thought back to Li Mingyu's words, the monstrous group of 5 were actually considered low-level members of an organization. How strong was the Black Lightning organization? How vast was this continent? And how many of the strong cared to make their existences known? Claire squinted at the treasured lotus-style grimoire. She understood deeply that she had to become powerful as fast as possible. **TL, using the word grimoire now, it sounds so much better than book, can't believe I never thought of it before. Golden Lotus, Claire called out. Huh? Golden Lotus said questioningly. Why can't I sense the earth element like last time nor order them? Claire finally asked this question that had been constantly in the back of her mind. She had never been able to sense the earth element ever since she battled Alice's elder cousin. Last time I was helping you. Old Ma, don't fret. The first 9 levels of the treasured lotus style can only increase the might of your flames. You haven't seen anything yet. You will understand the vastness of the treasured lotus style after you comprehend the last levels, Golden Lotus said mysteriously. Claire did not question anything, understanding that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Golden Lotus if he was purposefully baiting her like this. What an arrogant child. Claire couldn't understand how she was the one who gave birth to him. How was she similar to her? Claire opened the grimoire and infused lotus power into the pages, starting to practice the 4th level of the treasured lotus style. Claire truly wanted to learn to the 7th level in one go, however, there was heavenly lightning. The lotus power traveled through her body energetically. She smoothly arrived to the highest point of the 3rd level, stopping just from reaching the 4th because of heavenly lightning. Old Ma, let's go out of the city. Might as well cultivate to the 7th level all at once. Fortunately, I've already absorbed all of the heavenly lightning from last time, Golden Lotus chuckled. Don't worry, just focus on breaking through. Leave the rest to me. I won't let you get hurt at all. The amount of magic and dochi you have right now is more than enough to help you learn to the 7th level. Then you'll understand how profound the treasured lotus style is. Claire thought about it. Yes. Even though she was feeling a little tired and unwell, there weren't any major obstructions. Becoming strong as fast as possible was her greatest desire. Claire rose. The meatball and round ball who had been wrestling with each other immediately stopped and leapt onto Claire's shoulders. Claire went to Jean's room and knocked on the door. Jean opened it with surprise, not understanding what Claire came to see him for. I'm going out of the city. Do you remember how when we battled with the golden dragon and after I ascended in power there was lightning? I'm going to break through again. Guard me, Claire said plainly. Jean was frozen, but internally, he was filled with indescribable joy. Claire came to ask him to protect her. Yes, ma'am. Jean said concisely, and nodded. He immediately prepared to leave with Claire. Cold wind blew outside the city. Claire and Jean both rode the wind leopard, bounding out of the city. The wind lifted Claire's long hair, and a sweet scent drifted into Jean's nose. Jean rigidly watched Claire before him, falling into a daze. The wind leopard casted wind magic on its feet, dashing out quickly. A bright, full moon hung in the sky, occasional bird calls sounding in the distance. When they arrived at a desolate area, Claire glanced around. Right ahead was a precipice and the area was empty. Claire looked up towards the bright moon. This place will do. Claire dismounted. She was very satisfied with the surrounding terrain. The precipice was surrounded by an endless abyss, deathly dark. Nobody would be able to come up from there, so Jean wouldn't need to cover as much ground. I'll guard over there. I won't let anyone close, Jean said quietly. Promptly, he turned back towards the area leading to the precipice. His low voice was filled with resolution and determination. The wind leopard lapped its tongue, preparing to leave. You two should also go. Claire tossed the two little guys on her shoulder towards the wind leopard. The two landed on the wind leopard's back stably. Then the wind leopard left with Jean. Old Ma, now it's up to you. You just need to break through. Give me a feast, Golden Lotus urged impatiently. In truth, Claire longed to break through even farther than that. How mysterious was the treasured lotus style? What kind of surprise would it give her? Claire stood serenely on the high precipice. A cold wind blew, lifting up her golden hair, her sleeves rippling in the breeze. She looked ahead calmly. Slowly, she sat down in the lotus position and started to use lotus power. She broke through into the 4th level immediately. The cloudless, refreshing night sky instantly changed. Dark clouds surged from all directions, lightning flashing from within as they speedily amassed overhead more and more. The moon was immediately covered by dark clouds, the surrounds now all dusky. Meanwhile, the moon shone still everywhere else. Seeing the strange scene from far away, Jean's expression was somewhat complex. What was Claire training in? Why would it instigate such a strange scene? At this moment, lying on a bed far away, Long Lingyun suddenly opened his eyes. He swiftly made his way to the window and saw the black clouds assembling in a direction outside of the city. There was even lightning flashing within them. This strange scene compared to what he had seen when he had just arrived back at the capital was exactly the same. Then, Long Lingyun immediately went to knock on Claire's door. But there was no response. Claire? Claire? Long Lingyun called out in a low voice as he knocked the door. But again, there was no response. As expected. The strange scene in the sky was caused by Claire. Claire wasn't inside. Long Lingyun frowned. He thought about it for a while and then turned around, preparing to leave, but was faced by Li Yuewen, Li Mingyu, and Camille, all with their doors open and looking towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. What is it? Camille asked. Claire isn't inside her room. She's outside the city. Lung Lingyun frowned, his expression dark because although Claire's body seemed fine, in reality, it still hadn't fully healed yet. There had been too much blood loss at the time. What? That brat left at such a late time? Where did she go? Li Yuewen cursed out angrily. That brat, does she understand the state of her body? I'll go find her. Lung Lingyun left, flying out the window. Li Yuewen and Li Mingyun froze. It was the first time they had seen Lang Lingyun fly. Was it the wind element? No, Lung Lingyun only used light magic. How was he able to fly? It's an ancient technique. Yuli's siblings also hold an ancient name. You should have your own techniques too, Walter said quietly, seeing Lang Lingyun's open window. He had also appeared, unbeknownst to anyone. Lung Lingyun's figure disappeared into the distance. Li Yuewen and Li Mingyu suddenly understood with Walter's explanation. TL, Arcanum-Technique. We should give chase and go see too. Naturally, Li Yuewen was very worried for Claire. She immediately dashed into Lang Lingyun's room and nimbly descended down out the window, landing on roofs as lightly as a swan as she followed Lang Lingyun in pursuit, her gaze following into the far distance. Li Mingyu also leapt out the window without another word, following in pursuit. Camille stroked his bangs. With a helpless sigh, he also leapt out the window. That brat kept on making trouble for others. Walter was rooted in place. He grumbled as he watched the few people disappear, a bit angry. They were rather quick to directly chase without another care. What about him? He could only follow with his two thin, weak legs. That evil little devil, not even letting them have a good night's rest. But just when Walter was about to angrily go downstairs to follow, he suddenly remembered there were a few other people in the inn, so he knocked on Summer's door. After a brief explanation, they dashed downstairs. During this time, Claire was sitting in lotus position on the precipice, her body glowing a faint golden hue. Currently, Golden Lotus was slowly taking shape, gradually wrapping around Claire. Claire's beautiful face was also covered by a faint layer of golden light, looking incomparably holy. The giant golden lotus petals gradually enclosed Claire tightly. Claire closed her eyes, entering an indescribably empty state of existence. A warm feeling flowed through her body, spreading through every limb and bone. It was incomparably comfortable. Meanwhile, dense, dark clouds hung overhead, thunder rumbling threateningly. Jean gripped the sword at his waist, watching the precipice tensely. His heart was already very tight. Although he had already known that this would happen, facing this situation would still make one's heart tremble. He was even more worried for Claire, who would be facing the lightning. Rumble. 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 3 incomparably large lightning bolts struck down in succession, no pauses in between. The pure white lightning lit up the surroundings, ripping apart the dusky night, looking like a malevolent face. As Jean watched the 3 berserk lightning bolts strike in a daze, his heart almost stopped. The lightning had struck Claire's golden lotus so furiously. Would Claire be okay? Would Claire be alright? Jean's fist was already clenched tightly. He stared fixedly at the dazzling bright golden lotus, resisting his urge to charge over. But just when Jean almost couldn't handle it anymore, the golden lotus opened gradually. Claire's calm face appeared from within. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze crystal clear. "CLA," Jean called out softly. Claire slowly turned to Jean and nodded, indicating for him not to worry. Only after seeing this did Jean calm down. Claire frowned slightly. The painful burning on her back told her another petal was unfurling. Old Ma, quick, continue. This amount of lightning isn't even enough to chew, Golden Lotus urged Claire. Claire suddenly frowned once more, feeling something had changed. With a slight wave of her finger, a small mass of flames appeared at her fingertip. It was actually white. Claire was shocked. White flame, different the golden flame from before. What kind of flame was this? With another flick of the finger, a mass of golden flame appeared. Claire stared at the two different colored flames, a bit at a loss for words. Old Ma, stop playing, first finish up with your breakthroughs, test out changes after breaking through. It's even more interesting later on, Golden Lotus urged impatiently. Claire extinguished the flame. She took out the treasured Lotus-style book and infused Lotus power while reading speedily. How is it, Old Ma? It goes so smoothly, huh? Ha ha. Magic Indochi can help you reach the 7th level of the treasured Lotus style. The farther you go, the more you'll realize that the treasured Lotus style is the most important. Magic Indochi is useless, Golden Lotus bragged arrogantly. Claire put away the book, concentrating as she closed her eyes and started to use Lotus power once more. Old Ma, hurry up, quickly. Get to the 7th level in one go, Golden Lotus cried out excitedly. Claire still had her eyes closed, concentrating as she infused the Lotus power throughout her entire body, applying as it had been recorded in the book. Just as Golden Lotus said, there were no obstructions. She finished exceptionally smoothly. While Jean watched in shock, Claire's entire body started glowing a golden hue once more and the giant Golden Lotus slowly encircled Claire within. The thunderclouds that had just started to disperse gathered quickly once more, but there were still more clouds from even farther away flying over. The thunder was even more clear. Every time lightning flashed, the surroundings would instantly turn pure white, making one extremely uncomfortable. The loud thunder sounded again. The crazy lightning bolted towards Claire inside the Golden Lotus as if mad. This time, there was one more lightning bolt. Exactly 4 giant lightning bolt brimming with berserk energy struck, each strike more frantic than the last, each strike sooner than the last. But once they struck the Golden Lotus, they would silently disperse without any resistance. But Jean frowned and stared steadfastly at the giant Golden Lotus, extremely worried. Was this going to continue? How many more lightning bolts? Would the Golden Lotus still be able to support it? Suddenly, there was a quiet sound from behind in the far distance. Jean gripped his sword and turned around abruptly, but then he saw it was Lang Lingyun dashing forward. Lang Lingyun stopped beside Jean and quietly looked towards Claire, whose entire body was faintly glowing golden. He knew that the strange situation before him was caused by Claire. Soon, Li Yuewen, who had been close behind, rushed to the scene looking extremely worried. Not far behind was Li Mingyu and Camille. Jean, what's going on? What did that brat do? Li Yuewen asked worriedly, about to run to Claire's side. Clang! It was the clear sound of sword clashing. A sword blocking Li Yuewen's path. Jean? What are you doing? Li Yuewen turned and was faced with Jean's handsome yet icy cold face. Until Miss has finished, nobody can come close, including you. Jean's voice was ice cold, lacking any warmth of feeling. He blocked Li Yuewen's way without any intention of moving aside. Humph! You think you can block me? Li Yuewen's expression had also hardened, about to attack. Before Lang Lingyun even opened his mouth to speak, another voice stopped Li Yuewen. Yuewen! Stop! At this moment, Li Mingyu, who had been chasing from behind, immediately called out to stop Li Yuewen. Elder brother, this guy actually dares to block me. Li Yuewen said furiously. If you go now, not only will you be in danger, perhaps Claire will be in danger as well. Li Mingyu said in a low voice, his expression serious as he watched the Golden Lotus slowly open to reveal Claire. Li Yuewen froze for a moment, then frowned as she looked towards Claire with her shocked and worried gaze. What was that giant golden lotus? And what was the golden hue around Claire all about? Also, how could the lightning and thunderclouds be explained? In spite of the burning sensation on her back, Claire quickly infused lotus power into the treasured lotus style book and speed through the pages. After she broke through the 5th level, Claire could clearly feel another different sensation in her body, but it wasn't the right time to deal with it. She had to ascend to the 7th level before people gathered. Old Ma, I feel so good, it tastes so good, continue, Golden Lotus called out gleefully. Quick, let me eat enough. I'll cultivate afterwards. Will Claire be alright? Li Yuewen looked up with worry at the strange scene in the sky, her heart already tight. Li Mingyu frowned as he watched the giant golden lotus wrap around Claire. This is an ancient technique, he said in a low voice. That was all he could surmise with his current knowledge. After all, it wasn't magic or doqi, so it could only be explained with an ancient technique. How would Claire have an ancient technique? Li Yuewen was even more confused. Li Mingyu turned to look at Camille. Camille shrugged. Don't ask me, I don't know. At this time, the sky was becoming more and more dark. A few people looked up towards the sky and were frozen with fear at the shocking, abnormal scene in the sky. The thunder rumbled incessantly, like a marching drum. The thunder and lightning rolled within the clouds. The scene of pure bright white on one side and dark nothingness on the other was a bizarre sight to behold. Li Yuewen watched the giant golden lotus anxiously, resisting the impulse to dash over. And there was no way anyone else was not worried. With golden lotuses urging, Claire broke through with all her might. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, all the way to the 7th layer. Meanwhile, the lightning bolts that had started with 3 strikes became 6 strikes in the end. And the lightning bolts had become more powerful with each strike. Jean and company's hearts had tightened and tightened. But once the last 6 lightning bolts struck, the dark clouds dispersed immediately, not gathering as they had before, disappearing out of sight. They understood that it was finally over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. The giant golden lotus was currently opening. Golden Lotus's excited voice sounded in Claire's mind. Old Ma, I'm full now, I'm going to go cultivate now. With your current strength, if you meet any experts, at the very least, you'll still be able to escape unscathed. I'm going to be gone now. Before Claire responded, Golden Lotus disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no response no matter how much Claire called. The faint golden hue gradually disappeared. Claire slowly stood up and looked into the distance. She felt the burning sensation of another flower petal. Power, an indescribably large power, flowed through her entire body. She silently clenched her fist. There would definitely be a day when she could remove the dark mark. She definitely wasn't the type of person who would wait to be slaughtered. God of Darkness. Just wait, not only will you remove this shameful mark, I will return the humiliation and disgrace twofold. Claire. Li Yuewen called out and ran over. Her clenched heart finally calmed down. Claire slowly turned around. Seeing the group of people behind her, she suddenly smiled a strange, faint smile. Under everybody's alarmed gaze, Claire extended 2 arms, smiling as she fell backwards. But behind Claire was a bottomless abyss. Claire! Multiple alarmed voices rang out at the same time. Everybody moved instantly. What was Claire doing? Was she crazy? Suicide? Their hearts beating crazily, they charged madly to the edge of the precipice. Lang Lingyun had already thrown himself over, preparing to fly off the cliff to save Claire. But just when they reached the edge, boiling hot aura blew at them, making their entire body stiffen. Whoosh! there was the quiet sound of air flow. Golden light, dazzling. Claire flew up slowly, smiling sweetly. She just floated gently. Everybody stood rooted in place, eyes wide as they stared at such a scene. Behind Claire was a pair of golden flames. Molded flames? The golden light shined on their faces. Their eyes were affixed to the beautiful scene, all dumbstruck and at a loss for words. It was the first time they had seen such a technique. Flames could actually be molded into wings. And Claire's clothes were still perfectly intact. The wings hadn't damaged her clothes at all. Claire flapped her wings and slowly flew upwards. She looked down towards them, a faint smile appeared on her face. Sorry, I have worried you all. You brat. Li Yuewen came back to her senses. She angrily berated Claire. You came here to mess around instead of sleeping? Don't you know your body still hasn't fully healed yet? I'm sorry to have worried you. Claire smiled and was about to fly down when she spotted a white figure approaching. Lang Lingyun also sensed it and turned around and saw the quickly approaching white figure. It was a human and their power was rather strong. The people on foot also followed the two's gazes and saw the white figure speedily approaching. It was probably an expert attracted by the strange anomaly. Let's go, more people will come soon. We'll talk more after getting back, Lang Lingyun said quietly. Yes. Claire nodded. This place, Fenghua City, was a hidden den of talents. Individuals who could traverse into Wandering Mountain were no ordinary people. Soon, there would be many people rushing over. But when they were in the middle of conversing, someone had already come. It was a stern middle-aged man draped in a long, moon-white robe, a golden belt around his waist. They felt an indescribable pressure emanate from him. He was staring at the flame wings behind Claire. Claire and Lang Lingyun slowly descended and Claire dispersed the flame wings. Let's go, Claire said to everyone else. Wait. Little lass, did you see who caused the strange scene in the sky? The stern middle-aged man asked. In his heart, the middle-aged man didn't think that it had been caused by any of the people before him. With the lightning from a few minutes ago, whoever was bearing it must have been injured, whereas the people before him were perfectly fine. Clearly, they must have been attracted to the scene like he was and were just fortunate enough to be near at the right time, so they were able to get here earlier than him. We didn't see. When we got here, there was already nobody around. Claire shook her head slightly. Come. They were just about to leave, but the middle-aged man wasn't willing to let them go just yet. Wait, little lass. What is it? Claire asked faintly. Are you from an ancient clan? The middle-aged man asked. His question was reasonable because of Claire's flame wings. They were definitely not magic nor do-chi. Claire shook her head. She didn't plan on getting involved with the middle-aged man. She turned around, about to leave. But the middle-aged man quickly stopped Claire. Wait. What else is it? Claire frowned, a little annoyed. Do you know of a hidden sect on this continent? When the middle-aged man said this, a proud expression surfaced. Claire stopped for a moment, shook her head, then looked towards Camille. Hidden sect asterisk, a formidable secret sect, a powerful force towering at the peak of the continent. All disciples of this sect are unordinary, all people of ancient clans with their own ancient techniques. Hidden sect has over 1,000 ancient techniques. Many people wish to join and find an ancient technique suitable for them. After all, do-chi and magic has its limits, but there are countless variations of ancient techniques. Also, once you join you must follow the regulation of not interfering with the outside world. Camille's words made them apprehensive because Camille never exaggerated. Since he had already described the secret sect this way, it could only be imagined how powerful it was. *TL, God, there's no way to tell when they are referencing a hidden sect or the hidden sect. I asked my native Chinese friends, but still, nope. Lang Lingyun's expression also shifted slightly. he knew a little about them. Even the Pope avoided the subject, but because the hidden sect paid no attention to the outside world, the Pope never worried that it would become a threat to the Temple of Light. But just because the hidden sect didn't pay attention to the outside world didn't mean they weren't capable. Rather, on the contrary, the hidden sect could decimate a country if they wanted to, and quite easily at that. Not bad, you actually know about our secret sect. The middle-aged man smiled proudly, then said to Claire, I am Elder Hua Shiyu of the hidden sect. Today, I was impressed by you, little lass, and I felt you were worthy. Are you willing to join our hidden sect and become my direct disciple? Elder means a high position in the sect because filial piety Chinese culture, and Hua means fire, tiny spoiler, he specializes in fire. Becoming the direct disciple of an elder of the hidden sect was definitely an opportunity many people would yearn for. Becoming part of the hidden sect would mean having an extra shield. Not even the Temple of Light would be able to harm the shield. It would mean walking the path, Dao, of the strong. But Claire refused without any hesitation. No. Thank you for your kind intentions. We are currently engaged in business and will be taking our leave. Hua Shiyu's expression changed. It was the first time he had offered to take on a disciple. Never did he think that this would be the result. The young girl had actually refused. Understand that by joining the hidden sect, your prospects will be limitless, Hua Shiyu started to explain, holding back his temper. He felt that perhaps, the little lass didn't understand how formidable the hidden sect was. I'm not interested, Claire once again refused coldly. She did not wish to be bound by shackles, and she already had a master. Not interfere with the outside world? There was no way she could ignore the Hill family, her warm mother and headstrong yet likable Lashia. She had been craving to join Claire on her journey but in the end, stayed behind to protect mother. Hua Shiyu finally could not control his temper. Ignorant fool, do you know how many people want to join the hidden sect but are unable to join? Even though you are not from an ancient clan, I was going to make an exception and accept you as my disciple, but you foolishly refused. Hua Shiyu was finally angered. To his understanding, making an exception and accepting as someone who was not from an ancient clan was already a earth-shattering favor. But this girl before him actually dared to refuse such kindness. Hearing this, Claire frowned and retorted, there must be mutual agreement for a master-disciple relationship. So what if I'm unwilling? Besides, I already have a master. But Hua Shiyu didn't care. Instead, he flew up, reaching out with the intentions of grabbing Claire unreasonably. Your talents will grow best under my teachings. Come with me right now. Clang! Jean stopped him with his sword and brandished it towards Hua Shiyu, but a terrifying power suddenly exploded. Hua Shiyu was scowled and immediately waved his hand. A visible chi energy attacked towards Jean. Jean's expression changed. Do chi bursted out as he parried with his sword. Swoosh! Jean had been pushed back very far. A visible straight line trailed on the dirt ground. Hua Shiyu laughed coldly and said disdainfully, humph! A trifling sage warrior, an ant. In one moment, he had discovered Jean's true strength, but his tone was disdainful. Don't be unreasonable. Claire's expression hardened. According to Camille, the hidden sect was not simple, standing at the peak of the continent. How could a sect that even the narcissistic Camille praised be simple? She wanted to avoid any conflicts if it were possible. Making an exception and accepting you as my disciple is already a great favor. Go! Hua Shiyu said coldly and arrogantly. He reached out to grab Claire again. Unreasonable and self-aggrandizing. What bullshit hidden sect, actually daring to force someone to become a disciple? Is the hidden sect such a trashy sect? Li Yuewan proclaimed angrily. She had already pulled out her dagger and was in front of Claire to protect her. No! But before Claire could protest, Hua Shiyu had already exploded with fury. You dare! Huo Shiyu roared. With one wave of his hand, a violent, large chi energy attacked at Li Yuewan. Lung Lingyun immediately created a barrier, but Claire still pulled Li Yuewan behind her. The barrier wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. The chi attack would smash and pass through the barrier and attack straight at Claire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Seeing this, a frantic expression flashed through Huo Shiyu's eyes. He didn't want Claire to die. Whoosh! Bang! Flames scattered in all directions. A flash of happiness gleamed in Huo Shiyu's eyes. In an instant, Claire had constructed a giant flame shield to block his attack, and the color of the flame was white. Unique fire. The girl could use another unique flame. Before, she had used moldable golden flame, and now she was using white flame. Such a rare talent. And most importantly, the girl did not look to be more than 15. Coupled with her age, the girl's prospects were unmeasurable. Good. Very good. Today, you must come with me. Whoever obstructs me will die. The hidden sect is not supposed to interfere with the outside world and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Since when could they such lowly things such as forcefully abducting disciples? Camille said coldly. Now, both Camille and Li Yuewan had agitated Huo Shiyu. Humph! I'll kill you all, who would know? Huo Shiyu's eyes flashed venomously, already filled with killing intent. Their words made him lose face, and what happened today could definitely not be spread. Everybody's expressions shifted because they could tell with his last attack that his strength far surpassed theirs. None of them were his match. Claire looked coldly at Huo Shiyu, who was so furious he was emitting killing intent, and then slowly clenched her fist. One needed power to speak out. Today, if Huo Shiyu didn't die, then they would all die. In a moment, even more people will come. Will you be able to kill everybody in the city? Li Yuewan said hatefully to the stubborn man. Humph! Huo Shiyu sneered. Suddenly, he clasped his two hands together before his chest and shouted, "Enclosed sky." As he separated his two hands, blue flames burst forth. Speedily, the flame formed into straight lines and then turned, becoming a giant quadrilateral. Afterwards, the flame rose up, forming walls that completely trapped them within. Blue flame? Everybody watched with amazement. It was the first time they had seen a flame this color. What kind of unique flame was this? Barrier? Was it a barrier? They were completely trapped by flames. Compress. Huo Shiyu smiled coldly as he floated in mid-air. The flames surged inward, closing in on everybody inside. The boiling hot aura came closer and closer, bringing unbearable heat. And the land the flames passed over became scorched into nothingness. No matter if it was grass or trees, even rocks, they all turned to dust. Even the dirt smelled burnt. It was obvious what would happen once it reached them. Jean frowned and prepared his sword. With a low grunt, he burst forth with silver do chi, exerting all of his strength for this one attack. The powerful sword chi left a long trail on the ground and reached the blue flame. But, this attack that Jean had used all of his strength on only created a tiny seam in the blue flame before the seam disappeared. The blue flame continued to advance. Everybody else's expressions all changed. They all knew how powerful the silver do chi was, but it only created a tiny crack. Lung Lingyun used light magic. His bright light attacks attacked incessantly, quick and fierce, but produced the same result, only creating tiny seams. The boiling heat became more and more intense, the danger came closer and closer. With a snap of Huo Shiyu's fingers, a small blue light flickered over Claire and then disappeared. This was Huo Shiyu's imprint. This way, even though everyone else would become ash, Claire would be perfectly fine. But Claire stepped forward. Humph! Claire! Li Yuewen called out quietly. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Claire's sudden rise in chi. Claire slowly closed her eyes and raised her right hand. Flame sword. Whoosh! Instantly, a giant flame sword formed within Claire's right hand. The golden flame was bursting forth with hot energy but did not harm Claire in the slightest. Molding flame again. Huo Shiyu stared at the flame sword in Claire's hand. The girl gave him even greater surprises. Everybody else watched Claire's flame sword with amazement. What secret technique did Claire use exactly? Break! Claire raised the sword above her head with both hands. With a loud shout, she went forth, wielding the blade with all her strength. A giant golden pillar of flame exploded forth in an instant. The giant flame collided with the blue flames, creating a large explosion. Boom! Extraordinarily hot firework-like explosions appeared. More than half of one wall of blue flame had been destroyed. As the flame wall started fusing to fix itself, everybody charged out successfully without any injuries. Very good, exceptionally good. Unexpectedly, you are very well versed in flame molding. Huo Shiyu's voice was filled with satisfaction. If he had known this was the first time Claire had tried something like this, perhaps he would have been even more exuberant. The surrounding dirt gave off a hard-to-describe scorching smell. The environment had already become a bare patch of land. In the distance, you could hear sounds approaching quickly. It was the sounds of people attracted by the strange scene in the sky. But Huo Shiyu only tilted his head cockily. With a snap of his fingers, a small blue flame ball appeared from the tip of his finger. The blue flame whistled as it rapidly soared through the air. Before Claire's party could react, the blue flame ball gradually expanded, accompanied by cries of alarm. Then the blue flame ball landed on the ground and exploded. There were no more cries of alarm because where the group of people had been was now a large, deep crevice, so deep and dark you could not see any corpses. You! How evil! Li Yuewen cried out hatefully. Those people were unrelated to you, but you killed them all. Huo Shiyu snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. They were just a group of ants after all. Even though the hidden sect had a rule of not killing innocents, everybody here was going to die anyways. Who could prove that he broke the rules? After that little girl becomes his disciple, she would learn that power dictated the world from this experience. Claire knit her brows tightly. His power was unfathomable. Today, would they be the ones to die? Whoosh! Claire extended her golden pair of wings and flew up quickly. She aimed a flame sword directly at Huo Shiyu. What? You think you can beat me? Huo Shiyu started smiling, amused at Claire's actions. Claire didn't say anything, only dashing forward with the sword. Really now, Huo Shiyu sighed a little helplessly and then snapped his fingers. A transparent barrier locked Claire within. Claire attacked the barrier with her sword, but could only hear clear, crisp clanks. The barrier was not harmed in the slightest. I'll first take care of these people, then take you to the hidden sect. Huo Shiyu flew up steadily, passing by Claire, eyes filled with killing intent. Claire, what's going on? There was even an explosion. At this moment, Ben, who was already in his original form, appeared, flying over. He had burns of various sizes, looking very pitiful. He was hugging a few people, Summer, Xiao Chuxin, Walter, and Feng Dongho. Walter made a big fuss. What's happening? I almost got killed. If it weren't for Ben transforming back at the right time to protect us, we would have ended up like those other people who have turned to ashes. You guys shouldn't have come. Li Yuewen said anxiously through gritted teeth. Huo Shiyu raised a brow seeing the giant black dragon. Who would have thought he would see a dragon here? But it didn't matter. Walter didn't understand. Before he could even ask, a boiling hot aura surged over, a fatal attack nearing once more. What the? Walter called out in alarm, immediately about to make a countermeasure. But chanting a spell required time. The blue flame could be seen reflected in his eyes, it was so close. Whoosh! A strange magic beast suddenly appeared, swallowing the blue flame with one gulp. Everybody was shocked and looked towards Dong Fengho, dumbstruck, understanding it was a strange beast summoned by him. The magic beast that had swallowed Hua Shiyu's flame attack was currently chewing. A strange beast that could eat fire? They all looked towards the strange beasts, eyes filled with glee. If it were like this, then their chance of winning had greatly increased. But Hua Shiyu did not display any shock at all. Instead, he was smiling faintly, disdainful. Then under everybody's astonished gazes, the strange beast started groaning and then disappeared. What happened? Walter asked. Indigestion. Went back. Dong Fengho was also stupefied. Evidently, he had never seen such a situation before. How could my fire be eaten by such a lowly beast? Hua Shiyu sneered, about to attack once more. Bastard, stop! Claire shouted, brandishing her sword and attacking the barrier, but the barrier still would not budge. Hua Shiyu smiled coldly, his gaze venomous. His killing intent rose. Hua Shiyu started rotating in a circle, his hands waving strangely. He called out, whirling fire dance. TL, man, that must be cancer to the eyes, what even? In that instant, blue flame appeared revolving around him as he rotated. Gradually, a whirlwind took shape. The flame had turned into a whirlwind inferno. Then, with Hua Shiyu at its core, it started growing bigger and bigger. Everybody, be careful. Lang Lingyun's expression turned heavy. He stepped back, rapidly erecting a shield with his hand, making several layers overlap one at a time. Li Yuewen, Li Mingyu and Jean stepped back too while Ben's group stayed at the side. Ben had already turned back to his human form. His entire body was covered with burn wounds, cutting a sorry figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. Lang Lingyun watched the whirlwind inferno grow and approached them apprehensively. He understood that just some shields wouldn't do to defend against his attack. Wherever the whirlwind inferno passed though, only ashes were left behind. Lang Lingyun's erected shield was destroyed in an instant, its power not even on the same level as the whirlwind's. If they were touched by such terrifying fire, the result would be too horrible to imagine. Even Ben's durable body had been burned to such an extent, then it was obvious what would happen to their normal, human bodies. Lang Lingyun could have flown away and escaped, but there was no way he would leave anyone behind. Their worries were a bottomless pit. White Emperor clenched his little claw, chirping at Claire, anxious because she was trapped inside the barrier. However, the black ball just watched on with its head tilted. Ben! Bring them away! Claire bellowed. This is the first promised order, carry it out now. Turn back to your original body, fly away with them immediately, right now. Roar! Ben bellowed into the sky and turned back to his original form. He grabbed everybody with his two claws and threw them on his back, then started flapping his wings, rising to the sky. Currently, he was at the point where it didn't matter, he was losing dignity for the dragon race by running away nor breaking his vow that he would never let lowly humans ride on his back. Want to run? Humph! Hua Shiyu sneered. With a wave of his finger, the blue whirlwind inferno started rising and following Ben. Bastard! Claire's grip was so tight, her knuckles lost color. She made the sword disappear instantaneously, then brought both of her hands to her chest, desperately trying to draw out power. As she separated her palms, one hand emitted golden flame while the other emitted white flame. Then, she rapidly brought the two flames close, fusing them. Huoshiyu's gaze landed on Claire. "What are you doing?" His expression changed greatly. What Claire was currently doing was extremely dangerous. She actually wanted to fuse two types of unique flame, then blast open the barrier. The space of the barrier was limited, so she would definitely be injured. Without a word, Claire fused the flames together, then blasted it towards the barrier. The barrier broke open. Claire's flame shot towards Huoshiyu. Huoshiyu was caught unawares, so when he had finally gotten back to his senses, his arm had actually been burned. Claire extended her wings in mid-air, staring coldly at Huoshiyu without any warmth in her eyes. You actually predicted I would open the barrier. It was only because of that you were able to injure me. From the very beginning, you had never thought of opening the barrier. Instead, you planned on forcing my hand," Huoshiyu said through gritted teeth while covering his arm injury. Just then, Huoshiyu had been burned by Claire's unique flames the moment he opened the barrier. Claire didn't say a word, only glaring at Huoshiyu coldly. Because Huoshiyu had been distracted, his mental waves had been disconnected and the whirlwind inferno had disappeared. Ignorant fool! Feeling the exceptional pain from his injury, Huoshiyu's face twisted and he cursed, "You're so ignorant, you might as well die." Claire clenched her right hand into a fist, a strange smile appearing at her lips. She said coldly, "What a pity, I'm not going to die. You're going to die instead." Such audacious words. Evidently, Claire's words had angered Huoshiyu. Huoshiyu's expression darkened. He humped coldly, then grabbed the air with one hand. A net of blue flames appeared around Claire. Huoshiyu sneered, his eyes full of malice. "Let's see you boast now." Claire was smiling strangely and only stared coldly at Huoshiyu. Seeing Claire's calm indifference at the face of death, he became more furious. "Ignorant fool. It's too late for you to beg now. Go die." Huoshiyu spat out harshly. He clenched his fists, about to tighten the flame net. Just looking at Claire made him sick. Claire suddenly called out angrily to the air, "How long are you going to wait? Are you going to appear only after I die?" Huoshiyu froze for a moment, stopping what he was doing. Who was she talking to? Was there someone there? There was not a soul in sight, only air. Was she bluffing? "Humph, if you think you can trick me in order to escape, you're rather naive." But before Huoshiyu finished his words, his expression changed greatly. An incomparably powerful pressure suddenly appeared, but there was still nobody around. The terrifying pressure made it almost impossible for him to fly. His legs were already shaking, almost on the verge of kneeling facing this immense pressure. Who was it? Who was it? Huoshiyu just stared intensely at Claire as she smiled strangely. The next moment, Huoshiyu was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. What did you do?" Just as Huoshiyu spit out these words, his throat suddenly tightened, as if a pair of invisible was choking him. Now he was unable to make a sound. Huoshiyu just stared at Claire with wide eyes. Blood started leaking out of his eyes. The blue fire net that had been around Claire disappeared. Claire sneered as she watched Huoshiyu. Of course she knew she was his match and that nobody among them were his match. She also knew that if she threatened to kill herself to open the barrier, then he would definitely open it for her. And she knew that with his narrow-minded and vicious nature, he would definitely go back on his word and kill them all. She even knew that the god of darkness would save her but not the others, which was why she forcefully made Ben bring them away. Now, the god of darkness finally made his move. "I didn't do anything, but now I'll be." Claire smiled coldly, raising her hand high. Whoosh! A golden spear of fire now appeared in her hand. "Now it's my turn to say go die. A brilliant, charming smile appeared on Claire's face as she pulled back the hand holding the spear. Huoshiyu's complexion turned ashy pale. His eyes were full of terror and despair, his body becoming ice cold. He didn't understand at all how the situation had come to this. Who exactly was it that he was completely unable to contend with to the point that he was powerless? Thank you for killing all the people who had come to see what was going on. Now nobody will know how you died. Claire smiled icily. She used all of her strength to throw the huge, golden spear of fire at Huashiyu. The golden spear of fire whistled through the air and ran through Huashiyu's body. Huashiyu's incredulous and despairing gaze landed on Claire, and then he slowly started burning. The golden flame spread across his entire body and turned him to ashes. The flames slowly disappeared into the night sky. Even after he died, Huashiyu didn't know what was the cause of his death. Claire descended to the ground, then looked up towards the night sky, smiling brilliantly. She said quietly, yet clearly, one word, thanks. Humph. There seemed to be a cold humph. Then, the surroundings quieted down. Claire stood silently at the edge of the precipice, cold wind blowing past. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes. Frustration engulfed her, submerging her heart. She broke through over and over, yet this was the result. Unable to withstand a single blow. She had thought she had become strong, but in truth, she didn't count as anything. There were simply too many powerful people in this world, and she was simply a tiny star in the vast sky. When would she stand at the peak of this world? When would she be strong enough to stand up for herself? When would she become powerful enough to undo the dark mark? Claire clenched her hands into fists hatefully until her knuckles turned white. Hidden sect, Spirit Hall. Thousands upon thousands of copper lights lit up the wide hall. Every light represented someone of the hidden sect. These were their spirit lights. If their light extinguished, that meant they had died. A light suddenly extinguished, and underneath it was 3 words, Huashiyu. A guarding disciple discovered it with shock. Oh no, Elder Huashiyu's spirit light has extinguished. I'm afraid he's had a mishap, a disciple said worriedly. Quickly report it to the Fire Grandmaster, another disciple said urgently. Once the disciple of the Spirit Hall relayed the information to the Fire Hall's Grandmaster, a dignified old man, the Fire Grandmaster only sighed. With Huashiyu's nature, this was bound to happen. And today just happened to be the day. But although he said this, the Grandmaster was secretly surprised. Who did Huashiyu meet that actually had the power to kill him? After all, Huashiyu was from the hidden sect and also an elder of the Fire Hall. The Grandmaster's face darkened. The killer had to be found. At this moment, Claire was still standing at the precipice and taking in the wind, feeling the changes within her body. A disturbance in the air came from behind her. Claire turned and saw Ben had actually flown back, everybody on his back with worried expressions. Only when they saw Claire standing safely at the precipice did they sigh in relief. The numerous injuries on Ben's backs had already been healed by Lung Lingyun. Ben descended. Everybody else dashed over to Claire. Claire, are you alright? Claire, what happened to that guy? Claire, are you injured? Each concerned voice warmed Claire's heart. She shook her head slightly, then smiled. I'm fine. He, on the other hand, has neither bones nor ashes left. Who killed him? Everybody asked at the same time. Of course, nobody thought Claire had killed him. His power had far surpassed Claire's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. His enemy. His enemy had been hunting him down and left after killing him. Claire didn't plan on letting everybody know about the situation with the God of Darkness after all. Was that really what happened? Everybody looked at Claire suspiciously. But if it weren't, then how could his death be explained? Claire couldn't have killed him, whereas there was no way with his vile attitude that he would leave himself. Was it really his enemy who had killed him? Claire frowned, then looked at Ben, who had turned back to his human form, her tone slightly displeased. "Why did you all come back?" "We couldn't stop worrying," a few voices said at the same time. Sigh asterisk, really now? Although Claire sounded displeased, in her heart, she felt warmth. She turned towards Ben and said, "You didn't complete my order, so it doesn't count." Ben's mouth twitched. Claire still had the energy to think of that at this moment. Claire looked up at the bright moon in the sky, her heart filled with sighs. In this world there were as many experts as the clouds, each a whole mountain higher than the other. She was still far from powerful. Nobody noticed the unresigned feelings in Jean and Lang Lingyun's eyes. They had been so weak facing such a formidable enemy. Jean's hand was on his sword hilt. It was the first time he had so desperately desired strength. "All right, let's leave this place quickly," Camille said quietly. He gave another of his standard charming smiles. Everybody nodded. It was true they shouldn't stay for long here. But just as she took a step forward, a black blur flashed before her eyes. Before anybody could sense what had happened, the black ball had already flown to Claire's shoulder lightning fast and taken a bit out of Claire's fair neck. This time, so fast even White Emperor didn't stop him in time. Chirp, chirp. White Emperor chirped furiously, jumping onto Claire's shoulder. But it was too late. A familiar overbearing force surged once again in Claire's body. It was the power of another forced contract. Claire swayed. She was on the verge of being unable to stand. Jean, who was closest, supported her immediately. "Claire!" Everybody cried in alarm. It truly was, as the saying goes, a new problem arising before the old is resolved. A cocky voice invaded Claire's mind forcefully. "My name is Black Feather." Claire understood immediately that it was the Black Ball's name. It turns out his name was Black Feather. A wave of dizziness hit Claire. The overbearing power was surging within her body aggressively. Also, he was trying to break her and White Emperor's contract and replace White Emperor. Two overbearing and powerful forces started clashing within Claire, both unwilling to give in. But it was Claire who suffered. The two similarly powerful forces wreaked havoc, each trying to drive the other into submission. Meanwhile, Claire's expression turned more and more pained. She felt like her body was about to explode, it was so painful. "Claire! What's going on?" Lang Lingyun's expression changed. He immediately used healing magic, but it seemed to be no help. Instead, Claire's expression turned more and more painful. Large beads of sweat rolled down Claire's forehead. Jean's expression also changed. He had been supporting Claire's back with his hand and could feel that it was now drenched in cold sweat. "What exactly did you do?" Li Yuewen bellowed in rage, reaching out towards the black ball. But the black ball flew up and peeped twice, watching Claire with a tilted head. Chirp, chirp. White Emperor leapt onto Li Yuewen's shoulder, chirping anxiously as if he didn't want Li Yuewen to do anything to the black ball. "He seems to be trying to prevent you from harming the black ball," Camille stroked his chin, pondering. "What exactly is going on? Perhaps it's forming a contract?" Jean realized. When White Emperor had first appeared, this had happened too. Hearing this, Li Yuewen became more frantic. "What? Forming a contract? A person can only contract on beast." At this point in time, she was already well aware that White Emperor was Claire's contracted beast. Summer was also frantic. "What do we do now? Will Claire die?" "What are you talking about? Of course now." Xiao Chuxin immediately retorted. "Claire will definitely be fine. We can't touch the black ball right now because we don't know what will happen to Claire if we harm him. Even White Emperor is trying to stop you from attacking. He should understand the situation better. Don't do anything for now. We'll talk more after leaving first," Jean said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he scooped up the pained and nearly unconscious Claire. Li Yuewen came back to her senses and said hurriedly, "Right. First return to the inn to get Claire some rest. Why go back to the inn when we can go to our next destination? In any case, all of our belongings are in Claire's interspatial ring." Ben turned back to his original form and turned to say unwillingly, "I'll make another exception to let you humans ride on my back, but never again. Come on quickly." "Thank you," Summer thanked Ben with relief, seeing Claire turn more and more pale. "It's best if I hold you so you don't throw up on my back." Ben swiped Summer with one claw. "Ah! You damned uncultured dragon!" Summer yelled in fear, but was unable to break out of his clutches. Once everybody was seated on Ben's black, and Black Feather also flew and landed on Jean's shoulder, Ben started flapping his wings, soaring through the sky. Accompanied with Summer's screams, the group left. Summer screamed the entire time and ended up vomiting continuously. Although it had been very urgent when they had escaped on Ben's back, Summer didn't vomit at all, but now, she vomited uncontrollably. Ben flew very quickly. Under Li Yuewen's directions, in order to avoid starting a panic, they ended up landing outside Lagurk's capital. The city gates were shut tightly, but once Li Yuewen and Li Mingyu revealed their identities, the small captain guarding ended up opening the gates. Although the Li clan had declined quite a bit, they were still one of the 4 major clans. Small figures such as he could not afford to offend such powerful people. Jean's expression became more and more dark because now, Claire had completely passed out. Her tightly knit brows indicated that currently, she was suffering an unimaginable amount of pain. The group hurried through the streets. The east was already started to lighten. The sky was about to turn bright. Li Yuewen and Li Mingyu led the group to an ancient and wide residence. 2 young men were guarding at the door. When they saw the 2 siblings, their eyes lit up with joy. "Young master, second miss, you have returned. Those old fools keep on trying to make things difficult for us every day," one of the young men said happily to Li Mingyu. Let's talk later. I will deal with them. Right now, my friend needs rest." Li Yuewen gestured impatiently. Tutu's gazes landed on Claire, who was in Jean's embrace with a little bit of shock. "Friend?" It was the first time they had ever heard Second Miss say this word. The cold, arrogant Second Miss actually had friends? Were all these people her friends? She actually brought back so many people at once? Li Yuewen didn't waste any time on words, leading everybody away. Everybody followed closely. The 2 young men stood in place, watching the group disappear. They glanced at each other, both seeing surprise and joy, and also hope. "Did you hear that? Second Miss actually said she had a friend?" "I did. I even thought I heard wrong, but the Second Miss truly did say that." Also, Second Miss seemed very worried for that young lady. "Did you notice that there were quite a few experts among them? Is it to help Master and Second Miss?" "I hope so." "Ah. I forget to ask Master and Second Miss how their journey went. They must have been successful. Those old fools are always thinking of ways to force Master off his position of patriarch." Humph. A group of ignorant old fools. Soon, Claire was settled on a large, warm bed, caring expressions surrounding her. Lan Lingyun sat at the side of the bed, examining Claire. Everybody's worried and hopeful gazes watched Lan Lingyun, hoping Lang Lingyun would say something to ease their hearts. There are 2 powerful forces battling within Claire's body, which is what is causing Claire pain. Lan Lingyun frowned. "What?" Everybody cried out in alarm. They understood that the 2 powers were the 2 magic beasts fighting over the contract. A person could only contract 1 beast. Claire's body was now a battlefield? What do we do now? Kill that black ball bastard? What exactly is this black ball anyways? Walter asked a bit anxiously. He stared venomously at the black ball crouched next to Claire's bed. No, otherwise Claire will be in danger. Lan Lingyun shook his head, his expression severe. Then what do we do? Is there nothing we can do now? Walter asked angrily. We can only wait. Lan Lingyun looked at Claire's pale face and said helplessly, the only thing we can do now is wait. Wait for one of the two magic beasts' power to overpower the other. Then isn't Claire in great danger? Li Yuewan asked anxiously. Just wait. I believe in Claire. She will be fine, Camille said softly. Xiao Chuxin was crouching next to the bed. She grasped Claire's hand tightly, her voice resolute. Right, Claire will be fine. She will definitely be fine. Won't die. If die, nobody give food. Dong Fengho's unclear voice came. After he said this, everybody looked at him coldly. He stared back blankly, not understanding what he had done wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. You all should go rest. I'll take care of her, Li Yuewan said to everybody else, then continued, Elder brother, bring the others away to rest. I'll keep watch over her here until she wakes up. I believe in her. She wouldn't die that easily. Li Mingyu wanted to say something, but when he made eye contact with Camille, Camille nodded. It's no good waiting here anyways. Let's just get some rest. Maybe by tomorrow this kid will be bouncing around, wanting me to make tea for her. Besides, she needs some peace and quiet. The last sentence made everyone agree to first leave the room to rest. Everyone else left with only Jean standing by the entrance, waiting. Seeing Jean silently standing there, Li Mingyu couldn't help but say, go and rest. You'll be in the room next door. If anything happens, you can come over quickly. No need, I will wait here until Miss wakes up, Jean said a bit indistinctly, but his tone was incredibly resolute. Seeing this, Li Mingyu could only leave. Master, the three elders wanted to meet you after hearing of your return. They're already waiting in the main hall, a young maid hurried over, her tone a little worried. Everybody knew that those three old men had been eyeing the position of patriarch since forever, waiting for an opportunity. What were they going to try now? Li Mingyu's expression darkened. Of course he knew that those old foxes were looking for him for. He had spent a lot of energy and money on the journey to find the azure ripple blade, but had come back empty-handed. It would be tricky this time without a proper explanation. Li Mingyu nodded slightly. I understand. You may leave. Tell the elders I will arrive immediately. Yes, master, the maid replied with worry, then turned and left. Li Mingyu looked back at the room at both Claire, who was lying on the bed, and Li Yuewan, who was sitting nearby. He sighed, then turned and left. Nobody knew, but at this time, Claire was battling the two forces within her body. Master-servant contract? Nice try. Li Mingyu sighed quietly, then headed to the main hall. The main hall was well lit. Giant silver candlesticks hanging from the ceiling, all lit. Triangle candle holders also decorated the walls, each holding a lit candle. The Li clan could not afford beautiful ores anymore, using candles for light instead. The formerly glorious Li clan was no more. Three finely dressed old men sat at the top of the main hall, looking from above. Their clothes were decorated with beautiful, precious jewels, but they were from the past. They wore rings of all kinds of gemstones and sat with solemn expressions. Their appearances were all similar, as they were all brothers of Li Mingyu's grandfather. And sitting beside them were their sons and grandsons, all glowering at Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu sighed in his heart. These people, they just would not let go of Li clan's former glory and all eyed his position. Until when would they accept reality? Mingyu, I trust you haven't disappointed us with the results of your journey? The eldest elder who was sitting at the foremost smiled and said, but his smile was clearly fake. And his form of address was belittling Li Mingyu's status, as if his status was higher than Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu was already the patriarch, but none of the elders addressed him like so. And they had such fake attitudes with all the niceties. That's right, Mingyu, I believe you've returned with the azure ripple blade, second elder said, also with a fake smile. You vowed that you would definitely find the azure ripple blade. That was the only reason why we lent you the azure ripple bronzeware to find the azure ripple pearl, the third elder smiled smugly, gazing profoundly at Li Mingyu. The people standing next to the first elder all watched Li Mingyu coldly, malice flashing through their eyes. They had seen Li Mingyu walk in without a sword, and Li Yixuan didn't have the sword either. With their personalities, there was no way the artifact would be stored in an interspatial ring. Judging from these facts, they absolutely did not find the azure ripple blade. Humph, what was their young and promising patriarch going to explain himself? If it weren't for the fact that they weren't a match siblings, they would have used force to drive him off the patriarch position long ago. I didn't bring back the azure ripple blade, Li Mingyu said softly. The first elder's expression changed greatly. He furiously roared, "What? Li Mingyu! Do you understand what you're saying? The National Martial Arts Tournament is happening 2 months later, a chance to take back the Li clan's glory. But you said you didn't bring back the azure ripple blade?" His address had now changed from Mingyu to Li Mingyu Star. His aged face was now energetic and menacing. *TL, think of like Joe versus Joe Smith. The second elder furiously slapped his chair's armrest as bellowed, "How are you qualified to be our patriarch?" His wrinkles became more pronounced. "Li Mingyu, hand over the azure ripple bronzeware, hand over the patriarch seal." The third elder even stood up to yell. His entire body was shaking, as if he was doing a heroic deed. But Li Mingyu was unaffected. "Forgive me for not being able to do so," he said coldly. "What?" Everybody's expression changed. They never expected Li Mingyu to be so bold even though he had failed his task. "Li Mingyu, not only did you fail your task, are you going to let the Li clan's thousands of years of foundation be destroyed in your hands? If your dead grandfather and father knew, perhaps they too wouldn't agree." The first elder said viciously, his wizened face now twisted into an ugly sight. His words had been a slap to the face. "It is because I don't want the Li clan's thousands of years of foundation to be destroyed that I cannot leave the patriarch position," Li Mingyu said insipidly. He swept his disdainful gaze over the elders and the people around them. These people, they were all thoughtless and cared about material goods. If the patriarch position was left in their hands, the Li clan would be truly finished. "What did you say?" The third elder thundered. He pointed at Li Mingyu and yelled, "Are you saying that none of us are qualified to be the patriarch? Unable to lead the Li clan? Practically nobody in the Li clan would be able to bear such criticism." And they were the elders of the Li clan, the oldest authority, the most renowned people of the Li clan. But, without a change in expression or his clear-cut tone, Li Mingyu spat out a few words. "That is exactly what I mean." Now, the first elder was also so furious, he slapped down on his armrest and stood up. The armchair instantly turned to dust. "You! Li Mingyu, you are currently revolting. Do you think that nobody here can control you?" But Li Mingyu's expression still hadn't changed. He said softly, "Does this mean you have already chosen someone to represent the Li clan at the National Martial Arts Tournament 2 months later? And they will definitely win?" With one sentence, everybody in the hall was silenced. If they all faced him at once, then perhaps they could beat him, but for the martial arts tournament, there was nobody in the Li clan who was Li Mingyu's match one-on-one. "Don't think you can threaten us with this. Do you think that besides you, there's no one else in the Li clan? The fact that you failed your task is true. You must hand over the position of patriarch. As for the tournament 2 months later, it is your duty to participate as a member of the Li clan. The first elder's face was completely distorted. He thundered, "Come, arrest him and search his body for the patriarch seal." But just as they were about to arrest Li Minyu, the unexpected happened. A powerful, frightening sword chi attacked. It passed by like a tornado, destroying everything in its path. Whether it were the tables, the chairs, or the floor, they were all destroyed. A terrifying crack appeared in floor and started expanding rapidly, heading straight to the elders. Their complexion paled because there was absolutely no way for them to contend against the terrifying power. In an instant, it was pandemonium. The prestigious elders who had been so threatening and imposing a moment ago were now the fastest to dodge, all cutting sorry figures as they tried to avoid the attack. And their sons and grandsons were even quicker on the uptake. Boom! Where the elders had been sitting was now a pile of rubble. The hall was permeated with smoke, a complete mess. Ha, I've never seen such shameless people. You have truly opened my eyes. Not qualified for the position of patriarch but pressing for it anyways, don't have the capabilities to participate in the tournament, but boasting like dogs with all bark and no bite, and not only that, you even want to send someone you've deprived the position of patriarch to represent you. It's the first time I've seen such shameless vermin. A clear, caustic voice brimming with disdain rang within the main hall. Who? All the elders asked angrily. Who dared to insult them with such words? Dogs? Vermin? As the smoke finally cleared, everybody's gaze was drawn to the person standing at the entrance. A girl with golden, lustrous hair and enchanting emerald green eyes stood at the entrance. She looked on coldly and arrogantly, a sword in her grip that she had stabbed casually into the ground. Standing next to her was Li Yuan, who was completely furious. Where did a little b** tch like her come from, so rude and daring to insult the Li clan? A member of the Li clan cursed angrily. Claire glanced coldly at the young Li clan member. With just one glance, he shivered as his blood ran cold as if he had been locked inside a freezer. He felt utterly powerless, his entire body going weak. Should I cut off your tongue? Or maybe one of your hands? Claire had a conflicted expression, as if she didn't know which one of the two options was better. Even though you are a member of the Li clan, you still deserve punishment. The next moment, Claire raised her sword and waved it slightly. A visible sword chi shot towards him like lightning. Bam! There was a giant sound. The rude young men slammed into the wall behind him, creating web-like cracks, a shocking scene. The young man's body slid down weakly. He spat out blood. There was no way to tell whether or not he was alive. Everybody was stunned. Everybody had seen the young girl attack, but nobody was able to stop her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Azure Ripple Blade. The first elder stammered out in surprise. The Li clan's library had a recording of the Azure Ripple sword, so naturally, he was able to recognize it at once. But how was the precious sword that could only recognize someone of the Li clan as its owner land in the hands of this foreign girl? What? The Azure Ripple Blade? Everybody else was now also shocked. Their tone made Claire sneer disdainfully. You bunch of trash. Do you think it's only because I have the Azure Ripple Blade that I'm able to overpower you all? Claire smiled coldly and threw away the sword casually. A giant flame sword materialized in her hand. She laughed. Why don't I massacre the Li clan and kill you all today? Everybody's blood ran cold hearing this. It was the first time they had seen someone mold flames. And although the young girl was smiling, she gave them an incomparably ruthless and cold aura. She wasn't joking around. Also, she had such power. She had the power to kill everybody there. The terrifying chi Claire emitted made them terrified incessantly. A murderous aura spread, filling the entire main hall. Nobody dared to move thoughtlessly. The man who was either dead or barely alive was a warning to them. He had only said a few words to end up like that. Who exactly was this terrifyingly powerful girl? Patriarch, patriarch. The first elder spoke hurriedly, pleading. Now he wasn't calling him Mingyu or Li Mingyu, but calling out patriarch respectfully. Patriarch, save us. Second miss, save us. You are also members of the Li clan. Will you just watch on as an outsider kills us? The third elder begged, his voice shaky. She isn't an outsider. Li Yixuan coldly humphed. Her sentence made everybody freeze. Li Mingyu was also shocked. He whipped his head towards Li Yixuan, not understanding why Li Yixuan chose to spill it at a time like this. Was it the right time? Even Claire herself didn't know yet. Claire also paused. What did she mean by that? She is Auntie Rue's child and has the Li clan's blood. The fact that the Azure Ripple Blade accepted her as its owner isn't strange at all. Also, she will be the one to participate at the tournament 2 months later. I believe that none of you dare to say you are more powerful than her, Li Yixuan said calmly. The main hall started heating up. Claire frowned at Li Yixuan, completely confused. Your mother's true name was Li Ruehuan, our father's younger sister. In order to marry your father, she left our clan, Li Yixuan said to Claire in a low voice. Her voice was clearly filled with resentment towards Claire's father. Claire stared at Li Yixuan with shock, but Li Yixuan was serious. Claire knew that she wasn't lying. Suddenly, she understood why the Li siblings had always given her a faint feeling of familiarity and warmth. This was why. In other words, mother was from the Li clan, but left the clan and country because she fell for father? Mother renounced her entire clan for father? That was the reason why Li Yixuan was so resentful towards her father. So Li Yixuan was her cousin asterisk? And Li Mingyu too? Claire's head spun. Such a change in identity was too much to absorb at once. She's Li Ruehuan's daughter? The first elder's expression turned unsightly. His tone was filled with deep hatred and disdain. Everybody else also had similar expressions. That woman had abandoned her entire family, thrown away her cultivation and power, and married into another country just for one man. And this girl was actually her daughter. Now that they looked more closely, they did seem to look similar. No. How can we let that woman's child represent our Li clan? The second elder immediately protested. His disdainful address that women revealed great loathing. Ha, you've got something against my mother? Claire raised her sword towards the second elder and sneered. No matter what, Claire wouldn't allow anybody to disrespect her warm and gentle mother. That woman destroyed her cultivation base just for a man. She's already banished from the Li clan. She doesn't have the face to return, which also means you don't have the qualifications to represent our Li clan. Even if there was nobody left in the Li clan, there's no need for the daughter of a traitor to represent us. The first elder roared. Shut your bird beak. What Claire said next not only made the first elder's face grim, everybody else's expressions darkened too. She spoke unhurriedly, neither fast nor slow. Represent the Li clan? What a joke. You think that the Li clan is so prestigious that I would want to represent you? Take a look at your thick face. How revered is it? Listen up, you trush. I'm only participating in the tournament for cousin Li Yixuan and cousin Li Mingyu. It has nothing to do with your Li clan. If you feel unwilling, then you can challenge me to a fight. If I lose, you can just go participate in the tournament yourself. But if I win, you will pay with your life. I will not be merciful anymore. Near the end, Claire's voice was incomparably icy. Her ruthless voice pierced through their ears, pierced through their hearts. On the other hand, hearing Claire calling them cousin, Li Yixuan and Li Mingyu felt warmth surge in their hearts. You! The first elder gnashed his teeth with clenched fists, wanting to curse out. But facing a wave of boiling hot energy, he swallowed back his words. The rest were also furious yet too cowardly to speak. The overbearing and ruthless girl could take their lives and without even blinking. Practically a heartless monster. A demon. Li Ruihuan had actually given birth to such a terrifying daughter. Am I being unreasonable? Claire sneered, knowing what the first elder was on the verge of saying. Before the first elder replied or anyone else spoke, Claire dispersed her flame sword and crossed her arms. She tilted her head as she watched everybody, spitting out each and every word clearly. So what if I'm being unreasonable? So what if I'm forcing you weak people? If you feel unsatisfied, then go out and cultivate. Then when you become stronger than me, you can also oppress the weak. Right now, you're just like dogs with tails in between your legs. Unreasonable. Unreasonable. Everybody clenched their fists, but not a single person dared to say it out loud. Because one needed power to speak out. Li Yuewen raised a brow slightly, but her heart throbbed with warmth. This girl was completely different from her mother, so vile and evil. But she liked it, she liked the vile aspect of the girl, haha. She felt so good. These old things had never been insulted like this before. Today was the day they would experience humiliation. Li Mingyu's expression was complex. His heart was filled with joy, but also worry. The sky is bright now. Beat it, do what you're supposed to do. What, have you not had enough? Claire gave a cold humph and stepped forward 2 steps, materializing the flame sword again. The golden flame sword ignited more intensely than before, its boiling aura making their hearts shudder. The moment Claire had stepped forward, they had hurriedly backed away. Their expressions were completely fearful. Currently, in their hearts, the girl was an unpredictable devil. Able to take their lives away at any moment. All right, disperse, Li Mingyu said quietly. Act as if today never happened. I hope our Li clan will never experience infighting again. They left quickly, all with differing expressions. The heavily injured man on the ground was also carried away. In the blink of an eye, the main hall was tranquil. Everybody had left. Only they 3 were left, along with Jean, who was waiting at the entrance. Li Yuewen turned stiffly, surveying the main hall. Seeing the terrifyingly messy hall, she whipped around and grabbed Claire's throat, saying angrily, "You damn brat, I'll murder you. Look at what you've done. Do you know how much this place costs? We're broke right now, broke. It's just a bit of money, you can get money easily." Claire started sweating. Just then, she was only thinking of shocking the old things. How would she be able to consider this? Pay up, pay up. Li Yuewen was still angry. Li Mingyu stopped her. Alright already, Li Yuewen, stop shaking with anger. Claire still hasn't recovered yet. Only then did Li Yuewen let go, letting Claire go frantically and immediately. Claire, what happened? How did you wake up so quickly? What happened to the 2 little things who were trying to form a contract with you? Li Mingyu's mind was filled with questions. The moment he raised the topic, Claire revealed a soft yet proud smile. Li Mingyu blinked. He didn't see wrong, the always emotionless Claire was currently smiling proudly. I contracted both of them. Claire smiled widely. One other thing she couldn't tell them was that the master-servant contract had been altered into an equal contract. The relationship she had with White Emperor and Black Feather was like a triangle, and she was even at the higher tip of the triangle, controlling and balancing the contract's powers. Relatively speaking, she had a slight advantage. At the very least, it wasn't a master-servant contract anymore. What? You've contracted 2 beasts now? Li Mingyu cried out with astonishment, his gaze filled with shock. To his knowledge, whether or not it was a high-level or low-level beast, a person could only contract 1 beast. It was supposed to be impossible to contract two beasts, but now Claire had done the impossible. Although the identity of the two little magic beasts were still unknown. Yes. Claire turned and looked towards White Emperor and Black Feather, who were crouching on Jean's shoulders, a faint trace of a smile on her face. Equal contract, haha. If she continued working hard, she would definitely become their master one day. Claire also knew clearly that the reason why the contract was altered into an equal contract wasn't because of her own power, but because of her luck. She was only able to restrain the two because of their infighting, thereby altering the contract into an equal contract. Claire was amazed. She had already broken through to the treasured Lotus Style's 7th level, but she was only barely able to alter the contract into an equal contract. Then just how powerful were White Emperor and Black Feather? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. How were you able to contract two beasts? Li Mingyu stared at Claire incredulously. It just happened, she shrugged. She dispersed her flame sword, then turned to pick up the azure ripple blade that she had casually thrown away just a moment ago. Surveying the area, she raised a brow. Wow, so poor you only use candles as lights. Li Yuewan instantly turned furious. Cousin, when are you going to change your impulsive attitude? Claire turned and grinned at Li Yuewan, then added, it's just money, you can make it whenever. Easier said than done. Nobody in the Li clan is talented at commerce. Even if there were, it would be futile. The Feng clan has practically monopolies of everything. 80% of all industries are under the Feng clan, Li Yuewan said, somewhat vexed. Really? Claire stroked her chin, blinking as she said, so what? Just because you don't have the talent for commerce doesn't mean I don't. Claire said meaningfully. An inexplicable gleam flashed through Jean's eyes. Was Miss planning on finding Feng Yixuan for help? But he quickly dismissed the thought. With Mrs. Personality, she definitely would not do that. Then, what exactly was Miss thinking? I'm going to sleep first. I'm tired to death. Cousin Yuewan, Cousin Mingyu, good night. I'll deal with everything else once I'm rested. Claire stored the azure ripple blade back into her interspatial ring, then turned away and headed towards her bedroom. Jean silently followed her from behind. Inside the main hall, only the Li siblings were left. They glanced at each other. Elder brother, do you think that Brat can really change our current situation? Li Yuewan said softly. She bit her lip. I only know that a storm is coming, Li Mingyu said with a solemn expression. The east was gradually brightening. Claire was in deep sleep. Black Feather and White Feather were on Claire's pillow, one on the left, one on the right. Swoosh. Hair white as snow, eyes like the moon. White Emperor's true form appeared, his expression cold. His handsome face was entirely cold as he stared icily at Black Feather. Black Feather flapped his wings. Swoosh. Hair black as ebony, eyes like the night. A man clad in black emerged. His handsome face carried a trace of arrogance, as beautiful as a masterful painting. He glared coldly towards White Emperor. White Emperor waved his finger. Claire's fluttering eyelashes stilled. Once again, she was in deep slumber. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Black Feather smiled icily, his cocky attitude distinct in his provoking tone. White Emperor was silent, still staring at Black Feather coldly. Don't look at me like that. Lucky for you, we have the same contractor at the moment, although the little girl is a bit weak currently. Black Feather laughed coldly as he watched the sleeping Claire. I never expected you would have chosen such a weak little girl as your contractor. Didn't you also choose her? White Emperor said coldly. As long as you want something, I want it too. Black Feather smiled madly. And you ended up being restricted by the girl, White Emperor said coldly, his mocking tone clear. Sure enough, Blackfeather's expression changed. Anger and a wild look passed through his eyes. Not for long. Yes, not for long. But whether or not you become the master, or the little girl you speak of becomes our master remains undecided. White Emperor coldly watched Blackfeather's expression change. Blackfeather frowned. I really am curious whether or not she can truly become my master. Then wait and see. White Emperor nodded likely. Watching the deep asleep Claire, an ineffable gleam flashed through his eyes. He reached out and stroked Claire's face gently. What, do you feel something for this little girl? Blackfeather watched White Emperor with ridicule in his eyes. You really think she's a little girl? White Emperor didn't look up, still looking deeply into Claire's face. Blackfeather's expression changed once more. He also lowered his head to look at Claire, saying in a low voice, this body's soul is beautiful. And her original form is actually doubly black, black hair and black eyes. White Emperor was silent, acknowledging Blackfeather's words. Is this why the god of darkness shamelessly took a liking to her? And marked her? Blackfeather grabbed Claire's right hand roughly. No. If it were only this, the god of darkness wouldn't have chosen her. White Emperor shook his head. Blackfeather pulled off the glove on Claire's right hand, asking as he stared at the black mark, then why? In any case, the current owner of the body was his contractor. Of course he had to understand clearly. She is the perfect union of darkness and light, evil and righteousness, White Emperor said solemnly looking at Claire's peaceful face. What? In other words, she will become an offering for that. Blackfeather's expression finally changed drastically. White Emperor was silent, but his serious expression revealed that Blackfeather's conjectures were right. F***CK. Just been reborn and found a contractor, but it's already such a nuisance, Blackfeather cursed in a low voice. Once my power returns, I will stop it. White Emperor grabbed the glove from Blackfeather and carefully slipped it onto Claire's hand. Whatever. Blackfeather clicked his tongue in annoyance. I can't stay in this form for long and my power hasn't recovered completely either. Blackfeather floated back next to Claire's pillow. With a swish, he turned back into the black ball. He laid down on the pillow and started sleeping again. White Emperor watched Claire calmly, quiet for a while. Finally, with a swish, he turned back into a white ball, curled up next to Claire's pillow, and also started sleeping. Murkiness and darkness surrounded her. Underfoot was an uneven stone path. Claire raised her head, but it was a field of darkness. She couldn't see anything, not a soul in sight. The Li siblings weren't there, Jean wasn't there, Walter wasn't there, Summer and Xiao Chuxin weren't there, Camille was also not there. All there was deathly silence. Where was she? Claire took a few steps forward on the stone path and stepped on a sharp shard, injuring her foot. Blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Instantly, the darkness around her slowly condensed into a mass of black gas with a pair of blood-red eyes within, staring piercingly at Claire. God of darkness? Claire, you have already been marked by me. You are my precious offering, the ice-cold, terrifying voice said with a low voice. I will not be your offering without a fight. Claire clenched her fist and bellowed at the frightening mass of black gas. You think you can escape me? You're mine, remember. Once the time is ripe, I will definitely be back, the god of darkness laughed, cold and menacing. Claire felt a burning sensation from the back of her right hand. She looked down and saw that the mark had already turned completely black. You can't escape and you can't beat me. The god of darkness sneered. Then, a cold, black net enveloped Claire, binding Claire tightly, then gradually tighten. The suffocating feeling made Claire sweat. No, Claire shouted. She opened her eyes abruptly, but only saw gorgeous bed curtains hanging overhead. A dream? Miss? Jeans knocked on the door frantically, his voice full of worry. Miss, are you all right? Claire tried to sit up, but found that the two little things were lying on her chest, round little black feather and furry white emperor. They were both in deep sleep. Claire bit her lip. No wonder she had a nightmare. It was all because these two little fellas were sleeping on her chest. I'm fine, Jean. It was only a nightmare, Claire said quickly to console Jean. She knew that if she didn't say anything any longer, Jean would break open the door. Oh. As long as you are fine, Mississippi. Jean's voice was obviously relieved. You should go rest. Claire let out a small sigh. She reached out and scooped the two little fellows off and set them beside her pillow. Yes, Jean replied, about to leave. Wait a moment. What time is it right now? How long have I been asleep? Claire asked. It's morning now. Miss, you've slept for a day and a night, Jean replied from outside her room. Oh. Claire got up. Her stomach rumbled awkwardly. Claire frowned slightly. I'll be up soon. Call someone to prepare me food. I'm hungry. Yes, Mississippi. The sound of Jean's footsteps gradually disappeared. After Claire got up and was dressed, she was still thinking back to her dream. The suffocating feeling was so intense, so realistic. She would definitely not let it come true. Claire clenched her fists. After she finished dressing, she left out the door. Today, the morning was unusually busy. Because Claire had woken up safely, everybody ate a peaceful meal joyfully. Claire gracefully wiped her mouth after eating and then said, Cousin Yixuan, tell me about Lagerk's capital's current economic situation. Also, tell me as much information as possible about the chairman of each chamber of commerce. Each chairman? Li Yixuan was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to want to know about each chamber of commerce, but each chairman? Claire accepted the flower tea Camille passed over, took a large, satisfying sip, then continued asking, Are there going to be any big events in the capital soon? Anything that would attract people's attention? What does that have to do with making money? Li Yixuan asked, puzzled. Claire couldn't explain to them the effects of advertising. She could only respond confidently. Yes. So, are there any big events? Yes. Li Yixuan nodded. 2 weeks later, the capital will hold a donating convention. The donated money will be construct a clinic for the poor people who can't afford to be treated. That day, both the Crown Prince and the capital's #1 beauty will be there. Prince? #1 beauty? Claire asked, puzzled. She set down her teacup. Claire, in truth, there are 3 great beauties. Of the great beauties, one is the Hua clan's Hua Xiaoning and one is the Shui clan's Shui Xinmei. Li Mingyu explained, amused. And the last one? Claire raised her teacup and Camille poured in more tea for her. Claire took a small sip. He had only mentioned 2. Who was the third beauty? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. The third great beauty is your cousin, Li Yixuan. Li Mingyu laughed, ignoring Li Yixuan's warning gaze. Splurred asterisk, Claire spit out the flower tea ungracefully. Sitting across from her, Walter was completely drenched. Next to him, Summer and Xiao Chuxin were also sprayed a little. Walter turned gloomy but didn't dare to retort. Damn brat, what's with that attitude? Seeing what Claire had done, Li Yixuan turned crazy, about to attack Claire. My bad, alright? Great beauty cousin Yixuan. Claire begged for mercy while laughing. Then, great beauty cousin Yixuan, are you going that day too? No, Li Yixuan humped coldly. We don't have money to donate, in any case. That's right. Nowadays, out of the three great beauties, Shui Xinmei has already been married into the Feng clan, whereas your cousin, Yixuan, rarely appears in public, so currently, Hua Xiaoning is taking the spotlight, Li Mingyu said with a low voice, his gaze complex. Claire understood Li Mingyu's feelings. The Li clan was declining every day, its glory gone. Hua Xiaoning has the spotlight? Claire stroked her chin, deep in thought. Right. Think about it. That day, that woman will take the spotlight again, meaning the Hua clan will also take the spotlight. Li Yixuan humped coldly. The Hua clan and Li clan had always been rivals. Just thinking about it made Li Yixuan unpleased. Cousin Yixuan, don't be so angry. Claire laughed, her eyes turning to slits. Damn brat, what you thinking? How am I angry? Li Yixuan grumbled. I'm thinking of, a strange smile appeared at her lips. Taking the spotlight. Take the spotlight? How? Li Yixuan looked at Claire, baffled. Cousin Yixuan, you will attend the convention this time, and not only that, you will bring someone with you. We also need to bring outstanding treasure, Claire said solemnly. Bring someone? And since when did we have any treasure? Li Yixuan looked at Claire with confusion, not understanding what exactly Claire was planning. A sly smile appeared at her lips. Claire turned to the currently eating happily Dong Fengho and said, Don't you think Dong Fengho is pretty? Everybody's gazes were drawn to Dong Fengho. Dong Fengho currently had no class at all, currently stuffing his mouth with food, his mouth wide open. Dong Fengho was enchantingly beautiful, but currently, he had no connection with beauty. Crumbs at the corners of his mouth, oil all over his hands. Dong Fengho suddenly sensed that something was off, looking up to see that everybody's gaze was directed at him. What? Dong Fengho mumbled. Although he was slow, he was still able to sense that there was something unusual with Claire's gaze. No, he's too stupid and his words are unclear. Even if he was disguised as a beauty, he wouldn't be able to act as one. Camille saw through Claire's plan and refuted it. Ah! Everybody suddenly understood what exactly Claire was planning on doing. If Dong Fengho was dressed as a girl, then he would be devastatingly beautiful. Saying that thousands would fall for him wouldn't be an exaggeration. If he appeared in the convention like that, then he would definitely attract everybody's gaze. But Dong Fengho only knew how to eat. What else could he do? Everything would be ruined the moment he opened his mouth. That's true. Claire stroked her chin, nodding a bit unwillingly. She almost forgot that the charming, devastatingly beautiful youth was like a pig. There was no way he could attend. Claire's gaze shifted to Summer and Xiao Chuxin, but rejected the idea. These two little girls, their appearances were both delicate and innocent, not capable of seducing anyone. Walter? Lang Lingyun? Jean? Claire automatically rejected them all. These people would prefer dying before cross-dressing *TL, nu. Then what should they do? Claire was conflicted. The best candidate, Dong Fengho, wouldn't work. Then who else would work? Are you trying to find someone even more beautiful than Hua Xiaoning? That won't be easy. Hua Xiaoning is truly beautiful. Li Yixuan walked through the loopholes of Claire's plan. Hua Xiaoning has a very high goal. She has always been aiming for the crown prince in order to become the crown princess and in the future, the empress, so she's always been searching for chances to meet the crown prince. But she hasn't succeeded? Claire smiled coldly. How did you know? Li Yixuan asked, a bit surprised. The crown prince has never declared anything. If she succeeded, then you wouldn't have such a tone, Claire teased, raising a brow. Damn brat, you dare to mess around with me? Li Yixuan was finally able to sense the hidden meaning of Claire's words. Actually, there is a suitable candidate. Camille stared at Claire, smiling. Everybody else's gaze shifted to Claire. Claire frowned, a bit displeased. Really now, do you really think my petite frame can beat those seductive and mature women? Beauty potion, Lung Lingyun suddenly said, then continued on eating breakfast with his head down low. Everybody looked at him. His facial expression didn't change, completely calm and tranquil as he drank juice, as if the person who just spoke wasn't him. Right, beauty potion. Heh, Claire, even with your petite frame, you can become a curdy beauty, ah. Before Walter finished his words, he had already fallen out of his chair, crying out miserably. Claire threw a piece of bread at him, but it wasn't as simple as that. She even used a bit of dough chi. How could a weak dark magician contend with such strength? And so he tumbled brilliantly onto the ground with this blow. Claire sent a murderous gaze, as if saying serves you right. But when she turned, she saw everybody eyeing her. I'm telling you right now, don't even think about it. I won't agree. Claire stood up, about to leave. Come on, Claire, are you just going to cold-heartedly watch your Li clan fall? Are you going to just watch on as your mother's relatives are in dire straits? Li Yuewen pulled Claire by the arm, her tone almost sickeningly gentle. She gazed profoundly at Claire, eyes glittering. Claire felt goosebumps rise. She pulled back her arm, her lips trembling in disgust. Elder cousin Yuewen, has anyone ever told you that tone and gaze does not suit you at all? You're looking for a beating. Li Yuewen immediately turned to back true self, becoming angry. Claire sat down and continued, all right, let's not talk about this for now. First, let's settle the matter of treasure. How would we have treasure? Li Yuewen frowned. The only things they had of worth were the magic beast cores that Claire had given, but she had been planning on selling them to repair the main hall Claire had wrecked and save the rest for later. Ben. Suddenly, Claire called out Ben's name, who had been sitting quietly. What? Ben asked blankly, looking up at Claire. Don't all dragons love treasure? Claire asked Ben. Although she was asking, her tone was not so much as questioning as resolute. No, Ben denied immediately, but the flicker in his eyes gave him away. This kid. Claire bit her lip. It seems he had learned quite a bit from her, but not enough. When he lied, his gaze flickered. She had heard long ago that dragons had such a hobby, collecting treasures, all rare and valuable. It seems it was true. You don't? As the venerable prince of dragons, you don't even have a decent treasure trove? Claire sighed, her tone pitiful. Your life sure has been tragic. You must be the poorest of all dragons. Everyone else kept quiet. Li Yuewen stared rigidly at Claire. Would anyone fall for such simple goading? Impossible? Nonsense. My treasures are the most valuable of all. Ben yelled, standing up emotionally. After he said this, the dining room fell silent. They all stared at Ben. Li Yuewen's jaw dropped to the ground, staring incredulously at Ben. It couldn't be? Someone would actually fall for such simple goading? This stupid dragon. Summer shrugged, as if this was to be expected. This uncultured dragon, not only was he rude, he was stupid to the point of insanity. So this was completely expected. Ben noticed the crafty glint in Claire's eyes and suddenly felt an urge to cry. Claire, that fellow, truly was the craftiest. Like Walter said, how could she be human? She was a little devil? His treasure, all of his treasure. He couldn't let them all land in her hands. Don't think that getting a few is enough. Claire's next words shattered Ben's hope. What do you need treasure more? You can't eat it and it can't bring you joy, status, increase your strength or fulfill your wishes. Ben, just listen to me, they're worth as much as clouds. Ben turned glum. He knew all that, but gathering treasure was a dragon's second nature, yet she wanted to rob him of all the treasure he had spent his life on gathering with just one sentence. But in his heart, Ben made a decision. Yes, just as Claire said, the treasure couldn't benefit him. But when the days he had spent with Claire, he had experienced everything. The feeling he had with Claire and everybody was very good, very warm. And when he was protecting someone else, he also felt a sense of satisfaction. He had never known the helping someone would bring such happiness. When Claire was blocking before him, he discovered that the feeling of being cared by others was so warm, so moving. He had never experienced these before. He hoped such feelings would continue forever. Plus, he had a strange feeling towards the skimpy little thief girl. Every time he saw her, he wanted to tease her. What was this feeling? Then that's settled. We'll wait for you to come back with all your treasure, Claire smiled widely, sealing the deal. How could she know Ben's feelings right now? She was focused on extortion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. Ben gritted his teeth, squeezing out aha, and then didn't say anything else. What exactly is your plan? Although Camille had guessed the gist of it, he still asked. First, we must leave a deep impression on everybody in the capital. Since even the prince will be coming along with that so-called beauty, naturally, many noblemen will be going. Before Claire finished, Camille already understood fully. At the convention, the Li clan will present an incredible treasure, then announce that the Li clan has numerous amounts of it. A stunning beauty, treasure, these will attract all gazes towards the Li clan. At that time, naturally, many people will come knocking on the door, some for treasure, some for the beauty, Camille said in a low voice. But there's a limited amount of treasure. Even if we sold them all, it wouldn't be sustainable economically. Yes. The next step would be to open up to the market. The Feng clan has basically everything underfoot: clothes, food, appliances, decorations. The Li clan is known best for its forging weapons, right? But then that position was taken by the Feng clan, so your smithy was closed down, Claire said with low voice. Then let's first focus on forging weaponry. There are many adventurers, so the demand is high. Also, if we're able to obtain the right to be the supplier of the royal army, then as one can imagine, the profits would be huge. Li Yuewan and Li Mingyu sucked in a deep breath. How ambitious. Right to be the supplier for the royal army? This was originally the right of the country's own weapon forgers, but later, the Feng clan had obtained the right through unknown means. Would it be so easy to take away from the Feng clan? That seems too difficult, a bit improbable. Li Yuewan bit her lip. The Li clan's forging is worse than the Feng clan's? Claire sneered. That's impossible. Even if our Li clan sunk any lower, we would still be the country's number one. Li Yuewan stood up emotionally, banging the table with a fist. So how do you know without trying? Claire smiled coldly, a profound gleam in her eyes. Since I've made my decision, I'll carry it out properly. Claire curled her lip. Who else could do it besides her? Give me information about the prince too, Claire added with slitted eyes. If she wanted to have the right of being the weapon supplier, then it would be fastest to first attract the emperor and crown prince's attention. Naturally, before this could happen, she needed to have a better understanding of the prince, such as his weak points, not just how much power or property he owned, or some kind of secret, strange hobby. Even though she didn't want to become intentionally seductive for everybody to see, but the more she thought about it, it was just for a short while. Afterwards, nobody would know. Once the effects of the potion were gone, nobody would be able to find her, disappearing mysteriously. People were strange beings. The more mysterious something was, the more they would chase after it. It was time for the Li clan to become the focus of attention. Since they had finished making their decision, then they would start. And the target was the biggest catch, the Crown Prince. Once Claire obtained the information about the Crown Prince, she had a bit of a headache. He was practically perfect. Whether it was appearance, strength, morales, prestige, he was completely impeccable. He didn't have any unhealthy habits or hobbies and nothing he particularly liked. Claire threw the data onto the table and leaned back in her chair. Just because the data indicated so didn't mean that the Crown Prince didn't have any weaknesses. All humans have weaknesses. As for what it was, she would have to find it herself. Ben's treasures were truly magnificent, worth whole cities. Just thinking of it made Claire's eyes light up with satisfaction. He actually had some pretty ancient stuff, pretty surprising. F***ck. Damn that be *tch Hua Xiaoning. Li Yuewen suddenly slammed over the study's door, her face dark as she sat down. What is it? Claire raised a brow. Did you cross paths? Humph, I met Hua Xiaoning, that nasty woman, flirting around, Li Yuewen said hatefully. Saying that she hoped to see us at the convention. Hearing this, Claire couldn't help laughing. So her proud elder cousin Yuewen had been taunted by her enemy. Cousin Yuewen, don't be so angry. Tomorrow, I will regain your dignity. Claire had a strange smile. I've already prepared the clothes you wanted to wear tomorrow. I asked a Li clan member to personally sew it based off of your designs. They're definitely trustworthy, not someone under those old fools. And your design was destroyed just as you instructed. Li Yuewen had come specifically to talk about this. Is everything else ready? Claire rapped the table and asked. Everything has been prepared as you instructed. It cost quite a bit of money, Li Yuewen said a bit painfully. That's nothing, cousin Yuewen. You must sacrifice for the greater good. When the time comes, your gains will make up for it by the thousands, Claire said, a little annoyed. Sacrifice for the greater good, Li Yuewen digested the words carefully, nodding. TL, literal, give up the child for the wolf. An ancient proverb. You know what, it's a proverb, it shouldn't make sense at all, Eric. Alright already, cousin Yuewen. You should go rest. The coming days will be busy, Claire said. Tomorrow, the Li clan will once again take the stage in history. Let us welcome this moment together. Li Yuewen stood up, but was internally perturbed. Would tomorrow go smoothly? The next day, the autumn day was cool. Many large carriages were heading towards the same place in the early morning, the capital square. The large convention was to be held there today, hosted by the emperor with the crown prince attending. Who of the nobility wouldn't want to appear to show loyalty to the empire, reverence towards the emperor and benevolence to the commoner? It was a chance for aristocrats to show off. Everybody appeared, leaving the streets empty. Not only the noblemen, but the commoners could also go to the square to witness the elegant crown prince and number one beauty. When the crown prince appeared with luxurious, ivory clothes, a clamor started. Long live the prince! May the prince be blessed for 1,000 years. Energetic cheers arose. In the commoners' hearts, the crown prince was benevolent and magnanimous. The crown prince smiled, waving at the crowd from above on stage, fueling more cheers. The crown prince sure is awesome. Summer and Xiao Chuxin were at a corner of the square. Summer was eating some street food Xiao Chuxin had bought. The commoners love him so much. Xiao Chuxin took a bit of her food and said seriously, "No, Claire is." Claire said before, commoners are the foundations of a country's strength. There's a reason why lag art grows stronger by the day. Claire's also said that relationship between the emperor and the commoners is akin to a boat with water. Water can keep a boat afloat, but can also flip it over. Of course. Claire's intelligence is beyond human. Summer chewed. If she wasn't so good, then how would she be able to control them so well, without leaving any room for them to resist? The two's conversation was very quiet, so normal people wouldn't be able to hear them. But for experts, it was different. An old man dressed in fine, black clothes glanced at them. He had heard the words they had just said clearly. Claire? Who was she? She had such insight, able to create such a fitting analogy for the relationship between the emperor and his people. The people were the foundation of the empire's might. There was someone else who had spoken these words and also deeply influenced their current emperor, which was why Lag Arc was prospering by the day. Lady Hua has arrived. A voice announced suddenly out of nowhere. Then a luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance. The Hua clan has arrived, a chamberlain announced. Everybody's gaze turned that way. Commoners craned their necks, wanting to see the capital's #1 beauty. The door opened slowly. A jade white hand reached out. The butler, who was already waiting outside, hastily supported her out. Wearing a snow-white, luxurious dress, a glossy black pearl necklace around her neck emphasized her grandeur. A jewel bracelet of different gems adorned her wrist, clearly of considerable value. With jade-like skin, an enchanting smile, eyes like crescent moons, a delicate nose, and ruby-red lips, when she smiled, she charmed everybody within sight. Many noble youths stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoning. They hadn't come just to put on a show for the crown prince, but also to see the love of their dreams, Hua Xiaoning. Of the three great beauties, one was married, while another was cold and nobody dared to try. Only Hua Xiaoning was both charming and friendly. "Crown Prince, Your Highness." Hua Xiaoning slowly walked up stage on the red carpet, then gave the Crown Prince a curtsy. Her eyes were filled with unconceivable love. Hua Xiaoning was not only eyeing the position of Crown Princess, she had been completely charmed by the perfect, handsome prince. "Lady Hua." A faint smile surfaced on the Crown Prince's face, but his eyes were empty. Disappointment flashed in her eyes. She had spent so much effort on preparing for today, yet the Crown Prince's gaze didn't linger on her, not even for a second. "Why?" "Donating convention, commence." A voice announced, their voice drawn out. The convention had finally begun. The convention was very simple with no ceremonies. Because it was a donating convention, naturally, there wasn't any wasteful spending for appearance's sake. The aristocrats started coming up stage one by one to donate. Some donated money, others donated gifts. The butler of the Feng clan straight up donated 10 million gold coins, supplying half the cost of what it would take to set up the clinic. Naturally, there were many cheers. This man was the old man who had overheard Summer and Xiao Chuxing talk about Claire. "Your Majesty, the Hua clan will be donating." Hua Xiaoning smiled gently, quietly speaking to the Crown Prince, just about to order the person behind her to bring up a decorated box when she was interrupted. "The Li clan has arrived." "Li clan?" Astonishment flashed in the Crown Prince's eyes. The Li clan, one of the four main clans, had already been gone from the public eye for so long. Why were they here today? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. An unnoticeable trace of rage flashed through Hua Xiaoning's eyes. She also turned to look towards the entrance, her heart full of disdain. Internally, she laughed. The Li clan actually dared to show their face here? An incomparably luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance. The first to come out of the carriage and jumping off as she did was the well-known Li Yixuan, a rose with thorns. Who knew how many people had tried to pluck this flower but were pricked miserably? Today, Li Yixuan donned extravagant clothes, dazzling and brilliant, making quite a few people gasp, deserving of being called one of the three great beauties. Li Yixuan? Humph. A profound and vicious look flashed through Hua Xiaoning's eyes. Li Yixuan, was yesterday's humiliation not enough? Are you trying to destroy yourself? But Li Yixuan did not then go to walk up the red carpet. Instead, she extended her hand to someone in the carriage. Everybody was puzzled at Li Yixuan's action. Who was worthy of Li Yixuan supporting off the carriage? A slender, jade white hand slowly reached out the carriage. In a split second, everybody's gaze was sucked over. Just her fair-skinned, beautiful arm already made them unable to shift their gazes away. Who was she? Gradually, slowly, the person Li Yuewen was supporting stepped out of the carriage gracefully. Under the sunlight, in an instant, every single person in the square froze. During this moment, their breath was stolen away, minds blanking out, completely losing their capability to think. She was a completely magnificent, stunning beauty. Her silky long golden hair was like sunlight, with gentle folds. A lock of hair hung down over each of her smooth cheeks. Her fair, thin neck aroused them like no other. The pure white flowers above her ears enhanced her stunning and unique appearance. Her emerald green eyes were like whirlpools, sucking one in so deeply they wouldn't be able to break free. With her jade-like features, her smile was so dazzling, blinding even. It was so brilliant, their hearts were stolen away. Raising her head slightly, the stunningly beautiful woman looked ahead, standing silently. She wore a pale lavender dress, suiting her figure perfectly. Her mysterious charm sent off ripples. No one had ever seen such a dress before. Without any jewelry or makeup, she was like a pure white, holy lotus flower, or a delicate and refined peony. At that instant, everybody was a loss for words. The crown prince stared fixedly at the woman who had suddenly appeared. He just stared, unable to say a single word, unable to think. When she smiled brightly, it was as if the sun itself was shining. When she stood tranquilly, it was as if the pure, full moon had risen. She was a goddess with moonlight as her guide descending onto the mortal world, making them lose their sense of selves. Li Yuewen helped the stunning beauty down. They walked slowly down the red carpet, step by step. Something most shocking then happened. Wherever the stunning woman stepped, a small, golden lotus appeared underfoot. Lotuses appearing with every step. The entire square fell into pandemonium. With such devastating beauty, one smile would throw a city in turmoil and another would wreck a country. Her beauty charmed all living beings. And the most mysterious and shocking thing was whenever the woman took a step, a small golden lotus would appear underfoot, dazzling bright. Even the experts present were in shock. Although they knew this was some kind of secret technique, how did she do it? And so the stunning woman strode forward with Li Yuewen's support, creating lotuses with every step, her graceful steps attracting everyone's gaze. Her refined and delicate face smiled faintly, bewitching, so much so that many people thought it would be worth death if only she smiled at them. Hua Xiaoning glanced at the frozen crown prince from the corner of her eye, immediately shooting out fire with her eyes. Where did this woman suddenly appear from? Currently, in the presence of this stunning woman, two of the capital's great beauties lost their luster. The stunning woman's brilliance far surpassed everyone else. And so, Li Yuewen supported Claire as they slowly made their way upstage. Camille followed with 2 boxes from behind. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince." Li Yuewen gave a slight curtsy. The stunning woman spoke, her voice as melodious as the sound of pearls landing onto a jade plate. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the surrounding male aristocrats gazed dreamily at the stunning woman who had suddenly appeared, completely unable to come back to senses. Even when their female companions pinched their arms fiercely, they were still not responding. As no ordinary person, the crown prince regained his senses quickly. He smiled elegantly at the stunning beauty. "Miss Li, may I have an introduction?" After he asked this question, everybody perked up their ears, all wanting to know who the stunning woman was. They had never heard of such a beautiful person in the Li clan, not to mention having seen her. The eyes of the aristocrat youths were glued to the stunning woman. "Your Highness, this is my younger cousin, Lan Ling." Li Yuewen smiled, but everyone was confused. The crown prince also watched Li Yuewen with confusion. Younger cousin? Li Yuewen had such a cousin? Such a devastatingly beautiful person, why hadn't they heard of her before? Could it be? Is she the daughter of the woman who had shattered her cultivation and renounced her clan? Nearby, Hua Xiaoning spoke out, her voice filled with clear disdain. She was trying to provoke the woman, hoping the woman would break out in anger. Today, I have finally seen the grace of Lagert's #1 beauty. Under the alias Lan Ling, Claire smiled faintly. Her voice was gentle but to the point. Everybody's gaze shifted to Hua Xiaoning, glaring. Some had the urge to explain that Hua Xiaoning was only the capital's #1 beauty, not Lagert's. Now, the so-called #1 beauty had angered many people by criticizing the stunning beauty. Hua Xiaoning's expression changed greatly, her face instantly reddening. She hurriedly looked towards the crown prince. Sure enough, she saw a flash of disgust in his eyes. In an instant, Hua Xiaoning was regretting, truly hating that she had said such words thoughtlessly, forgetting about her surroundings. Li Yuewen wasn't someone who would take a beating lying down. She retorted with words even more hurtful, leaving Hua Xiaoning unable to protest. Hua Xiaoning, please watch your language. The Li clan's private matters are not to be discussed publicly. Also, my cousin's true last name is Lan, but you automatically assumed she was from Ampar clan's Hill clan, how inconsiderate. You! Hua Xiaoning was so angry, she almost gnashed her teeth. She wanted to retort with even harsher words, but with the crown prince nearby, all she could do was hold back. Your Highness, my cousin came recently to visit the Li clan. Hearing about this convention, she wanted to come. Li Yuewen smiled towards the crown prince. I heard long ago that your Highness is magnanimous and caring. I see the rumors are justified. Claire smiled, looking at the crown prince gently. Although it was just a polite remark, the crown prince started smiling. The rumors are exaggerated. I'm only doing my duty. Not only is your Highness caring, you are also humble. Claire smiled gently and continued, today, the crown prince is working for the benefit of the people. Our Li clan will also naturally follow suit. Your Highness, please accept our gifts. Claire motioned toward Camille to bring the boxes upstage. Before the crown prince could ask, Claire had already reached out her jade white hand and opened a box. When the box was opened, Hua Xiaoning revealed a look of disdain, quietly muttering, "What is that?" "Just a stupid. An ordinary sword." Hua Xiaoning finally learned her lesson, switching from stupid to ordinary. Li Yuewen smiled at the crown prince. Your Highness, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Without any hesitation, the crown prince handed over the sword from his waist. Holding the prince's sword in one hand and the ordinary-looking sword in the other, Li Yuewen gently crossed the swords in mid-air. With a clang, the crown prince's sword had instantly shattered, but the ordinary sword was left perfectly intact. The crown prince's expression shifted. His sword was specially designed, forged by the country's best craftsmen, but today, with just a slight touch, it shattered. Hua Xiaoning was dumbstruck. The nearby noblemen were also frozen. What kind of valuable sword was the unremarkable-looking sword in Li Yuewen's hand? Your Highness, I'm so sorry, your sword was actually destroyed by my cousin. I hope that your Highness will visit our Li clan so we can replace it with a better one, Claire said a little bashfully. Her soft voice made every man present take pity on her. Nobody had the heart to reproach her. Currently, all the men present wished they could say it's nothing in place of the prince. Hua Xiaoning's face was ashen. This foreign woman actually dared to take the initiative to invite the prince to her house. How brazen! The prince seemed to be a bit at a loss, still staring at the sword in Li Yuewen's hand. What? Replace it with a better one? This sword they were donating wasn't their best one? Your Highness, I hope you won't condemn me, Li Yuewen said, also a bit embarrassedly. No, it is a truly good sword. The crown prince came back to his senses and smiled warmly, an undetectable glimmer in his eyes. A good sword, a truly good sword indeed. If the royal army was all equipped with such swords, then we have another item to donate. Li Yuewen walked up and opened the other box. It opened gradually. When the box was opened just a crack, countless rays of golden light shot out. What was it? Everybody craned their necks to look. The box finally opened completely. The Anline crown. The Crown Prince exclaimed in a low voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The Anline crown. The Crown Prince exclaimed in a low voice. The commoners present didn't understand what his words meant, but the nobles recognized the significance of his words, understanding the meaning deeply. When they saw what was in Li Yuewen's hand, all of the nobles' expressions changed greatly. The dazzling golden crown was inlaid with multiple types of precious jewels, exceptionally exquisite. Under the sun, it glistened. The Anline crown was the favorite crown of the founding emperor of Lagark. The crown was created by the country's top 10 or so craftsmen, and made out of the most valuable jewels in the empire, one of a kind because after the craftsmen finished the crown, the emperor executed them. The later generations pitted the craftsmen. As the country later fell into war, the crown was lost in the chaos, never to be seen again, but today, they saw it here. All of the nobles present, including Hua Xiaoning, recognized that the crown was definitely the Anline crown. Because there was no ways of recreating it. Within the royal treasury, the portraits of the founding emperor all had him wearing this crown. How did the Anline crown suddenly appear here? We acquired it by chance. Claire smiled faintly. We will be taking our leave now. Your Highness, we are taking our leave. Li Yuewen supported Claire as they turned and walked gracefully away, only leaving behind a faint, sweet scent in the air. The Crown Prince nodded, his expression complex. The nobles craned their necks, watching Claire's figure disappear dreamily. But the Crown Prince's gaze lingered on the crown, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Who was the mysterious beauty? Why would they have the Anline crown? From her tone of voice, the valuable crown was only a trifling thing in her eyes. And her purpose was very clear. The items donated were to be auctioned as funds to start the clinic, but this was originally from the royal family. Naturally, nobody would dare to bid for it. The royal family could buy it even if they used a low amount of money. The mysterious beauty would give away such a huge favor just like that? Just how powerful was her background? And like so, Claire, Li Yuewen, and Camille left. Everybody was deeply stunned, unable to come back to their senses. The mysterious beauty had arrived brilliantly, like fireworks, but after stunning everyone, disappeared immediately. Hua Xiaoning's face paled, then darkened, then greened. She clenched her fists tightly until her knuckles were white, nails piercing into her flesh. The day was an important page of history. Even after a long, long time, people would still remember this day, when a lady as beautiful and holy as a goddess appeared in the capital square. Her grace was matchless and her unparalleled complexion was dazzling, charming everyone. Her mysterious and luxurious dress added a deeper impression. Inside the carriage, Claire stretched, cracking her neck, then leaned back, giving a cold humph. Hua Xiaoning, you dared to insult my mother? I will make you pay. But today really was awesome. Li Yuewen smirked. Every time I think back to how angry she looks, I just want to laugh. You should think of our next step. Also, has the matter of the clothing store been settled yet? Claire said quietly. Oh, the incoming tides of waves. Li Yuewen facepalmed, a bit dismayed, then changed her tone suddenly. Oh wait, Claire, I never expected that you were so talented at designing clothes. When the clothing store opens, business will be booming, haha. Claire wanted to say something, but didn't. How could she explain that the Cheongsam was one of the most important aspects of Oriental culture? They would definitely not understand. But in any case, the first step was completed successfully. Now they were truly going to start. Night, cold and calm as water. The palace, in the study. It really is the founding emperor's Anlin crown. A dignified middle-aged man inspected the Anlin crown carefully. He was dressed in luxurious ivory clothes with golden designs. The large jasper ring sitting on his thumb revealed his identity, Lygurk's emperor, Cullen Keel. Although he was now in his middle ages, you could tell that in his prime, he was very handsome. Yes, Father Star. This is a memory crystal. You can see what happened that day. The Crown Prince, Albert Keel, handed over a clear crystal. Asterisk literal is Father King, used every time he addresses his father. The palace magician standing at the emperor's side immediately received it, then infused magic in, starting the memory crystal. As the situation in the magic crystal developed, the glint in the emperor's eyes changed accordingly. He had never heard of such a stunning beauty before. Lotus flowers with every step? How was it possible? The emperor set down the crown, smiling as he asked the crown prince, Albert, what do you think? He was most proud of his only son, similar to him in every aspect, wise, calm and collected, magnanimous, and far-sighted. His exceptional military talent was even more praiseworthy. The emperor foresaw that under the leadership of his son, Lygurk would enter a more prosperous and glorious era. This woman is very mysterious. But one thing is certain. There is a strong power backing her whose existence we are currently not aware of. The crown prince analyzed in a low voice. First, the woman herself is very strong. The lotus flowers were a creation of her own technique. Second, she handed over the Anlin crown that has been missing for so long without any care. Third, I have never heard nor seen such attire before. And lastly, her devastating beauty. How could such a stunning beauty be unheard of? But today, she appeared, creating a commotion. She must have been raised secretly for her own protection. Not bad. A flash of admiration glinted in the emperor's eyes, but he paused and reverted back to a heavy tone. Albert, your analysis is logical, but it is not enough to be sure she has a powerful backing. You know what I am most interested in, not this crown or treasures more valuable than this either. Yes, father, I understand. The crown prince smiled. Father must be thinking of the ordinary-looking sword. Yes. The emperor nodded in approval. Worthy of being my son. You understood immediately what I was thinking about. I have already sent people to investigate. The weapon was actually forged by the Li clan. Much more time, effort, and materials were spent than for an ordinary sword. Although such a weapon cannot be mass-produced, a slightly inferior version could be. If our soldiers were equipped with such weapons, the crown prince's eyes were shining. Albert, go. Didn't that woman say she was going to gift you another weapon? Approach her and investigate her background. She was able to donate so much at the convention. Go investigate clearly what her aim is. The emperor's gaze shifted back to the Anlin crown. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. The crown was incomparably refined, its luster even more captivating. No wonder it had been so famous. It was so valuable, but didn't seem to be anything important in the stunning beauty's eyes. Then what other treasures did the beauty have? In an instant, the emperor's curiosity was piqued. Yes, father. I will be taking my leave. The crown prince bowed, about to leave. Wait, Albert. The emperor called out, stopping the crown prince, smiling. Does father have any other orders? The crown prince asked with confusion. Albert, wait and see if the woman truly has a powerful backing. I think that she has the right to become your crown princess. Oh, you have always set your sights high. Father, the crown prince's expression became unnatural, slightly embarrassed. You are my son. How could I not understand? Go. The emperor smiled. The crown prince left with a bit of embarrassment. Only after the study door closed did the emperor rub his temples a little helplessly. Lisa, can you come down now? With a whoosh, a woman in fiery red appeared before the emperor's eyes. She seemed no more than 30 with a beautiful countenance, an imposing aura about her, fiery red hair, jet black eyes staring at the emperor. Her entire being emitted grandeur. "Lisa, don't look at me like that." The emperor rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. Of course he knew why the fiery beauty was displeased. "You want to hand over the right of supplying the royal army to the Li clan from our Feng clan?" The woman slammed a fist onto the desk, causing it to shake violently. At the side, the palace magician was not surprised at all. The woman was the only person in the entire country who dared to be so rude to the emperor without any worry of being punished. She was Lagurk's current Minister of Defense. "Lisa, listen to me. If the Li clan can forge weapons like the one at the convention, wait, no, even half as good as that and equip our army with them, then think of how might it would be." The emperor explained patiently, obviously a little afraid of the fiery woman. The woman's beautiful eyes slitted, staring at the stunning beauty in the memory crystal as she humphed. "We can consider it. But I need to meet this woman." "That woman, humph, is not simple." What kind of support did the Li clan find to lean on? She wanted to see for herself. "What do you think?" The emperor seemed to be interested in the woman's opinion. But the woman only said, "Not simple." "Yes, I can't see her through either. I've already sent Albert to investigate." The emperor said. "I know, I heard everything just now. I need to congratulate your majesty. Your son has finally fallen for a woman." The woman raised a brow, teasing as she said, "At the time, you had even thought there was something wrong with your son." "Enough. Didn't you think there was something wrong with your son too and even sent people to examine him? All right, how is Yixuan doing right now?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Enough. Didn't you think there was something wrong with your son too and even sent people to examine him? All right, how is Yixuan right now? The emperor asked casually. Only before this woman could the emperor be relaxed. "That damn brat, he went mad and tried to undo his seal and almost died, unconscious for 3 days and nights. But when I thought he was going to actually die and was preparing to cry at his funeral, he woke up." The fiery woman rolled her eyes, shrugging. "Is that how a mother should talk about her son?" The emperor was a bit flabbergasted. From the way she spoke, she sounded almost like it was a pity her son didn't die. "That damn brat deserves it. He's never tried to so hard for his own mother or protect me, but for a woman I've never seen before, he was willing to risk his life to become strong, saying some bullshit that he was going to protect her." The fiery beauty gritted her teeth, not caring that she had cursed right in front of the emperor. "You need someone to protect you? You, a T-Rex woman of steel, people fleeing the moment they meet you, beasts dying at the sight of you, flowers not daring to bloom in your presence, need someone to protect you? The heavens would personally thank you if you stopped being so harmful." The emperor blinked, naturally not daring to actually say these words out loud. And he would not mention that she was being jealous of her future daughter-in-law even more so. "Enough. I'm going back. Notify me when there's more news." The female T-Rex yawned, preparing to leave. Also, tell young Feng there's never an end to making money, so make time to have a cup of tea and play chess with me tomorrow," the emperor added as Lisha Asterisk was about to leave. Young Feng was the emperor's nickname for Yixuan's father. Asterisk looked ahead to check, just as suspected, she is usually referred to by her full name. In China, close friends refer to each other by their first names only. All right, the female T-Rex waved offhandedly, then left. The study's door shut once more. The emperor leaned back in his chair and his eyes landed on a small frame. Inside was a little painting with 2 young men smiling and a young girl in between smiling widely. Of the two young men, one was him and the other was Feng Yixuan's father. The girl in the middle was naturally the female T-Rex. His thoughts wandering far away, the emperor suddenly thought of when his two good friends risked their lives to save him and thought of when the female T-Rex planned each step to reach the throne and young Feng did all he could to help him win it. Had it already been 10 years? Time flies fast. The emperor smiled gently. Achoo! Claire sneezed loudly, then rubbed her nose. She frowned as she looked up at the round moon in the night sky. Is someone talking bad about me behind my back again? Not talking bad about you, but showering you with compliments and presents. Li Yuewan suddenly appeared behind Claire like a ghost. Cousin Yuewan, are you a ghost? Not knocking on the door before entering, Claire said, displeased. You didn't even close it, how could I knock on it? Li Yuewan retorted indignantly. Within just one afternoon, we've received so many flowers and gifts along with many invitations, those people change favor so quickly. Li Yuewan cursed disdainfully. Don't get impatient. The person we're waiting for will definitely come. Claire smiled slyly, looking up towards the bright moon. But for the next 3 days, the crown prince did not come. Other aristocrats came, all with the purpose of seeing Claire, or to be more accurate, wanting to see the stunning beauty Claire had transformed into Lan Ling, but were blocked by Li Yuewan. She only said that once it was her younger cousin's birthday, they would host a banquet and invite them all. Only after pestering Li Yuewan and being sure they would receive an invitation did the nobles leave reluctantly. Making Li Yuewan both amused and annoyed at the same time was that among them, not only were there young aristocrats, there were also some middle-aged and old men without wives. Inside the study, Li Yuewan finally could not hold back and asked Claire, who was sitting at desk, Claire, why hasn't the crown prince come yet? You yourself have said that the crown prince is unordinary. If he rushed over like those other lowly nobles, I would find it surprising. Don't worry, he will come soon, Claire replied casually. She was flipping through an account book. Cousin Yuewan, there's something strange about expenses. How come we've only used half of what I expected? Ha, Li Yuewan smiled slyly. After the convention, the original price we had set for buying the store previously dropped by half. Claire's face fell. She immediately understood what was wrong. Since when was her cousin was competent in business? Then did they have any conditions? Claire twirled the fountain pen in her hand, her tone displeased. A feeling of unease arose in her heart. The store is the Intiman clan's. They specialize in furniture and magic beast pelts. They hoped that they could send a set of their high-class furniture. Li Yuewan said proudly. She had thought Claire would praise her, but Claire suddenly threw down the fountain pen and reprimanded her angrily. Cousin Yuewan, do you know what a loss you've made? And a large loss, no less. Claire felt a twinge of a headache coming on. Sure enough, the Li clan was incompetent at business. Why? The Intiman clan gave us half off and even sent a set of high-class furniture. Li Yuewan was completely baffled. This was clearly a great deal. Why was Claire saying they had made losses? What do you know? Claire said helplessly. That shop's original price was 30,000 gold. Half off means a profit of 15,000. But they gave us a set of furniture. If they advertise that the stunning Lan Ling used their furniture, what do you think will happen? Will the Intiman clan only profit 15,000 gold? Before Claire finished speaking, Li Yuewan's expression had already changed. She finally realized that not only did she incur losses, but it was a huge loss. If they really did as Claire just said, then many people would buy their furniture. Would their profit be just 15,000 gold? Of course not. Perhaps it would even be more than 1.5 million? Go and set a contract with them. Make them send their best furniture and make sure we get 5% of the profits. Only then can they advertise that Lan Ling used their furniture. Claire starting flipping through the account book again. 5% of their profits? And what about paying for the store? Are we really going to ask for 5% of their stock and pay nothing? Li Yuewan looked at Claire strangely. Did Claire think they were idiots? She wanted 5% of the profits without doing anything? Just go. Tell them that they can advertise every time. For example, if they start selling beds, they can advertise that it can help preserve your figure and that Lan Ling had been using their bed. If they don't agree, then say that we've already discussed this with other merchant clans and that they will agree immediately, Claire said impatiently, continuing to flip through the account book. Li Yun looked at Claire doubtfully, wanting to say something, not willing to leave. Standing behind Claire, Camille persuaded Li Yuewan, Miss Li, just do what Claire just said. They will definitely agree. Only then did Li Yuewan leave, albeit hesitantly. Claire, no wonder the Li clan declined to this state. Camille smiled widely as he poured another cup of flower tea for Claire, but his next words were piercing. Currently, the most powerful members, Li Yuewan and Li Mingyu, are completely incompetent at business. The others aren't even worth mentioning. Claire closed the account book and looked up at Camille, smiling. Perhaps not. Perhaps there are some people in the Li clan competent at business, but are simply currently suppressed by those elders and hasn't shown themselves yet. So? Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Camille watched Claire cautiously. What do you want? I hope that our wise and brilliant secondary commander can use his foresight to search for capable people and then develop them. Only our talented and unparalleled secondary commander can do this. Your brilliance is unmatched. My cousins aren't even 1/100th of what you are. Claire raised the cup to her lips gracefully and took a sip, her expression unchanging as she spoke. Even the flower tea you make is unique, incomparable. A few moments later, Jean, who was guarding at the door, saw Camille prancing out, looking like he was floating. Jean stared, blinking a few times. Yes, Camille was prancing. His bizarrely giddy expression seemed to be asking for a beating. Li Mingyu passed by the prancing Camille in the hallway and immediately stopped. He watched after Camille prancing away with confusion. Once he turned and saw Jean's mouth twitching slightly, he understood immediately. Claire must have used her usual method of persuading Camille again. Claire! Li Mingyu called out as he walked into the room. What, cousin Mingyu? Did that person come? Claire raised her head, taking another sip of the flower tea, then setting it aside. Next to her, Black Feather and White Emperor were fighting over a piece of chocolate cake. A pair of white and another pair of black claws were tugging the cake stubbornly. How did you know? Li Mingyu asked with a bit of amazement. Based off of Claire's tone, she seemed to have known long ago that he was going to come today. Just think about it. It's about the right time. Claire rose up, smiling faintly. She pushed her chair in, about to leave. You're going out like this? Without transforming? Li Mingyu frowned slightly. No need. Claire smiled. Bring the other sword to the main hall. Li Mingyu was confused, but he still listened to Claire's command, also leaving to fetch the sword. In the main hall, the crown prince was sitting quietly, waiting. Many servants were busily moving gifts and flowers. The crown prince frowned. He didn't expect that after 3 days, the Li clan's residence would still be as bustling as a marketplace. But in any case, it seemed that the stunning woman, Lan Ling, had never shown herself. Just as the crown prince was pondering, there was the sound of footsteps at the entrance. When he raised his head, he saw Li Mingyu and a young girl walking over. Lan Ling still wasn't showing herself? The crown prince frowned. Lan Ling wouldn't even meet him? Greetings, Your Highness, the crown prince. Li Mingyu and Claire bowed. Duply, she is. The crown prince could see the similarity between Claire and Lan Ling and already had a guess, but he still asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. This is my other younger cousin, Lan Yu, Lan Ling's younger sister. Li Mingyu introduced Claire according to her instructions. Greetings, Your Highness. Claire smiled and bowed again. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Miss Lan, hello. The Crown Prince was smiling, but he was actually secretly astonished. Although the girl was so young, her features were already extremely refined. It could be seen how beautiful she would be when she grew up. At the very minimum, she would not lose to her elder sister, Lan Ling. Your Highness, this is the sword my sister owes you. Claire took the box from Li Mingyu and handed it to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a bit uncomfortable. Elder sister said that she's very apologetic for breaking Your Highness's sword that day. Claire was raising the box to the Crown Prince, no intentions of taking it back. The Crown Prince accepted the box. Meanwhile, his gaze was wandering. Li Mingyu secretly felt amused. Sure enough, as Claire predicted, the Crown Prince was looking for Lan Ling. Your Highness, if you're not busy, please stay for a meal. Li Mingyu invited, smiling. That's fine. Is Miss Lan Ling not here? The Crown Prince finally couldn't help but ask. Cousin Lan Ling just arrived at our country. She hasn't adjusted yet and is resting. Li Mingyu lied on the spot. Oh, is that so? The Crown Prince paused. Li Mingyu's words seemed suspicious. But in any case, why was Lan Ling not seeing anyone, including him? Unless she was actually feeling unwell? That afternoon, the Li clan elders were full of awe. How long had it last been when the Li clan was at a level where they could eat with the Crown Prince? And yet, currently, the Crown Prince was sitting at the main seat, conversing with Li Mingyu and laughing at times. Claire ate peacefully, noticing out of the corner of her eye that the Crown Prince was a little distracted. Of course, she knew what he was thinking about. She sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince was also ordinary, actually fascinated by Lan Ling? Although it wasn't very obvious, it was already beginning to show. But Claire wasn't too worried. She could see that the Crown Prince was no simple figure. He knew how to see the big picture. Even if he was very pleased with Lan Ling, if it came down to it, he could sacrifice Lan Ling for the greater good of the country in a heartbeat. Such a person was a true ruler. After lunch, the Crown Prince still hadn't met who he had came to see, but he couldn't say it either, so he just left. The Li clan was still as busy as a marketplace, flowers and gifts continuously sent in. Even Li Mingyu felt a little bit of a headache. Meanwhile, the Li clan elders were extremely excited. How long had it been since the Li clan had been so active? Could the Li clan reclaim its radiance? Their gazes towards Claire were now completely different. Before, their gazes were filled with hatred and fear, but now, they were fawning and full of hope. They could see the chance of the Li clan reclaiming its glory. Just thinking about it made them enthusiastic. They couldn't care less about who was the one bringing back their glory anymore. At nightfall, Claire stood alone at a high rooftop, a soft breeze greeting her face, her thoughts wandering far away. Reviving the Li clan would strengthen Lagark. Was it right or wrong? If grandfather knew, would he be angry? If mother knew, would she be content? Wifey, what are you worrying about? Such an expression doesn't suit you at all, a familiar voice suddenly crept right into Claire's ear. Claire's eyes instantly widened. She turned around quickly and saw the person floating beside her. Yixuan, Claire stared fixed at the person before her. His red hair was still so flamboyant, his dark eyes staring at Claire intensely, just floating, smiling. Claire hadn't even sensed when he had come near. Wait a minute. Claire stared at Yixuan with wide eyes. He was floating? And there was a wind whirling around him? Looking carefully, there was actually a pair of translucent wings extending from Yixuan's back, transparent and shapeless. She watched intently as Feng Yixuan descended and stood beside Claire, grinning. "You're different," Claire said finally after a long time. Yes, the feeling Feng Yixuan gave off was completely different from before. He had become powerful. Extremely powerful. My seal was undone. Feng Yixuan laughed. "In the future, I can protect my wifey. And I will continue to become stronger until I can destroy the mark on your hand." Although he was laughing, his eyes were filled with determination. "Weren't you ice attributed?" Claire was a bit puzzled as she watched the wings on Feng Yixuan's back slowly fade away. "Now I'm ice and wind attributed," Feng Yixuan said a little cockily. "What do you think? Aren't I awesome? I'm now a double elemental magician." "You undid your seal?" Claire's eyes sharpened as she asked in a low voice, "I remember Shui Wanma said that you were currently totally unable to bear the power of the seal. Also, what is the seal? Aren't I standing here perfectly fine?" Feng Yixuan shrugged and said casually, "My seal was created the moment I was born, because every few generations, an exceptional person possessing the powerful ability to control wind appears in the Feng clan star. But because the power is too strong, many people of the past were shredded by wind blades before they could control the power properly, so every time such a person is born, their power is sealed immediately." Although Feng Yixuan was saying this very casually, Claire understood exactly how dangerous Feng Yixuan's actions were. No wonder Shui Wanma had tried to stop him so desperately. One mistake and he would have been torn to shreds. Feng means wind. Dunno if I mentioned that before. By the way, Shui means water, so But I'm perfectly fine right now. Ah, wifey, you're still wearing the glove I gave you, huh? One day, I'll personally take off the glove for you. Feng Yixuan grabbed Claire's right hand with one swipe, laughing heartily, but before he finished speaking, Feng Yixuan's handsome face was greeted with Claire's fist. Feng Yixuan hugged his face, grimacing painfully as he howled and squatted down. Claire retracted her fist coldly. "If you keep on screaming, I'll beat you until your face is full of bruises. If you touch me again, I'll slaughter you." Feng Yixuan, still covering his face, muttered, "It's not like there's anyone else around." As Claire's eyes sharpened, Feng Yixuan immediately shut up. Claire stared at the crouching Feng Yixuan, her feelings complex. He had actually risked his life to undo the seal. "Right, how did you find this place? How did you know I was here?" Claire suddenly thought. "Humph." Feng Yixuan bounced up and down very proudly. "Of course I knew. I've known where you were the moment you entered the city. And I also know that you will represent the Li clan at the martial arts tournament." Claire's eyes instantly flashed. Right, the Feng clan was one of the 4 major clans of Lagark. How could they not be aware? "Yes, I will represent the Li clan." Claire nodded slightly. "When the time comes, I will be representing the Feng clan. Shui Wanma will be representing the Shui clan, and the sworn enemy of the Li clan, the Hua clan, will send Hua Yilan. Hua Yilan is very brutal and cunning and, unfortunately, is truly strong. Before, both Shui Wanma and I weren't his match. But now, humph." Feng Yixuan's tone had turned icy as he finished speaking. Evidently, both Feng Yixuan and Shui Wanma had suffered in the hands of this person called Hua Yilan. Claire fell silent, pondering. "I hope I face him the first round so I get the chance to beat him," Feng Yixuan said coldly, gritting his teeth. Of course, he was hoping that Claire and Hua Yilan would not become opponents. It was too dangerous. Although the martial arts tournament was only called a friendly competition, if there really was a mishap, there would be no way to confirm if it was on accident or on purpose. He didn't want Claire to be the insane Hua Yilan's first opponent. "Is he a magician or a warrior?" Claire inquired. "Both. Actually, he shouldn't be classified as a warrior or magician. He can control water with his ancient technique and mold water. He's so proficient, he can condense water from air, difficult to deal with. Feng Yixuan was completely serious. I understand. Claire nodded. Fortunately, she had learned about him beforehand, for if she drew lots and faced him in the first round before witnessing his capabilities. Claire, I need to go back. I only have half an hour. See you 2 months later, wifey. Take care of yourself. Feng Yixuan flew up immediately with a swoosh, fast enough so that Claire couldn't react in time and punch him again. He glanced meaningfully at Claire, then left, flapping away. Claire watched as Feng Yixuan disappeared into the night, silent for a while. How thoughtful of him. He came specially just to tell you about Hua Yilan. Li Yuewen's voice suddenly appeared behind Claire. Cousin Yuewen. Claire turned and was met with Li Yuewen's apathetic expression. That guy was Feng Yixuan? Although it was a question, her tone was certain. Yes. Claire nodded. After that fellow was defeated by you at Parkland, he became a running joke. After he returned, that T-Rex mother of his chased him for hundreds of streets. A delighted smile appeared on Li Yuewen's lips, taking joy in his misfortune. Claire went. If Li Yuewen hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about it. But in any case, if you face him in the tournament, what will he do? Li Yuewen crossed her arms, looking far into the distance of the dark night. If she faced Feng Yixuan in the tournament, what would happen? Claire stared into the vast darkness of the night, silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. Alright, Claire, the Intiman clan actually agreed to give us 5% of the profits without us doing anything. How unexpected. Li Yuewen suddenly came back to her senses, smiling radiantly. Of course, Claire said, a little displeased. This cousin of hers was so talented in many aspects yet completely incompetent at business. Claire, you're formidable after all, Li Yuewen praised sincerely. The more she knew about this younger cousin of hers, the more impressed she was. Oh right, has the weapon shop been opened yet? How about the clothing store? Has Camille selected anyone yet? Claire sat down simply. It's opened. Many people are paying attention. The first day it opened, there were many orders, all seeking the type of sword showcased at the donating convention. As for the clothing store, just as you instructed, we first sent a set of clothes for the princess and have changed the styles of the month accordingly, Li Yuewen reported. The effects of showcasing at the convention are evident. Camille has also selected a few people who are currently engrossed in work. Have those old foxes made any movements? Is there any chance of them resisting and fleeing to the Hua clan? Claire stroked her chin. Of course Claire had the insight to see the possibility. Don't worry about that. Claire, although those old fools don't use their brains, they are extremely loyal to the clan and will never become traitors. And there has never been any traitors before either. This is the reason why they are so against your mother. Now, Li Yuewen all sat down. Saying out of the corner of her mouth, now they all treat you as a savior and want to approach you and help at the weapon and clothing shop. The old things all want to meet you and talk to you, but you have kept on preventing them. It's enough to let them forge metal. Claire looked up into the night sky. Cousin Yuewen. Li Yuewen turned to Claire. Unexpectedly, she saw a trace of grief in Claire's expression. What is it? Li Yuewen sensed something was wrong. I will achieve all of Mother's dreams. Mother definitely would want to see the Li clan's revival. But if the Li clan is revived, Ligarch's power will rise. Ligarch and Parkland's relation will become more and more strained. Claire. Before Claire finished speaking, Li Yuewen interrupted her. Look at me, Claire. Claire turned. Facing Li Yuewen's serious face, she grew puzzled. Claire, even if you said you wanted to go back to the Hill clan, I would not stop you. I will not stop you from doing anything. Of course I hope for your happiness. If the Dalag Arc and Ampar clan become enemies arrives, I will try my best to. Before Li Yuewan finished speaking, Claire was already smiling brightly. Cousin Yuewan, I've never regretted any of my decisions and I won't in the future. If that day truly arrives, nothing will matter. I will try to protect the people I care about the most. So, Cousin Yuewan, don't worry. I will become strong enough to protect everyone. Claire's eyes glinted resolutely, her words powerful. I have total faith you will do so. Li Yuewan stared unflinchingly at Claire. The martial arts competition is in 2 days. Are you prepared? Has there been any changes with the Azure Ripple blade? This stupid sword? Claire retrieved the Azure Ripple blade from her interspatial ring and twirled it in the palm of her hand casually. I haven't noticed anything special about it. How useful is it supposed to be? Stupid sword? Li Yuewan's mouth twitched. The artifact crafted painstakingly through the Li clan's blood and sweat was being called a stupid sword? Then something strange happened. The sword started vibrating in Claire's hand, as if it were protesting. What? Are you unsatisfied with my words? I've never seen you do anything particularly outstanding. Claire gave the sword a hard flick, creating a melodious ting sound. Li Yuewan was surprised for a brief moment before she started smiling. The Azure Ripple blade had a will after all, so this behavior could not be considered unusual. But in any case, the sword and Claire seemed like two stubborn little children, one flicking ting-s, the other vibrating more and more intensely. As the sword started vibrating more and more furiously, Claire finally realized something was amiss. The Azure Ripple blade wasn't protesting, but warning. But what was it warning about? Claire stood up abruptly and looked into the vast night, frowning as she humphed. Who is it? A feeling of unease arose. Who could it be? Who was hiding? Unexpectedly, she couldn't sense their aura at all. If it weren't for the sword's vibrations, she would have been completely unable to sense there was someone hiding. Li Yuewan's expression also changed. There was someone hiding in the area? If so, then their power was terrifying. She actually couldn't sense them at all. Whoosh! An attack shot towards Claire with a long, drawn-out sound of the air being slashed. Claire leapt out of the way lively. Turning around, she saw a person draped in black hovering in the air. The person's clothes was wrapped tightly about them. Claire could only feel a penetrating icy gaze. Li Yuewan's entire body tensed as she stared at the person floating in mid-air. She knew that the person before them was powerful, extremely so. She wasn't their match at all. Not waiting for Claire to regain her bearings, the person suddenly pounced, brandishing a sword. Claire parried with her own sword. With a clang, small sparks flew, melodious and sharp in the quiet night. Who are you? Li Yuewan pulled out her dagger, glowering at the person, secretly extremely worried. Their power was indiscernible. What was their purpose in attacking Claire? Were they from the Hua clan? Impossible. Claire had never revealed herself in public. There was no reason for them to assassinate Claire. The Hua clan had no way of knowing Claire had killed Huan Antian either. Claire also had a heavy expression. The opponent's power had surpassed her anticipations. If you don't want the Li clan to be destroyed, follow me, the person in black said, their voice muffled. They sheathed their sword, turned around, and flew off. Both Li Yuewan and Claire were able to discern from their voice that they were a woman. Although she purposefully deepened her voice, it was obvious she was a woman. Without any hesitation, Claire sheathed her sword too. A pair of golden wings extended from her back and she followed after the figure. Seeing Claire chasing after the woman, Li Yuewan shouted with worry, "Claire! You stop right there! but Claire and the woman disappeared into the night. Li Yuewen wanted to chase after them, but understood that it would be to no avail. She hurriedly descended to the lower floors to find Ben. Only Ben would be able to contend with that woman. Claire followed the woman closely, understanding one thing. The woman had no malicious intentions. If she wanted to do anything against her or the Li clan, she would have attacked just then. But she purposefully led her outside the city. Why? Outside of the city, cold wind blowing. The woman finally descended. Claire also stopped. Before Claire said anything, with a wave of the woman's hand, an enormous ice pillar brimming with wild energy shot forth. Although puzzled, Claire did not dare to be careless. With a wave of her hand too, she sent out a flame to parry the attack. With a loud bang, shards of ice and sparks flew. In the air, the flames were extinguished, but a small part of the ice pillar remained intact, shooting at Claire. With another wave of her hand, Claire brandished her sword of flames, slashing through the remains of the ice pillar. The ice pillar instantly disintegrating and the air was filled with a fiery aura. "Oh ho!" the woman exclaimed softly, as if surprised by Claire's actions. The next moment, Claire was already in front of the woman, about to slash with her sword. Swish! With a wave of her hand, an ice sword appeared in the woman's hand. The two swords clashed in mid-air. Ice and fire. Gradually, the ice sword entered into the flame sword. To be more accurate, it was about to cut Claire's flame sword in half. An inevitable difference in strength. Once again, Claire experienced that there were many hidden tigers and dragons in the world who simply chose not to display their strength. "Ha!" Claire suddenly uttered in a low voice. Instantly, white flame arrows shot out of the flame sword aimed directly at the woman's face. Shocked, the woman instantly applied more pressure, forcing Claire back, then erected an ice shield to block the white flame arrows. Claire's fingers were numb from the sudden increase in pressure, her hands shaking. She understood that the woman had originally not been serious, but was serious at that instant. "White flames," the woman muttered. Suddenly, she emanated a terrifying aura. Sensing the abnormality in the ground, Claire's eyes widened. She shot up into the air. The next moment, a huge field of icicles appeared instantly from where she had been standing moments ago. The sharp icicles glinted viciously under the moonlight. "Go!" the woman shouted. The field of icicles turned alive, spiraling towards Claire crazily. Claire's expression changed. "Break!" Grasping the flame sword tightly, she slashed down fiercely. A golden flame dragon instantly appeared, roaring as it broke through the crazily attacking icicles. In that instant, golden light flashed, the sound of shattering in multitudes. Claire exploded with a fiery aura, the air so hot one's throat would be dry. The icicles were destroyed, glowing from the intense heat before they disintegrated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. The woman stopped attacking. Instead, she withdrew, maintaining a distance from Claire, then stared at Claire for a while from her position. "At just this level, there's no way you can win the martial arts tournament," the woman said coldly, then rose up in the air, about to leave. Claire paused for a moment, not understanding what the woman's intentions were. Did she come just to test her strength? It didn't seem like it. So strange, what exactly did she want? Claire suddenly discovered that there were times when she too could not read someone. The woman rose up and flew straight into the city, not caring about Claire anymore. Claire did not attempt to follow. She only stood there, watching as the woman disappeared into the darkness. The woman had the strength to kill her, but after luring her out, she didn't. Who was she? What were her intentions? When Ben, Li Yuewen, and Jean had arrived, they only saw Claire standing there alone, lost in thought. The surroundings were both dry and wet at places. Some of the ground was burned, other parts damp. The nearby trees and rocks were in greater disorder. It was apparent a large battle had occurred. Claire. Miss. They hurried over. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped from Jean's shoulders to Claire's, chirping and peeping. Claire raised her face and said with a low voice, "I'm fine." "What happened? Where did that woman go? Are you injured?" Li Yuewan examined Claire worriedly. "I'm fine." "Let's go back," Claire said indifferently. "I'm tired. Let's go back and rest." Li Yuewan wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Claire's apathetic expression, she kept them to herself. What exactly had happened? Why did Claire look reluctant to answer any questions? At the same time, the mysterious woman cloaked in black descended into a remote alley in the city, then took off her cloak and walked directly to the Feng mansion. Only now would they be able to see that under the cloak was a stunning beauty with flamboyant red hair. A maid hurried over and greeted the woman. "Madam, His Grace has been waiting in the study for a while." At home, the woman was no longer the Minister of Defense, but a wife and mother. This was the promise she made with Feng Yixuan's father long ago, so at home, all the servants addressed her as Madam, not Duchess. The woman was Enlisha, Feng Yixuan's mother. When she heard the maid's words, her expression changed. She walked towards the study apprehensively. Pushing the door open softly, she entered the room. A refined and handsome man was sitting quietly before a desk, reading something. His appearance was similar to Feng Yixuan's, but he emitted a completely different aura. Feng Yixuan was arrogant, wild as fire, but he was as gentle and calm as the surface of a lake. "Dear," Enlisha called out in a small voice, apprehensive. The refined man took no notice, continuing to read. "Dear," Enlisha raised her voice, but was still apprehensive. The fiery woman feared nobody, nothing except this refined man who didn't know any magic or do qi. The refined man closed the account book he had been reading and looked up towards his beloved man and said quietly, "In the end, you still followed our son." The refined man was the talented moneymaker, chairman of the Feng Clan Chamber of Commerce and Feng Yixuan's father, Feng Yihan. Currently, the normally fiery Enlisha was not wild or arrogant at all, looking completely like someone who had made a mistake as she lowered her head, not daring to speak. "You, Sai, I really can't do anything about you." Feng Yihan smiled gently. He simply couldn't bear his wife looking so pitiful. He stood up and reached out, saying gently, "Come over here." With a little cheer, Enlisha jumped into Feng Yixuan's arms, completely cute and lovable. Who knew what would happen if an outsider witnessed this? Perhaps they would cough up blood and faint. How was she the female T-Rex? The T-Rex woman of steel who people fled from the sight of, beasts dying when they met, flowers not daring to bloom in her presence? Did you meet her? Feng Yihan brushed aside his beautiful wife's bangs gently. Yes. Enlisha nodded enthusiastically. What kind of girl is she? Feng Yihan asked softly. He was also curious. What kind of girl was his wild and reckless son so infatuated with to the point that he was willing to risk his life to undo his seal? Oh, a stubborn girl. She's very pretty and strong, but not strong enough. Enlisha snuggled into Feng Yihan's bosom, her voice soft. Hearing this, Feng Yihan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, it seems she's passed your preliminary test." He understood his dear wife's personality better than anyone. Getting her approval was harder than reaching the heavens. Such an evaluation was already pretty good, coming from his wife. "I still don't know if she likes our son or not," Enlisha mumbled, then started laughing again. "But I have faith in our son, he will definitely woo back a beautiful wife." "Who is she the daughter of?" Feng Yihan sat down, motioning for her to do so too. Enlisha turned around and sat down on his leg, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her background is a bit troubling. She's Claire Hill of the Hill clan in Amparkland, the one I told you about, the person Feng Yixuan lost to in the competition between countries. And Lisha frowned slightly as she remembered and humped coldly. So disgraceful, he was actually stepped underfoot. Although Shui Wanma later told her it was because Yixuan himself had bent down in surrender and Claire couldn't stop her movement fast enough that she had stepped on him, the truth of the matter was, Yixuan was still stepped underfoot and made a fool of himself. Oh, that child again? Evidently, Fomihan had not forgotten. You already chased him over hundreds of streets and gave him a sound beating. Let nature take its course then. The situation will resolve itself in the end. Dear, let's first not think about it, and Lisha lowered her head, her enticing red lips meeting Fomihan's warm lips. Then the study was filled with tender feelings. At this time, Claire had already returned to her room. She was sitting cross-legged in the lotus position, starting to cultivate the treasured lotus style. She had already passed the 7th level, but made no progress with the 8th. Just as Golden Lotus said, breaking through to the 7th level was easy, but reaching the 8th would be difficult. Claire was still thinking back to what the woman cloaked in black had said. At just this level, there's no way you can win the martial arts tournament. With her current strength, she still couldn't win? Claire frowned slightly, recalling how Yixuan had been able to approach her without her sensing him at all now that his seal had been undone. Did Shui Wanma also improve? What about Hua Yilan of the Hua clan? And who was the woman cloaked in black? Was she too going to compete in the tournament? If so, then her strength was truly far from enough. Claire clenched a fist and shut her eyes tightly, starting to cultivate the lotus power once more, but she still made no progress. She wanted to ask Golden Lotus, but no matter how she called, Golden Lotus did not respond, still sound asleep. Claire laid down, frustrated, staring at the bed curtains above. The 8th chapter of the Treasured Lotus Grimoire was very bizarre with only one word, circulate. What was it supposed to mean? Repeat endlessly? With only one word, how would she break through the 8th level? What made Claire even more annoyed was that both her magic and dochi were not improving either. It seemed she had reached a bottleneck. She lacked the last step to break through. The next morning, after breakfast, Claire went straight to the Li Clan training grounds. When she reached the training grounds, she discovered that there were already quite a few children training there. The moment they saw Claire, they started crowding around her, wanting to give their greetings. Cousin! Cousin, you've come! Everybody surrounded Claire and called her cousin affectionately with hopeful expressions, eyes full of gratitude. Claire looked at all of their faces but could not remember a single one. She only knew that they were all children of the Li clan. Elder cousin, thank you. Before, whenever I ventured out, I would always be looked down upon. Now nobody dares to. A little girl with black hair squeezed to the front, her gaze full of adoration. Everybody else echoed her words, their collective voices indiscernible. Claire smiled faintly. She patted the little girl's head. Then do you know why they don't dare to anymore? Yes, it's all because of Cousin Claire, the little girl said firmly, raising a fist. No, it's not like that. Unexpectedly, Claire's expression turned serious. The crowd froze, not understanding what Claire meant. It's not that they don't dare to be disdainful, but because they want to use the Li clan, want to create a relationship with the Li clan. They want the swords forged by the Li clan, they want to meet Lan Ling. This is fawning, not fear. If it were fear, at best, it would only be fear of the Crown Prince's current interest in the Li clan, not fear of the Li clan itself. Claire said, exceptionally serious. What would make others truly afraid of the Li clan is if the Li clan continuously grows in strength. Power is the source of authority. The children's expressions fluctuated continuously. Clearly, Claire's words had left a strong impact. I understand now. Once they lose their interest in us, they will switch back to their previous attitude, the little girl said fiercely, her eyes fiery. We will train diligently until we are as powerful as you. Then nobody will bully us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. Yes, you all must become strong. Children, you are the future of the Li clan. Claire smiled at the young children. Also, my strength is not at a level to be strived for. Your goal should not be me, but even stronger people. On this continent, powerful people are aplenty. But I was born with a weak body and cannot train in any techniques. A weak voice said. Claire turned around and saw a skinny little boy who was looking downcast. If you cannot succeed in martial arts, then find another path. Develop anything you are talented in, whether it be art, business, literature, or forging. Claire scanned the crowd and found that, just as expected, some of the children had low aptitudes for martial arts. Every person must find their own path and strive to walk it with their utmost strength. You will definitely be successful. Claire understood that over the years, the Li clan had only focused on martial arts, neglecting other fields, so in the end, there was no one from the Li clan as officials at court, nobody managing business. Of course the Li clan would be in continuous decline. The children fell into deep thought, pondering over Claire's words. Although there were many children who did not understand, some children understood the full implications of Claire's words. Standing not far away, Li Yuan and Li Mingyu also heard Claire's words. They looked at each other and saw amazement in each other's eyes. Perhaps our focus on martial arts was a mistake. Just as Claire said, they should focus on what they are talented at. That way, their achievements would be twofold, Li Mingyu said with a heavy tone. They had always deemed martial arts supreme. The children first learned magic and Do Chi, then literature. Art, poetry, sewing, and so on were wrong paths to follow, completely useless. Now is not too late to change. Li Yuan smiled, gazing intently at Claire. But in any case, Claire still hasn't thought of a way to deal with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince actually invited her to the theater. It seems that this time, it will be hard to decline. This was why they had come to find Claire. The martial tournament is soon. Li Yuan bit her lip, a bit hesitant as she said, this time, the Hua clan will send Hua Yilan. Will Claire win? I don't know. Li Mingyu's complexion darkened. The Hua clan has always been our enemy. They will definitely take this chance to harm us. Hearing this, Li Yuan became worried. Then isn't Claire in great danger? Elder brother, I or you should participate instead. No need. It is for this very reason that Claire must participate. Li Mingyu frowned. Although Claire's identity will be discovered sooner or later, they will not be able to figure out Lan Ling's background. Also, they will be sure that Lan Ling and Claire have a close relationship. Because of the Crown Prince's interest in Lan Ling, the Hua clan will not be able to kill Claire, Li Mingyu analyzed. Having heard this, Li Yuan calmed down. Phew, good. What are you two chattering about? Claire walked over slowly, frowning at the two siblings as she asked. We were discussing what a great babysitter or teacher you would be. Those children actually listened to you, Li Yuan joked. Since you heard what I said, you should implement what I said as soon as possible. Don't bury their talents. Claire could not say the Chinese idiom in every trade, a master appears. You also heard what we said. For your own safety, you should have a good relationship with the Crown Prince. So, stunning Lan Ling, prepare yourself. The Crown Prince is coming to pick you up soon. Li Yuan smirked. Many people were trying to investigate Lan Ling's background. Even some young men from the Li clan wanted to know where this relative of theirs had appeared from. But the stunning beauty was like the short-lived blossom of the never had appeared since, mysterious and beautiful, making many crazy for her. Just this once. Claire waved off-handedly impatiently. Once the matter of the right to forge for the army is settled, I will never appear as Lan Ling again. When the news that Lan Ling accepted the Crown Prince's invitation to the theater, young noble flocked to the theater in droves. That day, the theater would reach the pinnacle of its existence. The Crown Prince waited at the entrance for Lan Ling to appear. When she finally arrived, the Crown Prince froze with shock, astonishment flashing through his eyes. Today, Lan Ling was wearing a lavender dress with long and sleeves rippling with the light breeze, giving off an exceedingly aloof air. Her supple long hair hung simply, like beautiful silk. She stood there silently, as if all the sun rays in the world were focused on her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Claire gave a slight curtsy. "Miss Lan, meeting you is quite difficult," the Crown Prince joked. He approached her while smiling, extending his hand. Claire smiled gently and reached out, letting the Crown Prince help her into the carriage. Jean stood silently at the entrance. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, an unexplainable irritating feeling arose in his heart. White Emperor and Black Feather were crouching on Jean's shoulders, also watching silently as the carriage went into the distance. Once the Crown Prince and Claire arrived at the theater's entrance, they found the theater already filled with the nobles who had come to see Lan Ling. It was the first time the theater had been so full. The entrance was tightly sealed. The Crown Prince frowned slightly seeing the people who were standing by the entrance and not going in. Of course he knew why they had come. They all wanted to see Lan Ling, the stunning beauty. The Crown Prince turned around and extended his hand, helping Claire out of the carriage. When they saw Claire, they started gasping in low voices. Their burning gazes focused on Claire. She had not appeared ever since her dazzling first appearance at the donating convention. Today, they could witness her beauty again. The nobles all came to pay their respects to the Crown Prince, but their gazes kept on drifting to Claire. They wanted to talk to Claire, but fearful of the Crown's warning dark expression, none dared to speak rashly. "Okay, let's all go in. No need for formalities, we're simply here to watch a show." The Crown Prince finally could not hold back, contempt in his voice. He waved offhandedly, indicating for the nobles to all go in. The nobles reluctantly withdrew their gazes slowly, about to go in. Just at this moment, a carriage suddenly appeared and stopped abruptly at the entrance. There was the sound of urgent footsteps. "Wait, Your Highness." The urgent footsteps grew louder as they approached. The Crown Prince stopped in his steps and turned. It was Hua Xiaoning running hurriedly, her skirt raised. Because the Crown Prince had stopped, Claire also stopped in her steps. Thus, everybody present stopped. Hua Xiaoning scanned the surroundings first. Almost every prestigious noble of the capital was there, even the Prime Minister's son. This was good. A gloating light glinted in her eyes. Everybody turned towards Hua Xiaoning, sighing in their hearts. Once with the status of being one of the three great beauties, she lost all her radiance before the stunning beauty Lan Ling. "Miss Hua, do you need anything?" The Crown Prince asked quietly. "Your Highness, I understand that I should not disturb you," Hua Xiaoning apologized insincerely. She shifted her gaze to Claire, raised her chin, and said in a gloating manner, "But, Your Highness, there is something I must report. I cannot let you continue to be deceived." Hearing Hua Xiaoning's words, there was a ripple in the crowd. Hua Xiaoning had dared to say such words in the current situation. What were her intentions? The Crown Prince frowned slightly. He watched Hua Xiaoning without a word. The reason he had always stayed away from this woman was because her eyes were filled with too much greed and ambition. Claire was also watching Hua Xiaoning. Hua Xiaoning shot Claire a provocative glance, then turned back to the Crown Prince and said loudly, "Your Highness, this woman is not from the Li clan at all. Li Yuewen does have younger cousins asterisk without surname Li, but are of surname Hill, not Lan, of the Hill clan from Amparkland. Her younger cousins are the daughters of Li Ruehuan, the woman who betrayed the Li clan." But that woman only had two daughters, Claire Hill and Lashia of ages 14 and 13 respectively. Lan Ling's mother is not from the Li clan. A Lan Ling of the Li clan does not exist in the first place. Asterisk the children call her cousin too, but they are not actual cousins. It's like calling a man about the age of your dad uncle in Chinese. Hua Xiaoning's voice was loud enough to let everyone hear her voice clearly. It seemed from the sound of her voice that she cared deeply for the crown prince. The ripple in the crowd grew bigger. They all shifted their gazes to Lan Ling. Hua Xiaoning became to gloat. This woman of unknown origin, humph. She actually dared to deceive His Highness, deceive everyone, saying she was Li Yuewen's younger cousin. Now she would pay for it. Claire's eyes glinted coldly. The stupid woman was too ignorant. It was the second time she had insulted her mother in public. She would definitely pay. So? The crown prince asked indifferently. He seemed completely unsurprised. So, Hua Xiaoning was a bit taken aback. She completely hadn't expected the crown prince's calm reaction. Calming herself, she said in a low voice, "She is of unknown origins and deceived your highness, deceived everyone." "When did I say my mother is from the Li clan?" Claire smiled gently, her voice quiet as she said, "Since when did I say my mother is from the Li clan?" After she said this, there was another ripple in the crowd. Everybody looked worriedly towards Claire. What did she mean? Currently, many were starting to get worried for the stunning beauty. Would His Highness really punish her for deceiving him? He wouldn't, would he? Such a stunning beauty, who could bear to see her suffer? In the worst-case scenario, they would plead on behalf for the stunning beauty. These thoughts flashed through many nobles' minds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. You dare to quibble around? Hua Xiaoning started to get anxious. Just when she was about to say more, Claire smiled sweetly and said gently, "When I met Claire Hill for the first time, we hit it off so well, we became sworn sister. Naturally, her elder cousin is my elder cousin." Is there a problem? Hua Xiaoning became completely baffled. She stared rigidly at Claire. Claire smiled like a flower blossom and continued gently, "The manners of the number one beauty of Lagark, Miss Hua, are so sad as you rub salt onto other families' wounds, being the face of the Hua clan. Do you truly find joy in the pain of others?" In that instant, numerous murderous gazes whipped towards Hua Xiaoning, sharp as knives. Hua Xiaoning was so angry, her face was beet red. Biting her lip, she glared at Claire. If those words were said by an ordinary woman, she would have been dismissed and said as too aggressive, considering Hua Xiaoning's status. But said by such a stunning beauty, the one to be indignant towards would be her. Everybody's low whispers reached Hua Xiaoning's ears, quietly commenting on her lack of manners and such. Hua Xiaoning trembled with anger. She wanted to vent her anger, but with the crown prince and so many present, she could only hold it in. She understood what kinds of creatures men were. When a woman was so beautiful, they seemed out of reach, men would strive their hardest to reach her using all means. No matter what the beauty said, it was right. And no matter what the beauty wanted, they would do their best to achieve it. Even if what the beauty said was immoral, they would still do it. Many men were just this lowly asterisk. Hua Xiaoning understood this and had often used it to her advantage, but today, Lan Ling, a woman more beautiful than her, was present. It was quite easy to see how those shameless men would switch sides and stand up for Lan Ling instead. Hua Xiaoning never thought that the very trick she used so often would be used against her. Asterisk disclaimer, I do not believe this is just part of the story. Miss Hua, I had already known everything you just said. Did you think the royal family would not know that? Did you think the royal family is that easy to deceive? The crown prince's voice was icy, without any trace of warmth. Clearly, he was a bit angered. The farce had irritated him. Hua Xiaoning's mouth opened wide, but she couldn't say a word. She only stared at the crown prince helplessly. In that instant, boundless remorse arose in her heart. She had been too impulsive. If the Hua clan would be able to discover these facts, then how could the royal family be unable to? The prince had known all along, he just never showed it. I hope such a farce will never occur again. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Naturally, the crown prince understood why Hua Xiaoning had come today. The jealousy of a woman was so ugly. An undetectable glint of surprise flashed through Claire's eyes. It turns out, the crown prince had known for quite a while. In such a situation, he had been so calm and collected, worthy of being the heir of Lagerk's throne. But Lan Ling would still be a mystery to him, because she didn't exist in the first place. Claire suddenly felt amused. The crown prince motioned for Claire to enter first, so Claire simply turned and left. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoning was shaking with anger under disdainful gazes. Even when everybody had dispersed, Hua Xiaoning was still trembling. Detestable woman? What were her origins? Who was she? She had to find out. And make her disappear forever. Meanwhile, Claire had the crown prince had already entered a spacious and refined theater box. It was the best box of the theater. After the two sat down, the crown prince looked towards Claire. In a low voice, he said, "Who are you really? Who do you think I am?" Claire smiled at the crown prince, answering his question with a question. "I don't know. Your appearance is so beautiful, it seems unreal. If it were simple your beautiful appearance, I wouldn't have taken much notice. But from being able to have lotuses appear with each step and give away the Enlin crown so heedlessly and your seemingly careless refuting of Hua Xiaoning, I know that you are no ordinary woman. The Li clan is once again in the spotlight because of you." Claire had not expected the crown prince's words. Claire laughed inwardly. "Appearance so beautiful it seems unreal, ha? Congratulations, you are correct." But of course, she could not say such words aloud. "What does your highness think my aims are?" Claire kept smiling like a flower. The crown prince's eyes glinted as he asked in a low voice, "Is it as simple as drawing gazes to the Li clan? If I said yes, what would your highness think?" Claire smiled. "Then I would believe you." The crown prince nodded seriously, but in his heart, he was puzzled. Such a mysterious woman. No matter how he investigated, he could not find her identity or background. Everything about her was a mystery. "Good." Claire smiled. "Having witnessed the forging skill of the Li clan, I believe your highness should already have made a decision. Or should I say His Majesty, the Emperor, has made his decision." Claire's expression turned complex. The Li clan's forging was already near the peak of metalsmithing, and it was with some of her guidance with the knowledge from her previous life that they were able to forge such sharp weapons. Was this the right move? The crown prince fell silent. He turned and looked down at the stage below, calm. The right to equip the army has been held by the Feng clan for a long time. To change it isn't so easy. And father's trust in and reliance on the Feng clan's duchess is unimaginable. So? Claire was now also looking down at the stage too. She understood that the crown prince still had more to say. So the Feng clan gave one condition. At the martial arts tournament in 2 months, the Li clan must win, the crown prince said in a low voice. The crown prince himself was confused. Anlisha always supported anything that benefited Lagark, but this time, she had given such a condition. What were her intentions? Claire now understood that the reason why the crown prince had invited her today was to pass on the message. The condition seemed both reasonable and unreasonable. Then please tell the Feng clan that the Li clan will definitely win at the tournament. Claire's voice was soft, but firm. I'm looking forward to it. The crown prince smiled at Claire. Claire smiled without a word. The martial arts tournament would truly become a sight to behold, and it was all because of a golden-haired, green-eyed girl. Time flew by, 2 months passing in the blink of an eye. During those 2 months, the clothing store and smithy of the Li clan had caused a huge ripple in the capital. Enormous profits rolled in. The noble women flaunted the newest dresses bought from the Li clan's clothing store, while noblemen compared swords forged at the Li clan's smithy. Fall arrived with leaves dancing and chilly wind blowing. Claire leaned against a pillar silently, watching the children of the Li clan train at the training grounds some distance away. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Tomorrow was the day of the National Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone was allowed to compete as long as they were under the age of 20. No matter what background or gender, all could sign up. Those who displayed their talent could be recruited by the Empire, so many were willing to give it a try. Claire, Li Yuowen's called out from behind Claire. Cousin Yuowen, I will definitely win on behalf of the Li clan. Then I will go home. Claire didn't turn around, her voice soft as she spoke. She did not shift her gaze from the children. Yes, Li Yuowen's voice was quiet, carrying a hint of sadness. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Claire turned around, smiling at Li Yuowen. Claire, you must always remember that this is also your home. Our doors are always open for you. You can return whenever you want. Li Yuowen gazed at Claire. Unexpectedly, her eyes were flickering. Cousin Yuowen, are you crying? Claire chuckled softly. You damn brat. Li Yuowen grabbed Claire's arm. Claire laughed. Just when she was about to struggle, Li Yuowen suddenly pulled her into her embrace. Claire was stunned. She stood there silently, not moving. Li Yuowen hugged Claire tighter, mumbling, "Be careful. You must definitely be careful tomorrow. You must be safe and sound, do you understand?" Claire lowered her gaze, a hint of a smile on her face, her heart warm. Yes, Cousin Yuowen, don't worry. I will definitely be fine, Claire pledged solemnly. The next morning, there was a clear sound of a bugle, the long note heard across the entire capital. The tournament would take place at the large square in front of the palace. The constructed stadium had a large expanse for a stage, thick and sturdy. Stands had been constructed long ago for viewing. The highest stand was for the royal family, then the officials and nobility. The ordinary stands farthest away were naturally for the commoners. Currently, the square was already quite full. The contestants were to draw lots to determine the preliminary lineup. With too many contestants each year, the competition always started with a mass elimination. Competitors of the same type of lots would go up and fight against many, with the last standing as the winner who would proceed to the next round. A barrier would be erected around the stage so the audience would not be accidentally injured. Claire and all the other contestants sat quietly at their designated spots, waiting. Meanwhile, Li Yuowen and Li Mingyu were sitting at the stands of the arena, watching. Claire suddenly felt an intense gaze. She turned to see Feng Yixuan watching with a fiery gaze, eyes full of unconcealable delight. He had wanted to get up and go over many times, but was stopped by Shui Wanma, who was next to him. Shui Wanma would always mumble something that would cause Feng Yixuan to sit back down angrily. Reading Shui Wanma's lips, Claire understood. Shui Wanma had said, "Don't forget what you promised your ma. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128. Chapter 128. The current atmosphere was at its peak. Fireworks burst splendidly, bugles blew, pigeons were set free, filling the air, and colorful flags flapped in the wind. With a gentle hubbub, all gazes were fixed on the stage. Begin! An official with a loud and clear voice relayed the emperor's command. The stadium clamored with excitement. Only cheering and applause could be heard. It was time to draw lots. The mass elimination had begun. The first group did not include Claire, but Feng Yixuan walked up towards the stage. Shui Wanma didn't get up, but was itching to do so. He waved his fist excitedly, shouting continuously. Yixuan, go get him. Finish him. Finish it quickly. But then wind would blow. Shui Wanma hastily arranged his hair. Then he would return to his bellowing. It was indescribably strange and hilarious. That hair freak. Claire watched the people on stage and counted. There were actually about 40 people. The mass elimination was such a disarray. The crowd grew excited. Peddlers hollered to advertise drinks and snacks. With this command, the competition had formally begun. But before the crowd had spent their energy, they were thoroughly dumbstruck. Feng Yixuan stood at the center of stage. With an evil laugh, he closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, saying forcefully, "Wind carnage." Instantly, with Feng Yixuan as the center, a violent cyclone formed and swept outwards. Instantly, with such wild winds, everybody was swaying, as if they were on the verge of being blown away. Shrieks rang out, hats flying. On the stands, the tablecloths of the nobles were sent flying with the hurricane. Everything turned to disarray. But then Alicia snapped her fingers. A large barrier formed and the stands quieted down. But everybody was shocked. With just one move, Feng Yixuan had destroyed the stage's barrier. The wild wind had also blown Claire's golden hair into a mess. She stared dumbfoundedly at the indifferent Feng Yixuan. Was this Feng Yixuan's true strength? Previously, there had been many people on stage, but now, only Feng Yixuan was left. Feng Yixuan stood arrogantly at the center, wind blowing his long hair wildly, his clothes also whipping in the air. Of the contestants that had been on stage, the weak ones had been directly blown into the air and had landed in random places in the stadium. The more powerful ones had still been blown off, cutting sorry figures. That guy, he's always so arrogant. Why can't he try to be a little more modest? Fomihan said helplessly, seeing the messy result of his son's attack, feeling a bit of a headache. That's my son, huh? And Lisha laughed. Ah! Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan. In that instant, screams rose and fell in succession across the stadium. It was the screams of many girls, whether they were commoners or nobility. The red-haired, handsome youth stood so arrogantly on stage, so attractive. Shui Wanma also stood up excitedly, shouting, oh yeah, a strange sight. The rest of the contestants watched Feng Yixuan with shock, quite a few congratulating themselves for not having to face such a frightening person. Look, my son is so popular. And Lisha swung her hips delightfully, completely not caring about her public image. But before Fomihan said anything, he was stopped by a savage, angry roar. What the F***ck are you shouting for? Shut the F***ck up. Feng Yixuan hollered at the shrieking girls, his expression dark. But this only made the girls even more excited. Such a wild, handsome, strong Feng Yixuan was so attractive. After cursing, Feng Yixuan glanced at Claire nervously. And Lisha and Fomihan saw everything. And Lisha's mouth trembled as she said dejectedly, finished, my son is finished. Fomihan smiled without a word and continued to watch the stage. The referee had returned on stage to announce Feng Yixuan's advancing to the next round. The palace magicians were reconstructing another barrier, this time stronger. Feng Yixuan humped coldly, exhibiting an arrogant as it should be aura as he exited the stage. The referee then announced the list of contestants in the next group. Right after he said Claire Hill, he said Hua Yilan. Feng Yixuan stopped in his tracks and he whipped his head around. He stared at the referee who was still reading the rest of the names. His greatest fear had come true. The two were going to face each other during the mass elimination. Right when Feng Yixuan was about to march towards the referee, Shui Wanma dashed over and grabbed Feng Yixuan's arm. He said hurriedly, what are you worried about? His win is not absolute. Do you think it would make a difference even if you interfered? Don't put your ma in a difficult position. Even if Hua Yilan, that bastard, wanted to kill her, your ma wouldn't let him. Don't forget what you promised your ma. Only after hearing Shui Wanma's words did Feng Yixuan leave the stage extremely reluctantly. He watched nervously as Claire slowly walked upstage. Claire sure has guts, actually signing up with her real name. But the crown seemed to already know, so it doesn't matter. Shui Wanma stroked his chin and mumbled, Claire's sworn sister has been the center of attention these past few days, a stunning beauty, even though I've never seen her before. Tell Claire to introduce us after the tournament, heh. But Feng Yixuan didn't hear a single word, his gaze fixed on Claire. Did you hear anything I just said? F***CK. Shui Wanma yelled at Feng Yixuan with frustration. Feng Yixuan pushed away Shui Wanma's approaching face, still watching Claire intently. Shui Wanma wanted to something but couldn't, a little depressed. Jean and the rest sat at the ordinary stands nearest the stage, their gazes all following Claire. At one of the higher stands, Li Yuewen's fists were already clenched tightly. Like Feng Yixuan, she had not expected Claire to face the insane Hua Yilin during a mass elimination round. Li Mingyu was also frowning, his eyes focused on the stage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, Hua Xiaoning revealed a cruel smile. She had purposefully instructed her little brother to injure Claire heavily beforehand. Sworn sisters, was it? She would show what would be the result of being sworn sisters today. But even so, Hua Xiaoning felt a bit vexed thinking of this brother's attitude. He held her in complete disregard. But when she said to give Claire a good beating if he faced her, Hua Yilin had actually said in a cold voice very heedlessly that he would destroy any Li clan member even without her wasting her breath. Hua Xiaoning's eyes followed Hua Yilin as he slowly walked on stage, clenching a fist, frowning. Hua Yilin disregarded everyone. Not even mother or father could do anything about it. Really, where did that attitude of his come from? Then, Claire entered Hua Xiaoning's vision. Hua Xiaoning smiled again. Humph. That Lan Ling actually was not here, otherwise she would be looking forward to seeing Lan Ling's expression as her sworn sister was destroyed. Hua Xiaoning could not understand her brother's twisted personality any more clearly. Claire would either die or become a cripple. Start. The referee announced before running off stage as if his life depended on it, because this round, there was Hua Yilin. Claire concentrated as she sensed the power of each individual, then sighed in relief inwardly. There was only one strong individual. Tsunami. A low voice said suddenly, ice cold without any emotion. Claire instantly shifted her focus. A giant, terrifying power surged towards her. Claire instantly erected a fire shield. Next came the sizzling sound of water and fire colliding. Claire was forced back a few steps by the pressure on her fire shield, realizing with shock that this was Hua Yilin's ability, controlling water. If it weren't for the white flame shield, the results would be unimaginable. Soon, Claire understood what would happen if she were hit directly. The next moment, painful screams erupted. The water vapor disappeared, revealing the sorry state of the stage. Many people were whimpering miserably as they lay on stage, while others who had been struck flying had hit the barrier and were now gradually sliding down. Some had stabbed through, left with bloody wounds, some with broken arms, feet. In just one moment, painful groans filled the stadium. There were only two people left standing, Hua Yilin and Claire. The stadium instantly fell deathly silent. The emperor was frowning, the crown prince's expression dark. Although Hua Yilin was strong, he was too cruel. Claire stood calmly, watching the youth before her cautiously. Blue hair, blood-red eyes. His handsome features combined together into a sinister expression. He stared at Claire fixedly, his gaze like that of a hunter stalking its prey. When the audience came back to its senses, they immediately started yelling out angrily. Murderer! Too cruel! Leave! Hua Yilin didn't give so much as a glance. He raised his right hand expressionlessly. With a loud bang, water attacked the barrier explosively, a shocking sight. The barrier started shaking and the audience paled with fright. They instantly shut up. Pause. A palace magician flew up into the air. The injured contestants need to be treated. You have 5 minutes. Hua Yilin did not care to glance at the palace magician either as he spoke. He was still eyeing Claire coldly. Claire, he is a dangerous opponent, Lung Lingyun said softly from amongst the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Jean frowned, a little apprehensive. White Emperor and Black Emperor were currently crouching on Jean's shoulders. Claire's loss is not assured. Summer humped coldly. Then how about a bet, little thief? Ben raised a brow. He had long seen through the strength of the two on stage. The blue-haired fellow's strength was above Claire's. Claire was really unfortunate, going to be eliminated on the first round. Fine. You think I'm afraid of betting? Summer said fiercely. She really disliked Ben's tone of voice.